Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV today and your favorite open forum political discussion show, a show that seeks to give you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our latest political development. And a lot is in store today, even as we look at different changes in our political front as some step down, others change allegiance, and things keeps moving from one corner to another, from one goalpost to another. Thank you so much, those of you that are choosing to follow us, even in our lengthy discussion tonight. We welcome you and pray that you will stick with us to the final finish. Well, Raila Odinga wins big today as Norman in Embu crosses the floor and now becomes an Azimio supporter. Things are falling in place for Azimio, even as Kenya Kwanza in KIAMBU, just like yesterday in Kakamega, there was a clash, a confrontation, an exchange that is undesirable and acceptable. And in KIAMBU, it is in the face of the deputy designate, Kashagwa himself. Now, this is uncalled for at this point in time, but I don't know what you feel and think about the same. You are most welcome. It's a telltale sign that NGILU may step aside for what is it called, MALOMBE in KITUI. Baba's campaigns in KITUI blooms, and everybody is happy when Baba is happy, as it is said. So thank you very much. Welcome. Let us get talking. If you're able to get us, please make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse from wherever they are on the face of the earth. Tembe TV is accessible with anyone with internet connection. The moment you can connect on the internet, you will be able to get a broadcast and be able to air what you feel and think about our politics, even as we dive into the discussion. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking. Many things are happening, some desirable, others undesirable, but all in all, of course, Sakaja and degree saga. His degree from team has been nullified, declared null and void by it being revoked by Q. So what next for him? You will need to tell me. Your guess is as good as mine. Let us get talking. Davis Mwandaga, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Abdirizak Ibrahim, asante sana. Niko salama. Kuna nani? Kengo Omwangu, you're welcome to the show. Kevin Ombati, you're welcome. Fatuma Nasimiyu, thank you so much. Nanu you Linda Lee, Firstborn wa Magi, karibu kwa show. Ezi Bamoi Ben, karibu kwa show. Cecilia Wiyanga, Mama Kelin, asante sana. Kuna Beatrice Murasi, you're welcome. Kuna Samson Odiambo, you're welcome. Fabian Adriano, asante sana. Kuna David Bonuke, asante sana. Kuna Sabu Kiboi, asante sana. Omi Elo Metus, hey, nakwambia, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Ishmael Okari, asante sana. Kuna Fred Mobeki, you are welcome. Felix Lual, and then Mildred Onyango. Kuna Seremaya Odera. Kuna Nandu Yusimba Omar Said, asante sana. Thomas Zinganga, karibu kwa show. Evelyn Mwasia, you're welcome. Sarah Sarenga, you're welcome. Frederick Otieno, most welcome. Thank you so much. Kuna Elijah Opio, you're welcome. Jackton Ogutu, We salute you. Asante sana. Kuna Emmanuel Cheserer. I hope I got that right. Kuna of course Abraham, kuna Karis official kama kawaida, asante sana. Kuna Mary Mwikali, you're welcome. Caroline Okumu, karibu kwa show. Walter nani huyu, Adonija, most welcome. Stephen Obura, kuna Simeon Dungu, asante sana. Alum, hi to you. Esau Paka nani Fuel, thank you so much. Kelvin Otieno, most welcome. Cecilia Oguero, you're welcome. Nani huyu, Mokari Richard, asante sana. Kuna Godfrey Kenywa, alafu kuna Owala Barnabas, thank you so much for those of you that are coming. Please let us keep it here and keep inviting as many as you can to join the discourse. Share in all your WhatsApp group, in all your Facebook groups. Let the conversation begin and let us dive into the subject of tonight. We are so excited that things are falling apart, others are falling in place, but that is politics for you, and Kenyan politics for that matter is something else altogether. So please, let's keep it sane, let us keep it clean, let us heshima idumu huko, especially huko kwa nani kwa comment section. Nani huyu, kuna Papa Kelvin anasema locked from Nakuru, asante sana. Olivia Mwashi, asante sana. Kuna Franklin Wesonga, alafu Bashiri Muhusin, asante sana. James Omwanja, karibu Swalehe. Kama haujaweka kamera on, hauruhusi kwa studio, kwa hivyo jitahidi tafadhali, you must have your camera on and keep it on for you to be added to the studio and be able to air. We must sustain the quality of the video, especially for those who watch after we are done with the discussion. Stephen, namna gani leo?
Poa sana Bernard, habari ya tangu jana?
Salama, tashukuru, Mungu mwema.
Nashukuru, jana tulifanya bottom up hapo, ulinipatia nafasi.
Sasa unaacha watu bottom up na haribu show kwa nini?
Wewe sasa unajua I don't have the privileges to moderate, you know. I was just stranded, but anyway we managed. I hope hiyo video tutaiangalia tu baadaye. Okay, nataka kuanza na hapa kwa Sakaja. You have something to say, Ben?
Yes,
okay. I want to start with Sakaja. You know, I just I just went through my Twitter and I saw a post he has just done, and I was wondering, how is President Uhuru involved in his predicament? Surely, Bernard, can you put in one sentence Sakaja and Uhuru? Surely, the same guy who took him from nowhere, the same person who took him from the gutters akamweka mahali alikuwa. How comes now he's blaming the same person for his holes? Does it mean kuwa ukienda kule upande mwingine akili unaacha nyumbani, unaenda tu wewe na skali yako tu? All in all, I want to say this, you know, as kids we are allowed to play with our mothers, but we don't go near our fathers other things, you know. So let him pick his fights well, because now unajua ile tolerance ya Uhuru ako nayo, Bernard, will never have a president who is tolerant like Uhuru. Hata zile public outbursts zenye amekuwa nazo ukikompea na Kibaki, za Uhuru ni kidogo sana. Kibaki was going on air na anasema nyinyi mavya kuku nini, but Uhuru is very tolerant. The guy wants peace for this country. But ingekuwa ni wewe Bernard ama mimi mali Uhuru yuko, surely we could have crushed many of these people below here. But Uhuru is a very tolerant guy. You will never hear him responding to Sakaja. He will not respond na hivyo yeye ameongea na ndio hivyo imekuwa hivyo. So I want to say, let him go back to school. Aombe Mungu tarehe 9 masomo hiyo ya bure, arudi shule, tutamfacilitate, tutamchangia hapa Mutembei kama ni vitabu nini na nini, kwa sababu pesa itaisha kwa campaign. We shall facilitate him, arudi shule, aanze first year, amalize masomo yake. 2027 we can consider him. But for now, let him go back to school. Let him stop these shenanigans. Let him stop blaming anybody. It's all on him. Okay, nikienda upande wa nimeona leo Gachagua hapo Kiambu hapo. Hii maneno imeanza kuwa tamu bwana Bernard. Yeah? You know, that house was built on coral sand only. There was no stones there. So mvua imeanza kunyesha ni kuporomoka inaporomoka tu. So I don't think we should go much into details about it. Let's celebrate because their infighting is a very big win on our side. And I'm very sure with what's happening now, James Nyoro of Jubilee is going to retain that seat because hiyo infighting yao hiyo ni benefit kwa candidate of Jubilee. So let them fight. We want them to go bare knuckles. Why hiyo maneno? Let them go bare knuckles now because it's them to them. Hiyo wacha wapigane mangumi kabisa. We want to see their real colors. We want to see them in their real colors kabisa. We see them what they can do, what they can show us, so that Kenyans, when they go to the ballot on the night, they can make the right decision of which leaders they want. Okay, about Mama Ngilu, I think Ngilu is more important at the national level, Bernard. If I was asked to give her position, I would say chief of staff wa Raila Odinga hapo State House. Hiyo mama hataki mchezo, akae hapo ndani anyoroshe hapo, apange hapo maneno ya State House. I think she's better there. Ashakuwa governor 5 years. Wacha apishe Malombe naye pia. By doing that, Raila is still showing goodwill to Kalonzo, and it's also going to consolidate more of the votes that side. I've not followed about Norman dumping Ruto, so I won't go into that for now. Maybe later. Thanks, Bernard. I'll be back again. Asante.
Okay. Asante sana bwana Steve kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Naomba twende mbio mbio. Kevin Ombati, vipi leo?
Good evening, Mtembe.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm good.
Mawili matatu.
Yeah, I think for Sakaja, I think what I want to say is we want our children to know the importance of education. So let him go and get papers. We don't want people minus academic papers to lead people with the papers. A leader must be a good role model for him. Let him stop this fight. If he goes ahead to fight, the more he fights, the more he's going to lose. He doesn't understand that he's facing forgery and so many other things. So let him not fight much about this. And I think for we as Azimio, things are doing well. There is much that is being done. We are progressing well. And for Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. That is a sinking boat. It's just UDA branded as Kenya Kwanza. You cannot talk of Kenya Kwanza when it is not written anywhere. So let Kuria, Kabuga, and the rest know they have nowhere to go to. That is not their house. They have nothing there. Let them go on their own. As time goes by, they'll come to know they were duped. There's nothing there for them. So it is a matter of time. Let them know that such a kind of fighting, they should know. We in Asmio, we've done everything that is supposed to be done in terms of sibling rivalry, in terms of parties. Theirs has just started. I think as we move on in the next 2 weeks, some of them might pack and find their way out of that con game that they are involved in. Otherwise, I think we are progressing well. That is just my introductory part. I'll come back again.
Asante sana. Tukienda mbio mbio, nani huyo? Wilson Obuga.
Yes, sir, Bernard and my colleagues, good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm sorry I'm in darkness because I'm outside. The network connectivity is very poor here in Namanga.
Haya, mawili matatu kabla ukatikiwe.
Yeah. Now, what I can comment about KIAMBU, we are very happy. When we see that kind of fight here in Asmio, it is our happiness. Two, the issue of Charity NGILU going to the national level, I think that is one way of consolidating our votes. We are so happy, and that is a good progress. Number 3, about the issue of which one is this? The issue of I think I was following FB. The issue, which another issue, please remind me.
The Sakaja.
Oh yeah. Sakaja saga. I think it is a high time we recognize the certificate in the. I think it is a role model. Let's teach children that a certificate is very important in the success, and it is not witch hunting. I think when he was in the other side of the government last time, they covered him, and this is why you hear about Ruto complaining why this the senior officers are involving. Last time is the one who said wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi when we were being tear gassed around the CBD. Kindly let Sakaja now face the real action. And this is one way of the system was covering the criminals. Now they are on the other side where the elite of learned guys in Azimio. I think now let them learn a lesson. Otherwise, thank you, my colleagues. I am going to join later if the network is going to allow me. Still, I'm outside. You can even see the moon on the other side.
I can see you are the one basking in the moon. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Here, the network is a challenge. I'm almost in Tanzania.
Where was in Tanzania?
Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Well, let's move with that speed, but let's interrupt. Let's have one video, then Joshua can come in. Wapi. Okay.
Muungano wa Azimio One Kenya, hatua hiyo haijaacha kupigiwa gumzo. Baadhi ya wawaniaji wa tiketi ya maendeleo chapchap wanadai uamuzi huo wa Mutua ulikuwa wa kibinafsi. Mjadala huo ulinoga katika kila muhadhara wa Azimio kaunti ya Makueni hii leo. Miongoni mwa waliomtema ni aliyekuwa mkuu wa utumishi wa umma katika serikali ya Machakos, Mwengi Mutuse. Mutuse anagombea ubunge wa Kibwezi Magharibi kwa tiketi ya maendeleo chapchap.
Nilikuwa mwanzilishi wa chama chetu cha maendeleo chapchap. Na sisi wale ambao tunaomba viti katika chama cha maendeleo chapchap, tunaunga mkono baba awe rais wa tano wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Kauli ya Mwengi ilipigwa jeki na kinara wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka na baadhi ya wanasiasa kutoka Ukambani. Kadhalika, kizungumkuti kinashamiri kwani mahakama iliamua maendeleo chapchap haiwezi kuondoka Azimio kuingia Kenya Kwanza kisheria.
Kumbukeni, ibindeambe Mutuza ungamie na Wiper. Niwo kanatiwo itu nena zindui tuikwenda ngui popa pikiwe kabinde meluka tuikwenda ngui.
Nilikuwa tunaona tunatembea pamoja na mheshimiwa gavana yule wa Machakos. Sikuwa najua ni mtu wa uongo asubuhi mpaka jioni. Alisema tuko pamoja Azimio, kumbe mguu mmoja ilikuwa Azimio, mguu mwingine ilikuwa kwa UDA.
Mwengi alikuwa na jamaa mwingine chapchap, lakini sasa Mwengi ni chapchap ya Azimio.
Haya yanajiri wakati Kalonzo ameirai jamii ya Akamba kumsikiza kama kiongozi wao na kuwaunga mkono Raila na Martha Karua.
Tushikamane kama jamii. tumpeleke Raila Odinga kwa roho safi awe president tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8.
Sisi kama Wakamba wa Makueni tunampenda na kwamba kura zetu zote zitakuwa ni zake.
Raila Amolo Odinga, sisi Wakamba tumekuwa tukipatia kura zote like around 88%. Hii raundi tutakupatia 98%.
Kadhalika wamemtaka Odinga kuangazia maendeleo katika eneo la Ukambani, la mno likiwa uhaba wa maji safi.
Mnatupatia nafasi baba aonge serikali sasa, ili atuangalie mambo ya maji, aangalie mambo ya hospitali, aangalie mambo ya kufanya biashara,
kwa sababu tutakupatia kura zetu ukifanya kazi na Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka na wale viongozi wengine. Tunakuomba tukishinda, kwa sababu tutashinda. Ile mambo nimebakisha hapa ya stima, tukiwa na wale wengine tumalize.
Mimi kama nitakuwa waziri mkuu wako na ndada ambaye ni Martha Karua akiwa deputy wako, mimi nitaimiza hiyo serikali ya baba ihakikishe dual carriage way kutoka Nairobi mpaka Mombasa. Watu wetu wamekufa.
Kuanzia mwaka ujao utakuwa unatoka na gari kutoka hapa Kibwezi Nywe mpaka Addis Ababa.
Swala la biashara ya mitumba likijitokeza tena.
Sisi watu wa Azimio tunawapenda watu wanaofanya biashara ya mitumba, lakini hatupendi mitumba.
Tunabadilisha klima tofauti. Mambo ya pamba tunarudisha, ili watu waweze kulima pamba, tutumie viwanda, tujenge viwanda vya kutengeneza nguo. Badala sisi kila mara tunaleta tu mitumba peke yake.
Aidha, jamii ya Akamba imeraiwa kutowapa sikio wana Kenya Kwanza.
Kule kwetu Western Kenya, William Samoei Ruto na watu wake wale yeye yuko nao sasa, ndio waliangusha viwanda vya sukari. Mumias hao ndio waliangusha, na juzi anaenda kudanganya watu yeye akichaguliwa ataamusha.
Kwa mujibu wa kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga, kura ya jamii ya Akamba ni muhimu sana kwa azimio lao la kufika Ikulu, huku wakilitaka jamii hili kuwaunga mkono kwa mara ya 3 ili kufikia lengo ambalo walikuwa nalo katika chaguzi hizo zingine. Kennedy Mureithi,
Okay, thank you. Let's now hear from Joshua. Joshua, na vipi? Joshua, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hey, Bwana Joshua, the broadcast is allergic to silence. You click on the mic beside your name on the screen.
Nijasuba Bernard, you are confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm called Jasuba Jawasawa. I'm not Joshua. So I was wondering. I was wondering why. I was looking for the Joshua. So this is this show. That's the reason why. Actually, I'm in Moshi right now. I'm in Moshi, Tanzania. Yes, I'm in Moshi, Tanzania, but I'm following what is happening in Kenya in the social media. Actually, I'm an Azimio supporter, a big one, and the developments that I'm seeing, this is a clear victory for Azimio. It is very, very clear that that even right now, analysts are short of words of even trying to tell us that how is Kenya Kwanza going to win? Actually, where are they going to get the votes? because the arithmetic is very, Kenya people vote as what we are seeing right. Mio brigade in Cumberland. So it's we don't have to lie. We don't have to lie to ourselves, because Kamba will deliver 80% to the minimum to Azimio. The 30% that I'm seeing that Ruto will get in Cumberland, I don't think that those are just opinion polls that even me, I can come up with my own blog, my own website, do the graphics, come up with my own things, and say that in Kitui, for example, Ruto will get 22% and Raila's Azimio will get maybe 70%. There's nothing like that. It is 80 against 15. The remaining 5%, those will be spoiled votes and other things. And if you look everywhere, you go to Nyanza. You know me, I'm from the border of Kenya and Tanzania. Right now, I'm in Moshi. But let us be very, very frank with ourselves. Even if you look at the politics that are surrounding Migori, where they claim that the so-called Obadu, who is a very good friend of mine, will influence votes in Migori. There's nothing like that. Last 2017 election, I was the chief. I was the county agent, the chief agent for the ODM leader in Migori County. If you look at Kuria East, the notion is that, oh, the Kurias will not vote for Raila Odinga. There's nothing like that. Go to Kuria East, start from as far as Ntimaru. I will tell you that in Kuria East, Uhuru Kenyatta got 13,000 votes. Raila got 17,000. It is Kuria West that Uhuru Kenyatta beat Raila Odinga by a range of almost 3,000 votes. Why? Look at the people who are staying at Isibania border. 50% are people from the mountain, from the mountain. And then Kuria West is cosmopolitan. So the notion that Kuria will not vote for the ODM leader is nothing like that. It's only that they always vote against clans. That is why you will find the MPs there. They will go the opposite way. Don't be surprised. The MP, because of the clans there. But that person who will vote for an MP might vote for Raila Odinga. Actually, I work in Kuria. Right now, I'm on study leave in Tanzania. I'm telling you, this narrative that people are trying to give that Kisii, Kenya Kwanza will get votes in Kisii. Where are they going to get those votes? Look at the energy that is there in Kisii land. Compare it to the last time, where even Nyamira Raila got less votes. So me, I'm very much happy with what is happening, and it's very clear because the intelligence, those who are the Kibichos who are giving us intelligence, and the ICT minister, they are just trying to tell us what is happening. They don't want Kenyans to get shocked. We don't want you to sweat plasma at the orchard trees. Get used to it. And even Ruto knows that this election has already been called in favor of his main challenger. He is just trying to, he's a hard man. He's someone who is very tough. He cannot just lose that battle that easily. He's waiting for eventualities. Or maybe people can change their mind. But this thing, the way I'm seeing it, it is called. And the issue of Sakaja's issue, it's just so painful. I don't know. Sakaja was nominated to parliament in 2013. All these 10 years, my friend, even if you did actual science and reached in the University of Nairobi, why couldn't you just go and clear? Or if you have issues with the University of Nairobi, there is transfer. You can transfer. You can go with your transcript, get clearance from that university, go complete it at Team University or whichever university in Uganda, just to maintain the same course. Why will you change a course? And actual science is a course that is worth someone like Sakaja. And then the narrative that he's saying that is from a hustler, is a hustler man. Sakaja went to Aga Khan Primary School and qualified and joined Lenana. After Lenana, he joined University of Nairobi to go and do engineering. Why did he decide to go on to do parallel? Parallel, you know the fee. A parent who could afford parallel in 2002 or 2003. That's not an hustler. So things that are happening, and every day we keep on seeing what is happening. You see in Kenya Kwanza rallies, you find people fighting there. These people did not just plan themselves. If they did it the Azimio way, where the zoning that I'm seeing now, NGILU withdrawing, these are things that they should have agreed, because you look at KIAMBU, 3 candidates on Kenya Kwanza, and then you have 1 candidate on the Jubilee side. Today morning I saw the ODM Secretary General trying to pour points, saying that they did that in Nairobi. As I speak now, we are not witnessing a lot of chaos, a lot of issues in Nairobi. Like you look at Langata, it's almost a call. It's highly likely that the ODM candidate is going to win Langata. If you look at Embakasi East, for example, Embakasi West, sorry, for example, where the current MP has been winning for 2 terms, it is not easy for him, because if there's a time Weke vied on an ODM ticket in that constituency, there was someone also who vied on a Wiper ticket, and Weke lost by less than 3,000 votes. This time, ODM, with all the 20,000 votes that they've been getting in Embakasi West, they have decided to withdraw and support a Jubilee candidate. Now, what will happen? That is why that man is playing catch up. So things are moving on well, and we are just happy that even the Mutua just went to Kenya Kwanza alone. Those candidates that you are seeing trying to follow the Azimio rallies, they are trying to save their situations. They may be popular in the ground on Maendeleo Chap ticket, but there's nothing they can do. They have to just follow. Because at the end of it, Maendeleo Chap is in Azimio. If Azimio wins, it is only Mutua and the people who left Azimio physically, and the people will not be considered in that government. There are some people who will be considered from Maendeleo Chap. So to me, I'm happy, and from what I'm seeing here, I'm seeing Raila winning by 60%, which will be a record in independent Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Jasuba, we appreciate that. Yes, Alex.
Jasuba anapenda watu kama wewe. Sasa wewe ni chief agent ya Obado 2017 ama 2013?
2017, I was the chief, both the chief agent of, as in I can say, Rongo constituency. I was the agent of Obado and Raila in Rongo. But then, because I was working with the IT team, we could see whatever is happening within the county, and we could see how the votes.
So you are still the chief agent for Obado?
Yes.
And you
because I knew Obado was going to win.
And you ended up in Timora, Tanzania.
Timaru. Right now I'm in Tanzania. I'm on study leave because I'm working with the government of Migori.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, now I'm in Moshi, if you know Moshi.
Okay, I wanted to know why Obado didn't give you a job, but now I know he gave you a job. So thank you. That's all I wanted to ask.
Okay.
Okay, asanteni sana. Naomba tumsikilize Eliza kwanza, alafu turudi kwa mkururu wetu. Eliza, vipi?
Poa. Habari zenu ninyi wote? Mr. Alex, mambo. Nimekumiss. Ukikuwa kwa show inakuanga live. Otherwise mimi niko salama. Nashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo. Ni kufuatilia tu mambo za Kenya, siasa ya Kenya vile kunaenda. Mahali pengine inatufurahisha, mahali pengine wengine wanasikia uchungu. Sasa sijui tutawafanya aje. Kwa sababu ukianza safari mapema alafu vile walisema sungura tembea polepole. Wacha kukimbia, msekope anakuja polepole na akapita. Sasa ndio hivyo sasa. Vile Uhuru alisema mzee anatembea polepole, anakimbia marathon na wewe unajifanya unakimbia. So saa hizi Ruto alikuwa anakimbia akifikiria anakimbia sasa atashika kila kona, lakini sasa saa hizi anashindwa aende wapi. Mara anataka huku, mara huku, anashindwa ni wapi. Sasa juzi baba alikuwa Kisii, leo yeye ndiye ako huko Kisii. So atameenda Kisii. Haya, anaenda Kisii, lakini ukiangalia supporters wenye wako Kisii ukifananisha na wababa hawafanani na wenye Ruto ako nao. Obvious hao wamezoea kurent watu. Wakienda kwa kila show na rent watu. hawana ile tu nguvu yenye mtu akisikia mtu anakuja mtu akimbia. Unajua mtu kama baba, yani mtu anapendwa, mtu ukipendwa unapendwa. Mtu akisikia baba anaenda mahali, mtu ana sacrifice, is better aende huko kumuona, si ati anaongoja abebwe apelekwe huko, yeye anaenda kivyake, anaongojea baba kule. So siasa ya Kenya imekuwa ngumu sana, but tutashinda sisi watu wa Azimio, hata kama hatuko Kenya, lakini tuna support. At least tunajaribu kupiga simu tukiongelesha watu, tafadhali leo muende muweke kura mahali fulani, kwa sababu tunaona baba anashinda. Hataki watu wakuwe na stress. Otherwise mimi ninaangazia maneno ya leo ambayo nimeona Martha Karua, Kirinyaga, wamama wamejitokeza kabisa. At least nguvu ya wamama itafanya kazi this time. Leo wamama watatoka, hata wasee wakikaa nyumbani, wamama wataenda kufanya kazi kabisa katika election. So upande ya Martha Karua iko sawa. Upande ya Machakos, not Machakos, Kitui today, baba naye naona huko ameunganisha Malombe na na Charity Ngilu. Ngilu amedrop out, baba anamchukua aende national. So baba hako anafanya hesabu zake na amepima hesabu zake vizuri. Hesabu hako anaichapa polepole. Na nguvu za Kalonzo pia naye inaendelea kusidi na inaendelea kujenga. So inatetemesha, ni mtetemeko wa earthquake. So tukikuja upande ya Boni Khalwale and Malala. Kwani tangu lini Malala amekuwa na bedroom? Malala alipata bedroom Kakamega when? Akiambia Boni Khalwale huko ni bedroom yake. So wacha waendelee kupigana hivyo, sisi ndio tunapata nguvu kabisa. Wanapopigana hivyo wanatuonesha picha mzuri. Yaani hao walianza maneno lakini hawajui wanaenda wapi na wanatoka wapi. So wacha watu wa Khalwale asaidie Fernandes Barasa kuuza nguvu ya Azimio huko, ndio at least yeye apate, lakini waendelee kupigana tu na maisha inaendelea kuwa poa. Pia Kabogo leo tena nao kwa street ndio hao wameletana in front of Kashagwa, which means walikuwa na show Kashagwa, wewe hauna supporter. Ile supporter amejaribu kuleta pale haishikani. So jibebe waliingia kule, na sijui kuingia kwao kule walikuwa naingia na effective gani, because kama kazi yao itakuwa ni kupigana, hawaelewani, kuna kitu watapata kweli? Which means hiyo kiti itarudi tu kwa Jubilee. The way I'm seeing Jubilee, they are going to carry the day in Kiambu, because tayari wale watu walijifanya wanaenda kuungana na William Ruto. Kwenda kuungana na William Ruto ilikuwa inaenda kuwasaidia nini? Kufanya Uhuru asikie aje? Uhuru doesn't care. Hata kama walienda kuungana naye, Uhuru doesn't care. Unaweza kuwa unajifanya umeenda kujiunga na mtu ati unaudhi huyo mtu, na huyo mtu mwenye unaenda kumuudhi, he doesn't care what you are doing. So hiyo ni vizuri, wacha waendelee kulimana mangumi, na Martha Karua anaendelea kunawiri kule, baba anaendelea kunawiri kule, kina Hassan Joho anaendelea kunawiri pande ile. Sisi tunaangalia matunda mazuri ambayo yanakuja. So si tunaomba tu Mungu hiyo vitu isikuje kwetu. Before walikuwa nasema ni side ya ODM ndio wanapenda kuwekana mangumi, sasa imekuja upande ya UDA. So UDA waendelee kupigana na sisi tukiendelea kuuza sera zetu. Ndastopia hapo.
Okay, asante sana Eliza, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na huo uchambuzi. Also want to congratulate Andrew, the new member of Mtembei TV. Let's keep doing the right thing to secure this place. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Emmanuel Skuku. Emmanuel, wewe sijui uko wapi? Mara Jubilee is dead. When did you kill it? And Jubilee is very much, you are not aware there is a red army. Unangoja kukamata ndio ujue kuna red army. Red army is on, and you're going to be frustrated in your effort. Unasema nini? Jishughulishe na 70%, wacha kusumbua sisi wazalendo please. Nini? kuwa mpole jamaa, kuwa mpole, hakikisha kwamba unaheshimu kila mtu kwa hii platform, kwa sababu kila mtu amejileta kwa hii platform kwa sababu ana kusudi fulani anapasu. Usiwe wewe ndio unakuja kupanga watu hapa, tafadhali, na heshima idumu. Let's listen to this, and then Charo can take us on. One more video. You be patient. I'm in hiding, so my net is a bit slow, but we will make it happen.
Mimi nimekunyamazia kuongea. Nimekunyamazia kuongea. Nani alikwambia ndio unaongea peke yako hapa bwana? Jamani bwana. Nataka ile bora hera na usinilete bwana. Usinilete. Acha leo mchezo. Unaweza yale watoto wote. Kwanza kabisa. Kama kama swali ya kutuenda. Tangaza mtukano ya kutuenda. Ndio akakueleza ngate leo. Ataleta hapa yake ya bure.
Okay, Wanacharo, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, na usalimia nyote kwenye panel hapo. Matumaini yangu hamjambo, na nafikiria unafurahikia kama vile mimi nafurahikia bwana Mr. Raila Odinga na mama yetu Martha Karua pale vile wanavyoendeleza dini yao, kampeni yao vizuri. Hata mimi mwenyewe naridhika hapa mlipo. Kitu cha kwanza ni tuwapatie pole watu wa UDA kwa sababu wamepoteza, nafikiri chief accountant wao, jamaa wa nyumbani, na nafikiri alifariki jana. Si kuruhusiwa kutangaza kwa radio pale popote kwa jamaa ya family. Naongea tu tuwape pole, wawe pole kwa pamoja. Na tukiingia sasa kwa mjadala huu, kuna mambo mengine sijui hata yataanziwa wapi kusema, lakini wajua kila mara mimi nikiingia hapo usema kufa kwa nyani miti yote huwa inateleza. Hata akashika mti gani nyani ataanguka tu. Wale wasiojua nyani ni nini ni wale tumbiri ama wale monkeys. Wajua tumbiri ni wanyama wengine werevu sana. Lakini kama kimefika siku ile ya kufa hata miti haishikiki. Sasa hawa watu wa Kenya kuisha hawa ni kama ambaye yani sasa mambo yao yanaenda kuisha kabisa, hata hawajui waongee nini. Hata nimemuona huyu Musalia Mudavadi leo akiongea akisema katika bei za unga na mafuta, Uhuru anapandisha usiku, ama Uhuru anapandisha mchana, usiku Raila anapandisha unga na yule anapandisha mafuta. Hata nikamshangaa anahutubia mkutano akidanganya watu, na ni mzee mzima yule ambaye tumemheshimu, amekuwa paka vice president of Kenya, na anarudi anadanganya watu. Sasa anyway, tuseme watu wengi sisi jamii yetu ya Kiafrika tumezoea kudanganywa na tumezoea kudanganya. Usipodanganya labda hutapata chochote. Manake ile alikuwa anaongea hiyo ni uongo wa wazi. Na ingine ni hao watu wakianza kupigana huko sisi tuwaangalie tu. Manake hata juzi nilikuwa nimeona mtaani huyu anajiita jichepevu alikuwa anatembea mtaani kwangu hapo, anatembea akifikiria watu watamfuata, hakuna mtu aliyeinuka. Manake kule Mombasa wewe ukiingia na hii chama ya UDA basi ujue mambo yako ni kama ambaye ni kwisha. Sisi huko watu wataki, watakuja kidogo kidogo lakini tumewapatia ni no. So kwa upande wa Mr. Sakaja, mimi nilikuwa ni mtu ambaye namheshimu sana. Ni mtu ambaye nilikuwa namuona ni kijana mrika ambaye ameenda shule, kiongea kizungu yake hiyo mingi iko sawa. Kumbe yeye sasa hajafanya ile mitihani yake yote ya inahusika, na palipopote wewe kutafuta kazi utaulizwa certificate yako ambayo inaitwa CV. Ni mpaka upeane CV, lakini huwezi kusema ati mimi CV yangu haipatikani alafu unalaumu mtu mwingine. Sasa anaanza kumlaumu Uhuru, anasema Uhuru ndio anapanga njama ya mimi pale nisiingie. Na yeye ameulizwa CV. Si apeane CV mambo yaishi. Sasa watu kama wale ndio tulikuwa tunafikiria ni vijana ambao hii Kenya inataka watu kama wale wenye nguvu waongoze, lakini kumbe wale ndio wenye balaa zaidi. Sasa afadhali tupigie mama na baba, watu kama wale tuwaweke nje kabisa, manake tukiwaleta tena basi tushaumia. Na hata baba atakapopita asikubali kabisa kufanya ukaribu na watu kama wale, manake wale watu ni waongo, ndio ambao wanatutapeli, wanataka kujaza vizuri, wanataka wao nao pia watembee na mahelikopta kama vile huyo mwingine anajiita hasla, na huko ana helikopta kama 10, na kuna watu pale naona wengine hawajakula, mwingine hana pesa ya madawa hospitali. Lakini wale vijana, kuna mwingine nitamtoa mfano hapa, pole kama niko unja ya topic kidogo, lakini kuna yule alikuwa anajiita sijui kigeugeu, yule sijui ni Jago. Yeye watu walimpigia kura wakijua ataenda pale hata atafanya mambo ya kueleweka, na alipoingia pale jamaa alibadilika, hata yeye mwenyewe hata kigeugeu. Sasa watu kama wale sisi tuwatoe kabisa, hata akileta makaratasi yake tumutoe kwa debe, kwa sababu wale watu wakipita dili zao ni zile ambazo sisi sasa tumeanza kuziona, dili za kujifanya yeye ni hasla na ili hali si hasla. Yeye ni mtu wa kusingizia tu, anatoka hapo anasema mimi napiganiwa kisiasa. Lakini hii kitu imekuwa ikiendelea pale nyumbani kwa muda mrefu sana, kwa sababu hawa watu wote walikuwa kule mbele, walifika vipi kule? Kwanza tuanze kujua walifika vipi na yule aliwafikisha ni nani. Manake huyo aliyewafikisha nafikiri bado anaweza kuwa yuko na bado wakatilia kichini wakarudi tena pale. Manake saa hizi wanakimbia tu. Manake kuna yule wetu mama Kiuno kule pia tumjua, yeye hakuenda bali. Mimi ni jirani yangu namjua vizuri, hakuenda popote. Hata nikiambiwa na degree huwa nashangaa hii degree ametoa wapi, na bado ya degree atatoa sahihi na iletwe pale na apitishwe. Hiyo ndio makosa makubwa sisi wa Kenya ambao tunafanya. Tunapitisha watu ambao ni wa uongo, tunawaweka mbele kwa sababu tumedanganywa, sijui tunadanganywa na pesa, sijui tunadanganywa na nini, na ule ukweli tukiambiwa huwa hatutaki. Sasa wewe unaona kama mwingine anakuja weka mkutano hapo, anasema watu wauze bangi na watu wamejaa. Nimeona mkutano wake leo, nimechungulia, kumejaa watu wanataka kuuziwa bangi. Sasa hata nashindwa, hii sasa ni nchi ama tunataka kufanya nini? Kama tunataka hiyo Kenya iwe kama Afghanistan, let's go to this side, kwa sababu hiyo ndio side ambao Afghanistan wamepata tabu muda wote, kwa sababu wao walikuwa wanadili na kupata uchumi wao kulingana na mambo ya hizo drugs. Nimeishi pale Afghanistan, nimeona wenyewe kwa life yangu ile nchi vile watu wanatembea, vile wanafanya. Nimekuwa na wale watu pale kwao ndani vijijini, nimewajua wote vizuri. So kama Kenya tuko tayari kwenda mwelekeo wa kama nchi kama Afghanistan, let's go ahead. Lakini sawa ni wale watu wote ambao sasa tumewajua kuwa ndio ambao wanaharibu na wataharibu, wasiingie kabisa karibu na ofisi yoyote ya serikali. Full stop. Tuwakomeshe. Na kuwakomesha, kama kuna mtu atawapeleka kule mbele na certificate za uongo, sisi kwa debe tuhakikishe hawaendi popote, tutakuwa tumemaliza mchezo. Lakini bado kama tuna vifaranga wengine tutawapeleka kule, wale vifaranga wataitana. Wajua hao mapolitician wamezoea kutuchezea sana, kuitana. Nasema yule ni sijui fulani wangu, wanaitana wanarudi wale. Sasa tutakuwa ni kama ambaye yani tumbiri ni wale, msitu ndio tumebadilisha. Lakini at the end tutakuwa hatujafanya kitu. Kwa hivyo mimi ningependa sana tufanye bidii ya kujulisha watu popote walipo kwa kila aina ya lugha, ili waelewe kuwa tusichezewe akili na watu kama wale. Na hata leo nilikuwa na mjadala, nimeshindana na watu sana koko nyumbani, wanasema Raila hajasoma. Raila mpaka alete certificate zake, na watu wanaambiwa hivyo na wanaamini. Nimejaribu, hata kuna wengine nimewatumia picha zake ile university alikuwa. Maana hata kwa hiyo university alikuwa bado kuna room moja alikuwa akikaa kama ni room kama class, picha zake bado ziko pale ndani. Lakini bado still mtu haamini hiyo, anaamini mtu mtaani akimwambia Raila hana certificate, maana yake hakufanya engineering. Sasa hata anashindwa na watu kama wao, na watu kama wao pia ni wengi, wako almost 80% pale nyumbani. Mtu ambaye akiambiwa let's go right anaenda right, akaambiwa let's go left anaenda left. Sasa tujaribu sana, na nashukuru sana Bwana Bernard
huwa napenda sana kuangalia hii channel, hata kama unioni hapa, mimi huwa naiangalia kwa sababu nimeipenda sana. Inajaribu kuelimisha hata wale ambao hawajaenda skuli kule nyumbani, waelewe kuwa kunaendelea nini, na nakuombea Mungu sana Bwana Bernard uzidi kufanya kazi kama hiyo, na hiyo pengine between hii 2 months kuna watu 2 watatu watajua kuwa vile tunavyopelekwa na hao wakina Kenya kwisha sivyo. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Charo, kwa tunashukuru. Labda niseme kitu kuhusu masomo ya Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga hajazaliwa jana. Raila Odinga hawezi kulinganishwa na Sakaja. Raila Odinga amekuwa lecturer University of Nairobi. Hiyo enzi alikuwa lecturer wa University of Nairobi, serikali ilikuwepo, haikuwa rafiki yake. Angekuwa hana makaratasi, angekuwa makaratasi yake ni gushi, basi angepenyea wapi? So wale watu wanataka nini, we are calling it what, it's trying to explain Sakaja from the hook, or the people without papers from the hook, by trying to compare them to Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga should be left on his own, in his own league. Wewe ukijiona wewe ni Raila Odinga, basi njoo kwa ballot tuone. Kama ni debate, basi tukutane kwa debate. Wewe kuja na makaratasi yako tuone vile utatoboa. But as young people, my free advice to you is respect the elderly. Respect the elders. Don't compare yourself to Raila Odinga. Utakufa bure. Utapasuka msamba. Don't. Hiyo ni chuma ya samani. Ukijaribu kuivunja utavunjika wewe mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo jifunze kwa wale ambao walikutangulia. We jiulize Ababu na Mwamba ako wapi? Jiulize Balala yuko wapi? Jiulize kulikuwa na mula Mamba. Alikuwa anaitwa nani huyu?
Danson Mungatana Ngoya.
Yes. Muulize Mungatana kwa wapi? Don't find people fighting and you join a fight, you don't know where it started. Relax. Kuja pole pole. And it's the same mistake that Sakaja is playing right now.
Even Omingo Magara. You are forgetting Omingo Magara.
Omingo Magara is back in the fold. Now let's do this. I wanted to say something about Sakaja. Kama umekosea baba ama umekosa nyumbani, alafu baba umekundua umefanya makosa, okay, unarudi pole pole ukijificha kwa fence. Okay, ukipiga mahesabu vile utaomba msamaha. Hawezi kwenda kwa Twitter tena usema baba ndio shida. The moment you do that, you have spoiled the whole thing. Even when he was considering to forgive you and he was considering to reconsider his stand about you, you have thrown the spanner into the works. You cannot survive such. So it is stupid of you. Na kama boss wako ndo amekwambia kufanya hivyo, jua tu your boss yeye ndo amekuseti. Yeye ndo amekuseti, na ni kwa sababu anataka kumaliza your political career, because he wants to use you to fight his boss, and in the process he's finishing you. You need to have little common sense to tell you that it is wrong for you to go and attack Uhuru Kenyatta on Twitter. I hope that I'm assuming that is genuinely your handle. But if it is not, then you are off the hook. But if it's genuinely yours and you're attacking Uhuru Kenyatta, claiming is the reason behind your persecution, you are done. Hata kama walikuwa wanataka kuchange mind, they are not changing mind. Na hiyo nakwambia ni shauri yako. Shauri yako, kwa sababu wewe hutaki kutembea na wazee ama kujifunza kutoka kwa wazee. Wakati kuna makosa na unajaribu kuyasort, you don't go into attacking new people and sucking them into your troubles. You go slowly. You show your body language should be apologetic, and then as much as you're fighting underneath, you can't go outright and go public about it. So for that one, you are done. Sioni kama kuna dawa yako. naomba tuochi alafu tumlete huyu Boniface and then kuna dadangu amefika hapa naye atakuja baadaye.
Kufikiria ni wewe tunasema. Wacha kufikiria ati tunakufinya. Hakuna mama hata mmoja, na nikiwa na mama najua, kama mama najua hivyo. Nani anaweza ita mtoto wake mfisadi? Tukisema tutapambana na ufisadi, wacha kufikiria ni wewe tunasema. Wacha kufikiria ati tunakufinya. Hakuna mama hata mmoja, na nikiwa na mama najua, kama mama najua hivyo. Nani anaweza ita mtoto wake mfisadi? Hakuna mtu amepewa jina na mama ya ufisadi. Kwa hivyo tukisema tutapambana na wafisadi, tunaongea juu ya wale wote watapora mali yenu. Awe mtoto wangu, awe dada yangu, awe mpinzani wangu, sheria ni ile ile kwa kila Mkenya. Kwa hivyo ujumbe wangu ni ya kwamba serikali ya Raila Amolo Odinga, serikali ya baba na mama, itachunga kila Mkenya kwa njia ya usawa.
Haya, mama ashasema. Na mama akisema hakuna wakupindua. Wapi huyu Were? Were vipi?
Juni Mr. Bernard.
Niko salama, namna gani?
Niko salama.
Yes.
Sijui kama mnanipata vizuri.
Unasikika isipokuwa kuna kelele kiasi.
Hapa kuna mvua kubwa inanyesha sana, nafikiria nitasukuma nitampokeza kijiti ndugu yangu Mesini ya Alex aendeleze kuanzia hapo, labda mvua ikipungua nitachangia.
Okay, sawa kama umechagua hivyo sawa, lakini ulikuwa unasikika bado. Okay. Alex Karion.
Bernard, shukrani na namshukuru ndugu yangu. Pole kwa mvua, lakini mvua ni mibaraka. Tunahitaji hiyo mvua iendelee kutunyeshea hapa Azimio, na tuko na mbolea, na mama amesema sisi kwa kambi yetu Bernard haitui ufisadi, siitui ufisadi. So si tunafurahia, lakini iko mtu kule ameita watu wake ufisadi, sasa hatuna shida. Lakini Bernard, mimi nashangaa, nilikuona wewe na Wekesa kwa rally fulani mpaka nikashangaa. Nilikuona rally nikaona wheelbarrow imewekwa juu na umekaa juu na umevaa kofia ya red, nikashangaa Bernard amefika huku.
Wewe hata kwa ndoto siwezi patikana.
Bernard, you know, how can somebody get from his house with a V12, go to a rally, park the V12, anaweka wheelbarrow juu, anakaa juu na watu wanampigia makofi? How is that possible, Bernard? Tell me. You know, I think William Samoei Ruto must be killed politically forever. Hata kama unataka kupiga siasa, jaribu upige siasa ya maendeleo. Mwanamume ambaye has been in the military. Bernard, some of us tupitia ka military kidogo, ukipitia hii nchi kidogo, kiwa miaka kidogo lazima wakuingishe. Uende kama ile NYS ya kitambo before uingie university. Discipline ambao unatoka nayo kule inaendelea maisha yako yote. Huyu jamaa, even if he was dismissed from the military, anaitwa sijui ni Katitmas. Alisema asiitwe Katitmas tena, nisikia anakasirika ati Mukisa Kitui anamuita Katitmas. Aka Katitmas ni kweli ni Katitmas. Aka Katitmas anaweka hawilbaro kwa gugari lake alafu kanakaa kwa wheelbarrow juu. This is very wrong kwa Katitmas. We must tell the people of Bungoma that's a wrong way to look at things. Hiyo ndio ilinishangasha katika leo siasa. But Bernard, the last 24 hours in the politics of Kenya Kwanza has been the worst day ever. Mimi ningekuwa William Samoei Ruto, ningechukua kitu inaitwa political vacation right away, na ningemkatasha mtu yoyote kwenda rally, because sasa kwenda mbele pepo mbaya inaendelea kutoka Kakamega kuja sasa Kiambu kwenda mpaka ICC. Unaweza pata leo hata yeye na Rachel sijui vitu zinaendelea, because sasa hiyo pepo mbaya na tumwombei mbaya, because hiyo pepo inaonekana wazi. 24 hours of Kenyan politics on the side of Kenya Kwanza has been a dismal, dark, dismal, hollow political abyss. Because you can't even explain. Sakaja huku, even if you want to do Bernard, kuna kitu in politics inaitwa damage control. What do? Do you run for ICC? Unakimbia Nairobi? Do you tell Halwale waache kupigana na huyu? Sasa Kabogo of all people, how do you solve a problem ya Kabogo na Wamatangi? You know, they both are moneyed. They both are educated. If it's terms of debate, they are the best debaters. In fact, I enjoy listening to Wamatangi. Those in Bendi, I enjoy listening to Wamatangi. I enjoy listening to Kabogo. Sasa, how do we even, asa, unajua, mina frayanga watu wa Coast sana. Ukiona mtu wa Coast ameanza kugombanisha Kiswahili, ndugu yangu nyamaza. Nyamaza. Don't reply. Na ukiona Wakikuyu kama Wamatangi na Kabogo wakianza kupigana Kizungu, unanyamaza. Hata Mkale hawezi ongea. So I think the political situation of Kenya today is a circus. Na waonea huruma sana. Kwa sababu the only person they have who can sit down and speak on their behalf is William Samoei Ruto. People do not understand the implication of what the ICC, the decision of ICC today. On 27th of June, William Samoei Ruto must appear in person, or it depends the decision Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is going to make with the DPP, with the rest of the so-called deep state. Now he has to understand there is a deep state in Kenya. If he thought anasema yeye ni deep state, wacha tuone kama yeye ni deep state. Sasa ndiye ata understand kuna wanaume kama Atuoli ambao wanasema huyu jamaa anaweza kuwa hayuko kwa ballot. Unajua Bena, tunapoangalia maneno ya wazee lazima uwaheshimu whether we like it or not. Huyu mzee alisema maneno ya akasema kama nishakunywa chai kwa Malala, kama unajua hata kutumia kitu yoyote. Unajua Waluya wanapenda chai Bernard. So lazima tuongee juu ya chakula na Waluya alafu ndio tuongee siasa. Kama nimeshawahi kunywa chai. Mzee akasema wacha hii maneno ikuwe mbaya kwangu. Lakini kama sijawahi, the rest is history. Hiyo clip nilikupea hapo na ndio ilianza kuleta shida. Tangu tujaribu kuplay hiyo clip, Bernard, maneno yako haijawahi kuwa mzuri. So hiyo clip nakaa tu preserve mpaka tarehe 9 ndio tujue hiyo maneno vile itaenda. But hiyo ni kuanzia tu siasa so that we can focus siasa yetu mahali inaenda. Sakaja can redeem himself. Sakaja is young. Sakaja is loved. Sakaja is a good son of the soil. Sakaja is progressive. Sakaja just went to a wrong group. And Sakaja must realize bad company corrupts. Biblia inasema hivyo. You can't go beyond the Bible. So what Sakaja must do, he must redeem himself. Sakaja, if you are listening, if you have a friend who is listening, we love you, Sakaja. You are one person, everybody, every county is saying you are a role model one way or the other. Whether we liked you or not, somehow in the politics of Kenya, Sakaja, you are a trailblazer. The youth bill, so on and so forth. I can continue with or without education. You have made your indelible mark. Ndugu yangu tafadhali, katika Ukristo kuna kitu inaitwa ubatizo. Rudi nyumbani tukubatize. Sema vile the prodigal son alisema, I have come back to my senses. I will go back home just to be like a hired servant. Wacha arudi, atapewa cheo this time, lakini akue a good prodigal son, and 2027 tutamwangalia, and probably one day Sakaja might be the governor of Nairobi. If he goes back to school and does what he ought to do, he has been prosecuted enough. This is called the fire of politics. Ameoshwa. Akirudi shule, Sakaja will succeed. But akiendelea kukaa Kenya kwisha, atakwisha. Lazima akumbuke hivyo. Kwa sababu hata yule pasa alisema Kenya kwisha. Lazima akubali kuwa walilaaniwa kuwa hao watakwisha. So asikae mahali watakwisha na hao hired pastor wao. Sasa lastly, Bernard, nataka kumshukuru PK. Iko kijana hapa anaitwa PK ama mzee. Alikuja hapa akatuambia ukweli wakati hatukutaka kusikia ukweli. Akatuambia kuwa katika siasa ya Ukambani, Ngilu will not be the governor of Kitui. Na akatuambia it's not because we hate Ngilu. It is because we have looked beyond. Now we have said the party inaitwa Wiper ni yetu. Kalonzo anaweza uliza kiti chochote katika Ukambani na tutamunyima. Lakini we must make the so-called Wiper a parliamentary party, na itakapokuwa hivyo, we will be okay. And namshukuru because he educated us and we thought it was a joke. But today, we saw what the Ukamba people are saying. And I'm talking to my Kisi friends. When you have a leader, when you have a party, you have a collateral to negotiate. I am telling the people of what were Western, the moment they had their DAP, they had a collateral to negotiate. So without a leader and without a party, you cannot negotiate. So congratulations to the Kamba people. And as they said, they are going to be 30% in the coming government. Tukafikiria ni mchezo. Kama sasa Kalonzo is a prime minister. Ngilu anaenda national government. Kibwana anaenda national government. Bernard, hiyo ni 30%. So let us agree kuwa these people negotiated better than anybody. Wakamba have outsmarted us. They never took what we wanted, but serikali ijayo Wakamba wala tribe. Asante sana. Congratulations Wakamba ndugu zangu.
Okay, thank you for profiling the Luya community. We will punish you later, Alex, with a big ramos of that's our punishment. Lakini Katitimas hata tumemkataa, hata sio Mluya. Huyo hatumjui. We don't recognize him. Ni picha mbaya. So he should be rejected even on the ballot. Thank you so much for that submission. Stephen, Ikonimi.
I have a question for Alex. You know, I didn't have time to watch what ICC said, and I tried to peruse, but I'm yet to get the story. I want Alex to tell us in details, shortly, about the decision ICC has made today. Kindly, please.
On a nutshell, Gisheru pleaded he was guilty. In pleading he was guilty, he said he was complicit of tampering with the witnesses, which made it impossible to prosecute who? William Samoei Ruto. On the other hand, he took the side and said, I'm going to be a state witness. Now, the thing called state witness or the ICC witness is, I'm going to give out the information. I'm going to have a plea bargain. I'm going to come out as the main witness. with evidence of everything that we did, which means William Samoei case was dissolved on the basis, it was not dissolved actually, out of witness tampering. We did not have adequate prosecutor evidence, but we knew he was culpable. So what happens now is that he is ready to give the evidence that ICC needs. So which means William Samoei Ruto is complicit, and therefore whatever is Mr. Gisheru is going to give the ICC is the record of the money, the record of the funds, and the conversation, and watch my words, Omar Hassan is going to be implicated. Mom. And many other people that you're going to be shocked, because the issue of witness tampering was not with only William Samoei Ruto. It was broad, and it touches a lot of people. So in a nutshell, he is standing to say William Samoei Ruto is culpable and is the one who tampered with all his witnesses. And once that is proved, you don't need witnesses now. You need phone records, you need communication, and you need money transfer. And once that has been channeled to the ICC, William Samoei Ruto case now will either commence ama itaenda to the finish lane. You need to listen to what Masanga said this morning on his Facebook page. So being when you take a bargain plea is that I'm guilty, I was used by William Samoei Ruto. But because I'm going to give you all the evidences, if I'm going to be jailed for 20 years, can I take a third of it? Or can you absolve me from it? But I tell you the truth, nothing but the truth of everything that happened. So when somebody takes a plea bargain, be very careful, because they have all the evidences.
Okay. Siku ya ngane kufa. Mimi sisemi kitu. What? Yes, Boniface.
Mr. Bernard, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Oh, now at least Mungu ashatubariki na mvua imepungua. Thank you, Mr. Alex, for that a long explanation, but actually imetusaidia sehemu. Personally, I would like to speak about three things. One is about Her Excellency Mama Martha Karua. Actually, she is doing very well in terms of kutafuta kura in Mount Kenya and Central at large. And actually, last time I said the Martha Karua, she's the right bet for Honorable Raila Odinga to get votes in Mount Kenya. And if you can see today's news, the following yenye ilikuwa nafuata Mama Karua ni 70% wa women walikuwa kwa mama wetu. What does that tell you? It tells you that now it has come to the point that zamani watu walikuwa na ile mawazo ya ati wamama hawapendani, our ladies hawapendani, but right now Martha Karua ameonyesha proof that now mama zetu na dada zetu wanaweza wakasupport each other. And I can tell you for free, our brother Mr. Bernard, Martha Karua akiendelea hivi, I said aende peke yake Mount Kenya, alone ranger, akwe tu peke yake Mount Kenya, Martha Karua will bring more than 50% of votes of Mount Kenya. Because in Mount Kenya, even not only in Mount Kenya, countrywide, Kenya nzima, vijana wapigangi kura. And that's facts. Vijana tu wapigangi kura. And that's how Jakoya amekuja anatafuta vijana wenye wanataka kuvuta hizo vitu zao. And he realized the only thing where I can get, hakuna mzazi atataka kunipigia kura, hakuna mama atataka kunipigia kura. The only thing, let me target these vijana wapigange kura. Let me come with something like huyo mambo ya smoking bang and so on. I get idlers. But the truth of the matter is, Martha Karua is going to give a very big percentage that even the other people will be surprised. Another thing is that people were saying Uhuru ati ameacha kukampenia His Excellency Uhuru ameanza kukampenia Raila. He is campaigning. Chini ya maji, he is campaigning. Amwezi jua Uhuru ana campaign. Uhuru is campaigning. And everybody right now, even in the UDA, in the Kenya Kwanza, kila mtu ameficha the last card chini ya meza. Kila mtu ameficha card. And Uhuru said very well, this race is not 100 meters. It's a marathon. You must have the last kick. The final kick ya kuwin pale kwenye kwa utepeni. You must have everybody, kila mtu amehide card yake chini ya meza. Everybody has hidden his card. And I can tell you, the next 1 month, kila mtu atatoa card yake. So it depends na huyu mtu ameweka ni card gani ameficha. Is it ya kumaliza game? Is it ya bado atarudia? That is the only thing we are waiting for. And I can predict here, Raila will win not less than 54%. Not less than 54%. If these cards za mwisho, kila mtu atatoa card ile mtu ameficha. If Ruto has a card ameficha, Raila will win not less than 54%. More than 54%. The minimum will be 54%. That is my prediction for this election. Because what Ruto did, Ruto made a mistake when he started his campaign. He said, Bernard, umeniekea huyu mzee wa kofia. Hii Bernard umenidharau sana sasa hapa ndugu yangu. Sasa huyu ndo father-in-law. Huyu kama nilimpelekea ng'ombe, nitaamka kesho niende nichukue ng'ombe zangu. Hii sasa hii ni gani? So mimi bwana Bernard, mimi napenda kusema vitu kidogo tu na ili endelee kuwa kwa mjalani ile kujifunza zaidi. Lakini kwa upande wangu, number 1, Martha Karua is going to give us 50+% votes from Mount Kenya. Now I can tell you for free, in one household you can have like a family of 10. Vijana watatu ama include vijana na wasichana kama 7 ama 8, mama na baba. Out of that, mama na baba watatoka na watapiga kura. Vijana watadanganyana wameenda kupiga kura, wameingia wamepatana marafiki zao. They will not vote. So it's better that Martha Karua ako na support ya kina mama na watu ambao wamemachua, wenye wako sure wakimaanisha kuja kumpigia kura watapiga. Rather than kuwa na vijana sisi hawa rika yetu chini kidogo, na si kwa ubaya. Kijana atatoka hivi apatane na mwenzake amepata mpango fulani, wameacha hata mambo ya kura, nenda naangalia laini iko mrefu, wameachana naye. Hapo ndio pale Martha Karua anakuja kutusaidia na kura, sababu kuna watu wenye wataamini kwamba Martha Karua ana kura nyingi Mount Kenya, na itabidi mimi vile nimesimama sababu na support Martha Karua lazima nimpigie. Lakini kuna kijana anasema sisi watajiambia kwa kwamba sisi watu wa Kenya Kwanza tuko na kura, hakuna haja tupige, tumepita. Na hapo ndo wataangukia. So the reality of things is Martha Karua atatusaidia in terms of votes, mobilizing votes in Mount Kenya. Number 2, Halwali na ndugu yangu Malala huko nyumbani. Bwana Bernard, nilisema sisi kalau tunajua tunasikia ni daktari, tujiona akitibu kuku. Hata ugonjwa wa kuku ikikuja hatujui kama anatibu. Hatujui anatibu nini huyu mtu. But the truth of the matter, Halwale kama angekuwa msmart, Halwale angewin hiyo seat ya Senate. Angewin. But the problem yenye inakuja kumletea shida ni kwamba ameanza kupigana na Malala ambaye alimwachia kiti ya governor seat. And remember very well, when Malala started shouting about sisi kama watu wa Western when walikuwa naingia kwa UDA tunapata nini, Mudavadi anawekwa wapi, it was just a tactical game. And Mr. Alex shared it some days here that ilikuwa tactical game that at least yeye apatue ile position ya governor seat position, apewe ya kurun governor. But once alipata hiyo, huwezi sikia anaongea tu walio wanapata nini, huwezi sikia hiyo. So the only point yenye inaenda kufanyika in Western, I'm predicting in Kiambu and in Western, hiyo sehemu ya Kakamega, utaona kutakuwa na watu wata defect. Some people will come to Azimio because kama Kalala anakimbizwa nyumbani, leo nimeona amekimbizwa na vijana wanasema wamtaki, wameanza kusema wanataka mtu wa Azimio asimame senator, and the guy was getting that senate seat, but because kusimama kwa the same rooftop ya gari na Malala na kuanza kuongea mbaya kwa Malala, akakimbizwa na mawe, akafukuzwa na vijana. Sasa inamaanisha vipi? Anaanza kushuka tena, umaarufu wake unashuka. So what I'm predicting in Kakamega, where Malala and Khalwale wako, lazima kuna mtu ata defect. Then we go to Kiambu. In Kiambu kuna mtu lazima atatuunga, kuna mtu atakuja kwa bench yetu, kuna mtu atakuja kwa bench ya Azimio kungojea injury, mwenye atakuwa na injury aingie kwa kiwanja. So that is my prediction for this week. But huyo mzee wa kofia bwana Bernard, tafadhali nikiongea ninaomba usiniwekee kwa screen, sababu ninaona kama ni baba mkwe, niende nichukue mali yangu bwana. Asante.
Sorry. Okay, thank you bwana Were. Kama dada yako wako huko, endea. Kama ni ng'ombe, endea. Huyo ndio Katuti Masi. Ameamua hata azikwe kwa wheelbarrow. And I think he's in a good position. Ni kuchimba tu kaburi meacha. Chimbeni muziki yeye kwa wheelbarrow, hiyo mambo ishi. Aya, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Nani? Dada yetu Yufin, yes. Come in.
Hi everyone.
Hi to you. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Asante.
Ongeza sauti.
Alex, kwani wewe umevuka? Leo naona umevuka, ndio maana una on a lighter note, leo nimejua maana ya bottom up. Bottom up ni watu kununua certificate wakiendanga. Sasa on a serious note, Sakaja actually, he was he was a role model to me. So the only thing you can do right now, go back to the drawing board, sit back, go to school, plan for 2027. But the mess he started creating on the social media and everywhere, I think the person who is advising him is misadvising him. Let him sit back, go back to school, and then plan for 2027. He's still young, he can still make it. Let him go to school first. Plus, Baba said he will waste no child, so he's included. So let him not worry. We are in this together. And NGILU is good with national politics. That one, there is no doubt about it. So that one is a good move. Let her go up there, let them help Baba in the national politics. And then the fight in KIAMBU, that one, I think that one was bound to happen because there's no way you can tell me you have three parties, both having same, each party has to field its own candidate, and then you expect there to be peace. There is no way that was going to happen. Now it's a battle. It's a battleground. They'll have to fight. Everyone will have to fight for their own space. And that was about to happen. And whenever that happens, I think we gain. So Kenya Kwanza, I mean, UDA's loss is our gain. Kidaku's loss is our gain. So let them keep fighting because in Azimio, I can see we have already settled. By the time we were fighting, they were enjoying. Now as we've moved on, them they're just starting to settle their house. By the time they settle their house, we already moved. So we will be miles ahead. So let the fight continue. Let us continue going ahead. And that's our gain, and we are happy about that. And then Baba, the rally was good. I like Martha's campaign. Nowadays I follow her a lot. I like her campaign. It brings some, it's quite enthusiastic, you know, to watch her, the way she makes people feel easy around her. You know, you feel at home. She makes you feel at home. So that's what she's been lacking all along. And then today I don't have much points, but I would urge my fellow Kenyans, kumekucha, fungueni macho, tujiunge na Azimio, tujiepushe na udaku, tujenge taifa.
You feel everybody is complaining. Your sound is very low. Nobody is hearing you. Everybody is complaining. Your sound. Nobody can hear you. You look at the comments. I can't hear you myself.
Alex, wewe unavunja sheria. Watu wa comments wanajua kusoma, hawajui kusikia. Achana na. Mimi nimesikia Yufin na pointi zake zote.
And everyone else. Alex, it seems you are the one with the problem. Ama ni kwa vile umevuka leo unaona uko na yellow mingi.
KITUI kanajaribu kunisaidia.
Usikubali kukaa kwa wheelbarrow na KITUI si. Mtapepo na upepo. Unaona vile kako ka light.
Alex, itabidi jichunge usipelekwe na yellow fever.
Okay, thank you. Yufin, next time you should raise your voice. DJ Achiva pia anasema they are struggling to hear you. But me, I heard you because I was listening. There are those who just want to hear without pushing themselves to hear. All the same, thank you very much for your submission. I want to play one more video before we bring Anne, and then we move on in that speed. Let's listen. Yes. Yes, you.
Sijawaambia blue is the color, politics is the game, Azimio is the team. Let's come together because winning is our aim. Everyone, eating kila mtu tujiungeni na Azimio. Sawa.
Asante. That is it.
Plea-bargain. That means he has become the witness of the International Criminal Court, and therefore he's going to name the people who gave him the money to execute his actions under Article 70 of the Rome Statute. It is sad in the sense that I told you, for all this time I've been telling you that on 29th of June, this was coming. And I'm telling you, those who don't listen to me, who insult me, today we are here. Paulo Chicheru has turned into a plea bargain. That means he has no longer an accused, but he is an accused who is a witness, who is going to be the ICC witness. That means he is going to name the people who gave him the money. So thank you very much. Those who can insult me, it is up to you. You are the most rubbish people that can insult anybody. But I'm just bringing you good news, very bad news for this country, that today the International Criminal Court has secured, and Maurice Odiambo, thank you very much. The International Criminal Court, Mr. Paulo Chicheru is now a witness of the ICC. Therefore, he's going to name the people who gave him the money to bribe the witnesses. Those who don't want to hear, it's up to you. Those who want to hear, you can hear. And that is the breaking news that I wanted to break your supper and bring it to you. Thank you very much. You can watch.
Okay.
International Criminal Court, Mr. Paulo Chicheru has turned himself in as a witness for the court.
Okay, let's have on now.
Okay, good evening everyone. Bernard na wenzangu.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay, I'm happy today. Niko na furaha kubwa sana leo. Mambo matatu happen yenye nimekuwa mimi mwenyewe nikiombea. One, hiyo mambo ya ICC. I have been playing with my team because in Kiambu we have more than 500 children wenye hawakupata wazazi hiyo wakati wa 207 and 208 violence, na tuliwapatiana kwa children's home. Sana sana hata meeting zingine za mashule mimi ndiye naendanga as their parent. So when the lawyer wakili Gisheru akisema isemekana atakuwa witness of the state ama wa koti, it is my prayer answered, so that the watoto wa get the justice vile wazazi wao walikufa na ni nani aliua wazazi wao. That one is a prayer answered to me. Leave about the others. Mimi ni prayer imekuwa answered because he knows the truth and the truth will set him free. That is one. Na tuko na furaha. Tumeshinda wakati tulisikia hiyo maneno, we prayed na tukachat kwa WhatsApp, we have a group na tukasema that is a prayer answered. The other one is for about two gentlemen walikuwa wanapigana leo in Kiambu. It happened nikapitia kwa that side walikuwa wanapigania, nilikuwa kazi on the field. Nilikuambia we have mama movement. So area yenye walikuwa wanapigania tulikuwa area hiyo. And leo tuliona kweli hao watu wa Kenya kuisha, they are not going anywhere. Because walirushania maneno mpaka tukashindwa kama ni leaders. Leo tuliona hawakuwa leaders. In fact, vile walirushania maneno inaonekana ni kama kuna business, wako ada business somewhere. Wanapora mali somewhere. Because if they were leaders, wangetuheshimu. Wangeheshimu the community. So it is advantage to us because that moment walipigana hivyo tulijaribu kuchange watu mind na ni wengi sana walichange na wakaingia kwa Azimio. Because sasa tulikuwa tunawaonyesha ukweli wa mambo, wamesikia those people they are taking our community, Kikuyu community kwa matope. So hiyo ni advantage kwa sisi watu wa Kiambu, tumefurahia because our governor who is Honorable Nyoro. Sasa ako na kazi rahisi ya kufanya nini campaign, because wanapigana watu waine, hata sio wawili. There is huyo anaitwa Wainaina Wajango, Kafogo, Kuria na Mr. Kimani wa Matangi. So those four gentlemen, they are making kazi yetu rahisi kukampenia hata Gavana Nyoro, because now kura zao wanapigana, zinagawanywa, zinakuja kwetu. So hiyo Kiambu isiwasubue mambo ya Gavana Nyoro atawini. Hiyo tumejua already. Another thing naweza ongea ni hii mambo ya Sakaja. These people ama readers wetu wengi wa Kenya wamezoea kuingia toka kitambo, wamezoea kuingia kuwa tuseme kama MP ama kuwa hata women rep. Hawaendangi kusomea hizo certificate ama degrees ama diploma zenye zinatakikana, because our country was corrupt wa kufake certificate. Tumeziona. One day I was doing a research ya vile watoto wetu wanaendanga kazi nje na others wanakuanga na certificates. And when I was doing research ya vile wanapatanga hizo certificate, tulikuta certificate mingi zilikuwa ni za kufekiwa, including me. Kuna siku nilifekiwa LPUs na nikapoteza mizigo ya 8 million. So hii ni kitu imekuwa ikitrend kwa Kenya, na vile wanakamatwa hivyo wanaanikwa, it is advantage to us, even business people. Nobody now can fake for you LPU. That is back in 2018 January ndivyo nilipatiwa fake LPU, and I supplied goods. Na ukienda kufanya research, I mean ukienda kufanya hizo search ya documents, unakuta they are existing, because that NGO yenye ilini fraud, it was existing for 4 years, but it was a fake NGO. So hivyo tu yamefanyiwa. Hata nilikuwa nasema waendelee, watoe wengi, because wengi wako kwa hiyo the government, and even wenye wako aspirant saa hii wako na fake documents. Kwa hivyo akishaanikwa hivyo, Igathe already amepata hiyo kiti. Kwa hivyo tunajua hapo tumeenda a step ahead. Ile kitu ninaweza sema ya Martha Karua, we have been trying, na tumeona mkondo wetu umekuwa rahisi sasa, kwa sababu hata ukienda kwa wamama, hata kwa matatu, this is a song we are singing. Hata kwa matatu unabeba, kwa matatu unasikia kama ni campaign. Sasa imekuwa campaign flow tukijaribu kuchange watu mind, na tumeona imekuwa easy. Unaambia mama mzee na anakusikiza na ana change mind. Siku hizi sisi tunaenda kama mama, hatuna vita, we are praying, tunawaomba watupatie kula, mama asupport baba, ili Kenya yetu ichange. Kwa hivyo vile naweza kusema, hatujalala, hatulali. I think hata kulala kwangu nalala kama 2 hours, because tuko mpaka na online groups zile tunaanza kusema kumeshinda aje, kesho tukiamuka tunaenda which side, what are we going to do. Imefika sasa tunaenda kwa group, kama ni county ni sub county. Tuko na sub county zenye tu merenga sana, zenye tumeona zimekuwa na ungumu wa kujoin. Wachana na youth. Saa hii nimeona kwa stage ya Limuru, wengi wa drivers and makangas, now they are not singing wimbo ya Ruto. Kitambo ulikuwa unaenda tu kwa matatu unasikia wimbo ni Ruto ni Ruto. Saa hii wameanza kuimba wajakwao lakini the way they are singing that song is like wanasema baba first ndio tutapatia kula, then wajakao akuje number 2. So kuna hope anaweza kuwa number 2, which itakuwa ni wale wadogo tu wana youth wako na kula. But kama kuna wana youth hapa, wasitudanganye, they are not voting. Ukweli wa mambo, they are not voting because they don't have kula. ID zao zimejaa kwa dio na DC's office, wengine kwa machief. Then watuambie wanavoti na nini. Kama wako hapo kwanza wanijibu hiyo swali, wanavoti na nini. And that is all, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana, asante sana. Nimeona keep chairman kukata miti. Inaonekana utazidi kukata miti kwa sababu hata hiyo namba 2 pia ni kama imechukuliwa. Kwa hivyo the highest he can come is number 3. So please hakikisha hizo hakso kama ni hakso ama kawaso tafadhali. Tafadhali hiyo forest yote chini.
Imebidi tuanze hata kupiga wasingishu hivi kukata hizo miti. Sugoi is too small of an area bana. Onekana tumeexpand the contract. Unajua mzee atuoli atuambia tufanye Sugoi peke yake, but huyu Keter MP ametusaidia na Nandi. Sisi tunafanya Sugoi kidogo na Nandi. Sasa mimi nimeambiwa yani lazima nifanye wasingishu, ndio nikalika Martha Karua kuje okay na mama na wakamkaribisha huko na tutaendelea kukata miti. Naweza ongea kidogo Bernard?
Sawa, 1 minute. Carry on.
So, I'm slightly disappointed in Alex bana. Unajua tuliongea juu ya mjamaa Sakaja. Mbona mnataka arudi? He needs to pay the price. A few heads need to roll. And unfortunately, if he has to be a casualty of prison to show an example that nobody should ever fake a certificate again in Kenya, he should be the example, the first one. Na waweke Sonko pia na yeye aingie ndani. Watu waende ndani, we need examples of big heads going to prison. But unfortunately, our dear leader Raila is a very soft person. When I say soft, kind-hearted, not in the way you think. He's into very forgiving. But I hope the woman behind me hata forgive maneno kama hiyo. These guys need to go. And the good thing about Azimio, what has been happening, ninaambia Alex relax kidogo. You know, back in the day tulikuanga na cattle dip. So Azimio ilikuwa inatembea tu kama ng'ombe yenye ijako kwa dip. Tukiwa kwa dip hizo all the ticks fell out, you know, akina Mutua, Kingi. Alafu sasa mnataka kutuletea zingine kutoka Kiambu sasa. Tumetoka cattle dip and we're doing very well. So unaona? Sasa kuna unajua tulifikiria Kalonzo ni tick, kumbe tu ni ile ndege inasumbwanga ng'ombe tu occasionally. Unajua lazima tu unafukuza lakini unaweza acha ikuje alafu itoe chakula kwa mdomo. So I think for me we're doing very well. I think every day there's weird things that are happening, and I can tell you one thing about politics. You know, politics is not something that you do openly. And this is what a great program that was cancelled in the Netflix called A House of Cards would show about that. People do things behind the scene. It doesn't have to be this deep state stuff. You know, that those guys who plan things and plan ahead and do things in the background that the public are surprised happened. I don't know if what Sudi is saying is the truth, but you know, it's like what I said on Wednesday. It looks like the what you call it, the puzzle is beginning to be put together. So you can see Uhuru is a very sharp person, and mkimwona kama ni chess master, anacheza kama Moi of the 80s, not Moi of the 90s. See, that's the difference. Uhuru is picking up leadership from Moi of the 80s. Some of the guys in this showed and are too young to remember that. That was a good leader, not the best. Aliogopeshwa kidogo na hiyo kuwa 82, but Moi wasn't so bad. Alikuwa na very good ideas. Nyayo T-zone, alikuwa na maziwa ya Nyayo, alikuwa na Nyayo Estates. You know, Nyayo Estates ilikuwa imeanza hivyo. What else? There was a lot of Nyayo projects. Kulikuwa na gari ya Nyayo. Nyayo bus. Hiyo vitu yote.
Nyayo ward.
So, unaona sasa, that is, and those very bright politicians that never let anybody come into his power. And that is the exact shrewdness that Ruto is beginning to see. Now Ruto is picking up from the ruthless Moi of the 90s. Sasa huyu jamaa nafikiria, he does not understand that picking up power like that, you start softly, then you build up. So for me, I think, and that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that Raila will forgive him. And there's one thing I do not want is a handshake. I rather, kama ni handshake, it's on behalf of affordable Kalenjin leaders, not him. We've not ordained him. So mimi simtaki. If there's a handshake with the Kalenjin people, let's have another leader do that for us. He needs to, him, Sakaja, Sonko, and of course in future, I hope even Musyoka, I'm sorry to say that to my Kamba people, you need to give Wiper party to somebody else. He's ruining your party with this dodgy person like Sonko coming in. I do not get it. He's misbehaving. He's castigating other Kamba leaders that are of Azimio. If he did that to Uda, I'm okay with it, but he needs to behave himself and slow down. I'm happy he's back, but honestly speaking, kama hivi anaanza kubehave, I don't know. I don't even mind akisema mtu akisema Martha is on the right, alafu senior council jifurahishe na hizo ni sawa. Akwe number 3. In actual sense, number 3 is the speaker of the national government. Anaweza jitupendekeza na a fireable position like a cabinet secretary. That is a cabinet secretary position. Hiyo ilikuwa NGILU mkamnyang'anya. But yeah, things are happening in Kenya, and most of these leaders need to be given as an example so that nobody else fakes certificates ever again. I do not want to hear that, because some of us have worked very hard for our degrees. We sweated, we struggled. Some of us, our parents sacrificed a lot of money. Mashamba zimeuzwa. We cannot just let somebody come and buy education. Shame on him. Shame on everybody, that does this. Kuna watu wanafanya kazi. And how dare you question Raila's certificates? Some people are just, I don't know, desperation. Alafu sijui today I see ati mnajaribu kuingiza ati Polycarp. A desperate person can do just almost anything. But good try. Well done. You tried your best so that it looks like tungepatana ni governorship, the independent candidates. Acha. But yeah, hiyo ni kidogo nilikuwa nataka kusema today, kwa sababu sijakuwa kwa show for a bit, lakini son of Mlembe, wenda na wewe Dimas wako wa Wilbaro Dimas huo mrudisha
father-in-law.
Huyo brother-in-law huyo mnafaa arudishwe akwe private. Unajua kama tunasema huyo amalize university Sakaja, huyo achukulia akwe private tena, huyo Dimas bana aende, he goes back to the army and finishes up what he started. How can you call yourself a captain? Shame on you.
Okay. Thank you, Kip. Let's move on. Ditmas arudi amalize press ups zile alihepa. Ni kama kifo yake ilikuwa ndogo, withstand the training. So akakwepa. But all in all, naomba hivi we will give to Njiru, and then Njiru, you don't add anybody on the screen who is behind the curtain. That is the law. So whoever wants to hide in themselves, they should hide elsewhere, not on this platform, so that we keep the quality of the video. People in the comments, we salute and value you so much. Sikusema kwamba ninyi nilisema nyinyi ni wa kusoma, sio wa kusikia, lakini naona nyinyi mnasikia vizuri, tena mnasoma, tena mnaandika. So nyinyi mnafanya 3 in 1, asi tunafanya 2 tu. So ninyi mko mbele yetu and we value you. Alafu maneno ya number 3 sisi tumesema ni Ana amesema wimbo imebadilika kwa matatu. Nikasema mambo ikienda namna hii tunaona mtu akikuja number 3. Na ni vile tu tumeona, wewe unaweza kuona tofauti na no problem. For keep the Kalenjin community will be in government. They are already fully represented. Hii masuala ingine ya kando kando achana nayo. Hiyo imemalizwa namna hiyo. Kwa sababu hakuna kiongozi katika mila na desturi zetu anayechukua uongozi kwa lazima. Haswa kama wazee wajui kama wewe ni kiongozi, basi wewe sio kiongozi kwa sababu nani aliyokutuma? Nikirudi kwa Biblia, okay, kulikuwa na swali watu waliuliza Yesu, ni kwa mamlaka ya nani unatumia kuharibu biashara yetu? Umepindua meza, umefukuza watu. Akawauliza, nitawajibu tu wakati mtanijibu mimi swali langu. Ni kwa mamlaka ya nani Yohana Mbatizaji alikuwa anabatiza? Haya, wakaita komiti, wakasema tukisema ni ya Mungu watu watasema kwa nini hamkumwamini, na tukisema sio Mungu, huu mate unajua alikuwa ni Mungu watatupiga mawe tukufe. Wacha turudi tuseme hatujui. Wakarudi wakasema hatujui. Yesu naye akasema hata mimi sitawaambia. Lakini katika hilo swali la Yesu aliwapatia jibu. Okay, kwa kuwa mimi sikujitangaza, nilitangazwa na mtu anaitwa Yohana Mbatizaji. Kama mko na shida na uongozi wangu, uliza Yohana Mbatizaji. Kwa William Ruto tutauliza nani? Sitasema tena. Njiru, karibu.
Okay. Nilikuwa nataka kuribat kidogo dakika moja tu.
Alex, yes, mimi.
Keep na pia Njiru wameenda full throat on me kwa kitu ya Sakaja, kwa sababu nimesema jambo ambalo hawakutaka kusikia. Lakini nitawakumbusha, siasa sio kanisa. Ukishamchagua mjumbe wako ambao unampenda sana, akiingia bunge, kabila lake lina change. Wakati mshahara inakuja kuongelewa mshahara ya wabunge, hakumbuki anakurepresent. Now there are things the MPs know very well, that if they go after their own brother, the chicken will come home to roost. Never forget that we are dealing with politicians. And politicians have one language: to talk to us and to talk to themselves and to defend themselves. Angalia historia ya Sakaja ndio uelewe kwa nini nilisema kuwa Sakaja atarudi. Jela nayo hataenda, lakini kuzuiliwa atazuiliwa. Shule ataenda, na akimaliza shule atarudi katika siasa. Na si kwa ubaya ninaposema hivyo. We have seen the history. Hata today Waluke anagombea ako Azimio, na hata nipige kelele hadi kesho, hakuna kitu nitafanya. Hakuna. That's the nature of our politics. So kuna vitu zingine, let's not be an extremist to fikirie kuwa siasa ni kanisa. Siasa sio kanisa. It's not theocracy. Democracy is not theocracy. Democracy is carried by politicians who can sometimes do things that you can wonder. Hamna mahali Sakaja anaenda. Haendi jela, lakini amezuiliwa. Akirudi shule atarudi na kuwa mwanasiasa wa Nairobi.
Okay, that one is clear. Let me make my presentation now. Nawasalimu nyinyi wote. You know, one thing which makes me happy is that I'm one of the most Azimio person than Azimio itself. You know, I'm one of the few people from Mount Kenya region who are saying here that the tables will overturn. And we have received a lot of backlash, watu wakituambia, because you know, even if some of us we are a little bit young, we can see things clearly. Unajua kuna kitu inasemekananga hapa Kenya ama kwa dunia, kuna kitu inaitangwa 7 wonders of the world. Alafu sasa ile ya Masai Mara pale ama ni wapi pale Serengeti tukaongezea zikakuwa 8. Sasa after hii mwaka tunaongezea ingine ikuwe sasa 9 wonders of world. Na hiyo the 9th one ni ya kufanya mtu ashuke from 98% to 20. Hiyo na ni kitu inaenda kutendeka, and I can tell you. And I've been telling people here, hata mkifuata wale wanajua hata my FB Facebook, and I will still stick with this one. Raila anaenda kushinda 4 counties in Mount Kenya region. Clean sheet. Ruto anaenda kushinda between 5 and 7. Na kunakuwa na tie ya 2. And that one might even become better than that one. So hiyo tu ni ile tu prediction yangu tu naona, lakini it might even become better than that one. Lakini Raila is not reducing. Kama kuna mtu anangojea hapa ati hii wave ya Raila pungue ama ingie maji, he is in another country. Hii wave venye ilianzia pale KICC na mlikuwa mnasikia majamaa pale jina ikisomwa ilikuwa inasema, walikuwa wanasema here comes the ready, here comes the, na mnasikia majamaa wanasema hiyo maneno tulimaliza. So wacha sasa niongee sasa hii story nyingine ya choices. Sasa hawa akina Kabogo, Moses Kuria and the Rikes, musiwahurumie. Let them suffer their consequences and their choices. Unajua binadamu akiamua kitu hapana hurumia yeye. Hawa ni watu wako na akili. These are people who can think beyond the nose. Sasa mtu kama huyu
sorry Njero, si tulikuwa nasema hiyo mambo ya kettle dip. Hiyo tulikuwa tushatoa all the ticks. We don't need that anymore.
Yeah. So mtu kama Kafogo ni billionaire, ni mtu wako na mali, he is an influential guy, lakini I'm so surprised that he followed somebody who is a dream killer. And I can tell you that kama kuna kitu mumeanzia kuona pale Mount Kenya, I hope you can see the dreams which let me tell you, I hope you can see we have killed like over 100 dreams. Watu walikuwa na maisha mzuri, people who could have become our stars, they are nowhere. We have killed 100 dreams to raise one dream which is going nowhere. So mimi ile kitu naambia hawa akina Kabogo na Moses Kuria, it is not late. Instead, na unajua sauti imeongea uko Rama sasa. The voice is very clear. And I can tell you, Mother Karua, ile story mumeona hata huko Embu. Sijui, let me tell you, unajua kuna vitu watu wanafaa kukua akifuatafuata. Unajua, I would like to tell people hapa. Mother Karua huko Embu, mumeona hata macandidate wanapigania mic. You know, people want to speak. Kama I was following that meeting, kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Reni, mwingine anaitwa Kadhuri. They wanted to show their influence under Mother Karua. So kama kuna mtu anangojea kitu ingine, and those things never used to happen long time ago. So in brief, kinship ya Mount Kenya ishaenda. Na yule mtu hata alikuwa anafikiria Uhuru ataingia kwa gari aende akiongea huko, hiyo mambo musahau. Kingship simuliona wazee, kama kuna mtu amefuata, mumeona wazee wakiimba hapo? Ama munafikirianga wazee wanaimbanga mchana bure? Wale watu ambao wanafuata mira, ukionanga mzee ameamuka na anatingisha mwili na anatingisha, tunaitanga mdhono, wacha niite kwa lugha ya heshima, na mzee anatingisha mdhono, hiyo story imeisha. So keep na hiyo komiti yako ya kukata miti, hata mufikishe Nakuru kwa njia fupi. So area sasa, hata sisi huko Embu tumeanzia kupanga, sababu tumeanzia kuona hawa akina sisi Rembarire hawa.
Njiru, umesema mzee anatingisha nini?
Anatingisha mdhono. Ukiona mzee anatingisha mdhono, ujue hiyo story imeisha. Hiyo story imeisha. Mdhono ni kiuno kwa njia fupi. So I'm trying to Mzee hawezi tingisha ndono bure. Let me tell you.
Oh, asante kwa kusema kiuno. Sasa tulikuwa tumechangaa.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Alex, we will lay hands on you.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you, history ya kingship ya Mount Kenya, hiyo story iliisha kitambo. Kama mnangojea ile rale kama ile ilitengenezwa kule Western, hiyo hatutengenezi. Sisi watu wa Mount Kenya, kingship yetu ina diffusingi tu, munakuta ilienda. So akina Kabogo walikuwa pale in the line wakasileki. Huyu mwingine Kionjuri, he was somewhere, sijui nini kilitendeka. Sasa imebidi tu mama apokee hii kitu tu kwa njia rahisi. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, Mother Karua is now the commanding authority in Mount Kenya, and if you want to lose your vote sahi, enda hata uanzie kusema unatusitusi huyo mama huko. I can tell you, mimi naongea na wazee na naongea na vijana. I can tell you, huyu mama the amount of respect ana command huko kwetu, na sio kwa kitu kingine. Let me tell you, kuna history watu wamekuwa kifikiria Kenya sio vile tunapenda wezi na watu disorganized, ni vile tunanga option. So tunajikuta out of the 10 people tuko na wao, we have 10 disorganized people. So we are choosing the least disorganized out of a list of all disorganized. So Mother Karua ako pale, not only from Mount Kenya region, she is representing sanity. Huyu ni mtu ambaye usikii vibaya hata ukiongea story zake. She is a easy sell. So pale Mount Kenya people had said that UDA walikuwa wamepandwa na wamemea. Mama leo Embu ameambia watu Embu wasiogope, posta ziwekwe picha ya Raila, and the people are cooperating. Leo nimeona hata ma MCA, people who are even already sitting MCAs, they were in that and they are not in UDA. And for your information, the brother to Joe Nyaga defected today. He is very influential, by the way. Norman Nyaga, he is very influential. He defected today. Na hajakuja peke yake, watu wengi. People are defecting. So I can tell you, UDA ni karai empty bila chochote. And whoever who is here and is supporting UDA, atutoki UDA sababu ya vitu mingi. First of all, they were unable to convince us. UDA ile kitu walituletea Mount Kenya ni ya yangu 10 na yake 10. And for us in Mount Kenya, we don't reason on inheritance. In Mount Kenya, we reason on something bigger than that. We reason on productivity, inclusivity, and what we are going to do for us. Na Mother Karua huko amesema tunashindanga tukiambilia watu. Hata yeye aliambia watu, alikuwa anaambiliwa na watu wa huko Keregoya na wajawahi hawakuwa amempea, lakini unaambiliwa na unarudi hapo kesho. So she spoke about that. So what we are telling the people of UDA, we are tired by you guys. You brought lies for 4 years and we are not going to tolerate your lies alone. Sasa na saa hii tunawaambia openly, UDA, we are driving you out of Mount Kenya. You are not our party. That party belongs to Rift Valley. Our parties are Jubilee, NARC Kenya and the rest.
Hiyo si yetu, UDA si ya kale.
Sasa hiyo mfungie huko sasa. Bernard, nimemaliza. Thank you and guys, tungoje tu August 10 kuapisha baba. Mimi sina mingi. Baba is going to the State House. So na yule ambaye ataki baba aende State House, you can now think otherwise.
Thank you Bwana Njiru. Inaonekana Akipa anataka UDA iende room 350 na ifungiwe huko isitoke tena. Kama atafaulu na hiyo sielewi, lakini
UDA is dead after this. UDA is gone. Ni chama cha mashinani na KANU peke yake.
UDA ni ya Wasingishu, ya Sugoi.
Yani hata si Wasingishu ni hapo tu. one county.
Okay, Boniface, what is it?
UDA ni ya Wadaku.
Village party.
Thank you, Mr. Njiru. Thank you, Mr. Njiru. I always even follow you aside. Hata kutoka kwa hii kuna ile yako ya lugha ya nyumbani na kufuatanga huko pale unaenda. Inakusikiza. But on my side, Mr. Njiru, even mimi nilikuwa UDA nikadefect juu walikuja kwetu Western wakatunulia kangumu na soda. Sasa ile wananunulia watu huko nini ya kutengeneza nywele, wakakuja kwetu wakatupangisha laini, tukanunuliwa soda na kangumu kwa kioski. Mimi nilihamia hapo bwana, ndugu yangu.
Kumbe masaibu ya ndugu Jero haikuwa ya Jero peke yake. Ilikuwa ya Were pia. Kumbe umepitia masaibu ya UDA. Pole lakini naomba tupate hii video alafu tumsikize Geoffrey kabla ya you. Subiri kwanza, let's play this video first. Oh God. Sorry, a little patient because of the shield. The videos are delaying, but I think we are able to follow. Yufin, you are lifting your hand. What's the matter?
Hi everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes, they can hear you. I think I hear on their behalf.
Alex, can you hear me? Alex. Alex, am I audible?
Niko nakusikiza vizuri. Now you are very audible.
Okay, nimeenda huko chini nikaambiwa nirudi. So acha nitoe my contribution. Nilikuwa nasema kama hao watu walitangulia wakafikiria wakasahau kuwa kutangulia kwa basi sio kulewa. Unaweza ukatangulia ukose kulewa. Na mwingine akuja akiwa amechelewa akalewe na kuacha hapo. So udaku walitangulia Mount Kenya wakajisikia unajua wakarelax na wakasahau kumbe bado kuna kazi. Alafu hii bottom up ni kama watu wananunua certificate wakitoka chini wakiendaga. Sasa hiyo ndo bottom up. So Sakaja itabidi ajipange. You have to choose your battles wisely, you know. The battle yenye ameanza sijui kama ataimaliza. Mwenye anamuadvise inafaa mwambie rudi kwa drawing board. Let him just go back to school. Let him plan for the next general election. So for this one, let him forget about it. Baba said he will waste no child. He is included. We'll go back to school together and he'll plan for 2027. For this one is gone. So let him just cool down. Let him not be misled, because if he goes beyond what he's doing right now, I don't think he's gonna come back. NGILU is good with national politics, and that's a good decision. Let her go with Baba, wakae na Karua huko, they are good huko juu. And then I like the way Martha Karua makes people feel at ease around her. You know, she makes you feel at home. I like that one. I think that's why most people are coming, because even if you see the way she interacts with people, you feel at ease. And I love that. And it's now up to us. Tusilegeze kamba sisi wenyewe sasa. Let's wait, go and vote, and let Baba in. And for my fellow Kenyans, ningependa kuwahimiza kumekucha, amkeni, tujiunge na Azimio, mjiepushe na udaku, tujenge taifa letu la Kenya. Juu udaku ndio adui wa maendeleo. Alafu msisahau, blue is the color, politics is the game, Azimio is the team, Baba is the captain, assistant captain ni Mama Martha, and winning is our goal. We are here to win. So anyone who wants to come to the winning team, you are more than welcome. Welcome to our team Azimio. Let's win this thing together, because it's good when we celebrate together as a team. Thank you, everyone. I hope now I'm audible. People can, the comments are good. I hope now I'm fine.
Yeah, so thank you. You think that is clear. Anybody who has a complaint on that, tutamsamehe baadaye. Thank you very much. Geoffrey amedondoka. Aya, mzee mwenyewe Bob Papa Azimio, namna gani leo?
Jambo mingi na wasalimia nyote. Today has been a very eventful day. I'm extremely happy with what is going on all over the place. It is all Azimio. I don't know. The only other thing we are seeing is fights in KK. You know, when Sonko was trying to disrupt the order in Mombasa, you know, KK they were rejoicing, they were ecstatic that he Azimio itabomok. Little did they know that Juma Chao Potol. You could see yesterday what happened in Kakamega between Malala and Kalwale. Today it is Kabogo and was it Matangi and that group anyway. So you can see how disorganized they are becoming, and this disillusionment is coming because of the pressure they are feeling from Azimio. At the moment, ordinarily they would be with the deputy president and hanging onto his coat, moving around with him. But at home things have become so bad that right now kila mtu amerudi shambani, amechukua jembe, anataka kulima shamba lake, na kwenye shamba lake yuko na upinzani mkali. So they are really feeling the heat, and I like it the way Azimio have organized themselves. And as we speak, Bernard, I've sent you something that maybe you might not have captured. Things are happening in Meru. You can't believe what is happening on the ground. There's a lot happening. There is is it the chairman of the PWDs? He was holding some very good rallies there in Meru, drumming up support for Azimio. And you can see from Meru coming to Kirinyaga, Embu, we are making a mark, and there must be some ripple effect. At least the 2-3 million votes we wanted from Mount Kenya, I want to believe that we will not miss the mark by far.
Coming to NGILU stepping down from Malombe, that was it was kind of expected, so that we don't need to waste a lot of energy in fighting a sibling rivalry. And I think it is a wise move because we need to consolidate our vote and our energies. She's better off trying to assist Mama Martha out there to consolidate the 48 county, that county which belongs to women. We need to give it a name, County 48. We must ensure that all the ladies come on board. Meanwhile, I've just gotten in. I will. You'll allow me to no, one more thing. You know, Sakaja's degree. This Sakaja, we have spoken about Sakaja like for a whole week. There are two people I must congratulate. They are truly crowd pullers. One is Kalonzo, and then there is Sakaja. They have kept us busy for almost a month. But for Sakaja, I can see there are so many people who are very happy that the court set aside the decision to revoke the degree by that commission of University of Education. But the battle is not over. I think Murkomen has misled people to believing that the battle is over. And it is just a similar thing to what happened to Sonko. You remember when the CJ said that status quo with regard to the Sonko case will be maintained. This is the same thing that is going to happen to Sakaja. Status quo is that the IEBC stands rejected by the IEBC. Revoking that letter, it means they can remove that letter from, expunge that letter from the documents that he that led to his being banned. But the decision remains with the IEBC. So I don't think that guy is going to come back. I heard Alex was saying that he's going to come back. I don't think so. Was it Alex who said that he was going to come back? And going to jail, you know, there is one thing. Going to jail, when it is not only the state that can ensure that you go to jail. As a private citizen who feels aggrieved that the law is being violated, one can apply to the Attorney General and seek leave of the state to prosecute, as I mean, in terms of a private prosecution. So, Alex, don't think that this guy can, if he continues to irritate Kenyans, I think Kenyans of goodwill might have to apply for private prosecution. For now, thank you very much. I'm still with you guys, and we continue to exchange ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. We appreciate that. Yes, keep. What is it?
Yeah, it's just a quick question for the panel before I go. It's about bottom-up economy. I'm sorry, it's off topic. I wanted to say this before a month. Don't you think Uraf Ruto made a mistake thinking he'd call it bottom-up, but it's actually trickle-down economy, where taxes are from the top coming down to pay the bottom more money. So it's just the wrong name. Articulata, you see what he says is bringing the people to the top. Yet the US's trickle-down economy was taxing the rich to bring money down to pay more people at the bottom. That's what I think was the original idea, but these guys don't know how to explain. Well, what do you think?
We have said that bottom-up is a scam. It remains to be a scam until it's proved otherwise. All the experts who have attempted to explain it, none of it has been able to remove it from the category of a scam. So until it's moved from there, we can't treat it otherwise. But there is no way you will get money from the bottom and take up. The bottom is looking for the money. He doesn't have the money to take to up. So bottom up doesn't work. It's a mirage.
I'm trying to understand it because I think that is his manifesto. Bottom up is his manifesto. So I'm still trying to understand what is he selling to Kenyans.
Let's wait for 30th. He will come up with a manifesto. But like somebody said, that right now Kindiki must be very busy copy pasting the one for Azimio and then twisting it into the bottom up language. That could be what is happening right now. And that's why they bought time by pushing theirs to 30th, so that they can have sufficient time to go and tweak the language and make it look like it's the original manuscript. But I don't think there is anything of substance to wait for from that end. And with what is boiling on right now, sioni mambo ikibadilika, tuendelee tu mbele. Tumesema Wachagoi can just pull the surprise, become number 2, and then the guy can become number 3. Then from there, in fact, his comeback may never happen again, because according to the prophecy of Alex, this man may just call it a day. He has a lot on his plate. I don't think he'll be able to clear it in his lifetime. It's a lot, and then that's what you set yourself up for when you cannot lay a grip on your appetite. Okay, there are people who survive the famine, but die the day plenty has come for overeating. So you have withstood the famine, umevumilia njaa, umelala njaa, siku mahindi imeiva, unakula yako ya mwisho utakufa. So that when you can lay a grip on your appetite, you will die during plenty after surviving the famine. I see that happening. Now, naomba tusonge mbele unless kuna swali lingine. Okay. Yes, Alex.
You know, we are not saying that Robert, you must understand how Sakaja became a senator. You must go back and look at the words of Atuoli and how Atuoli negotiated for Sakaja to become a senator within Jubilee. Though it is the same Atuoli who had Bugungu too and made sure that Mudavadi is now the leader, by then was the leader of the Luya community. And Atuoli has a very soft stand on Sakaja. And I'm only looking at what even Bernard said here. At a certain age, fathers or grandfathers don't just curse everybody. They know who they curse because they don't castrate, they only circumcise. Politically, I think Sakaja is being circumcised. He has not been castrated. If Sakaja goes to school, and I want you to listen to my trend of words. If Sakaja goes to school, if Sakaja humbles himself, if Sakaja gets out of that character and bad company that corrupted him and comes back to his senses, he can absolve himself. And I'm using if, not when, because we don't know if he's going to do it. However, if he does not, then he doesn't have a future. Time makes us heal many things. And Sakaja can turn around to be also a role model to so many people that I made a mistake. My friend, Babu Owino has been able to absolve himself from the most hideous recorded act in the history of Kenya. You need to acknowledge that. Recorded, hideous, he took a gun. So, I mean, nothing is impossible. This is Kenya we're talking about. So let us not be momentous and think that just this is the worst thing that has ever been happened. No, my friend, it is a passing cloud. Imba wimbo ya Don Carlos, just a passing glance. Na relax hapo, uvute kitu ya Jakoya na utajua maneno iko sawa.
Well, Alex, for that you should withdraw that statement.
He's been misbehaving. Jamezima camera.
Yeah, tutadeal na wewe baadaye.
Alizima camera.
I have to make Olo not hit me. Olo angeni hit huko nyuma, so I must make Olo happy.
You and Wajakoya. Wajakoya, I'm only liking him for one thing. He will be number 2. And help me make somebody number 3. For that one alone. Kuna watu watanipiga mawe. Naomba King, is it a question? Because nataka kumaliza mkururo wangu.
No, it's not a question, it's just a submission.
A submission you will be doing injustice. If I give you...
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for my time.
Wait on the queue, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Now, naomba tumsikilize Prince Shun ama Shani. My own Prince. You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Just once. You have mute again. Unmute once and then speak up. Hey, the broadcast is allergic to silence. Wana Shun Chitaidi. Yes. Speak up now.
Hello, are you getting me now?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Are you getting me? Hello.
Yes, we can get you.
We are getting you.
Okay, Prince seems to have a delay with his internet. Let's go to KIAMBU until he's able to prosecute his case. KIAMBU.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard. Sijui kama mnanisikiza. Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia lakini hatukuoni.
Asante.
Niko kidogo. Asante. Nigiza kidogo but munisamee tu. Naonekana partially. So
sawa.
I hope mtanielewa. Thank you so much Mr. Bernard, and let me say hi to everyone. Wanasimio hamchambo. Yeah, nimejaribu kuangalia, nimefuatilia mjadala, nimeona wanasimio tuko wengi. Anyway, nashukuru sana kwa forum hii. Thanks for the kind of warm discussion that we're enjoying here and enlightening one another as far as politics is concerned. So for me, ile kitu ningependa kusema ni kwamba tunaona kweli mawingu yametanda na kweli kuna dalili ya mvua, which is very good, lakini hatujajua vizuri kama itanyesha ya mawe ya mazika, lakini mvua iko na tunaona mahali inaelekea. Nikiangalia nyuma kidogo, we have been enjoying such kind of environment in the previous elections, and mvua ikinyesha huwa tunanyeshewa. I hope this time hatutanyeshewa. We believe hapo nyuma tulikuwa tunanyeshewa kwa sababu ushindi ilikuwa wetu, lakini tulikuwa tunalemewa. So this time tumekuwa tukienjoy. Hapo mwanzoni tulikuwa tunaenjoy this kind of warm environment in terms of politics, campaigns, lakini tukifika mbele tunakutana na mambo mengine. So I hope this time tusikue kwamba tuko so much content in this as much as we are, yes, but let's not be so much content to an extent that tunaenda kulala. Let's keep on soldiering. Let's push it on. We are soldiers of Azimio. Let's campaign. It is not Baba's battle itself. It's a battle for all of us. And why we're doing this is just because we want a change as Kenyans. We have seen the light, and the light, it's not only, it has not, Raila himself cannot lead or govern this country. It's about, it's a teamwork. It requires each and everyone's effort, because I know as much as each and every one of us has one vote, you have someone that you can convince. There are people who can buy your ideas. That's why we are called pioneers of this, and at the same time, we are called champions of Baba. At least we make sure that we win as many souls as we can as evangelists, so that the basket of Baba is full. So at the end of the day, we don't face the embarrassment. One thing I like about Azimio as a team is that honestly, I've seen what Baba is bringing into the basket or into the Kenyan politics is like the American type of governance. I've seen Baba Care, just the same as we have the American medical care. We have seen a lot of stuff, like the trickle down kind of governance. And at the same time, even when I compare the American government and the Azimio one, honestly, Baba is spoiled with choice. Yes, the people around Baba, the people of sober mind, knowledgeable, people with skills of governance, people who can take Kenya to the next level. People who, most of them, they have a record, a track record that speaks loud, speaks volumes. You can name them. If you look at the legal team, if you look at the likes of, from Orengo, from Mama herself, Kalonzo is there, and that is why even the watu wa UDA wanatingizika, because they know the legal mind in the Azimio team ni kali sana. Wakambe wameingia pale, tunaona Kalonzo Junior wako, akina Maanzo wako, lawyers. I think there is nothing that is in actually UDA in terms of watu wa akili za kugovern nchi. So I'm happy that if we are, as we are going to come up with a team, we're coming up with a competent team, a team that is going to lead Kenya to the next level. Kitu ingine, if you look at the women represented in the Azimio team, they are women, when you look at them, you smile. Pande ingine, ni wale unasikia hata mzee akiwauza wahusiki, anaambia msiwakatie sana, lakini mwapee pia kura. Niliona akina msichana wetu anauzwa wanawauza upande ya matako, lakini mbele hawako washamaliza. So we are looking at the brains and the mind of these people that we are going to call leaders. So pande hii ingine imeoza. Ukiangalia wale noisemakers, the likes of Murkomen, I saw people like Sang, who have been the youngest governors we have had from Rift Valley, who delivered nothing even in their own counties. They're here, wanataka kutulecture vile uongozi itafanya. So believe me not, the next government is going to lay a foundation that is going to transform Kenya in a big way. Na kuna kiongozi mwenye alikuwa uongozini Marekani for the first time, wakati uongozi ilibadilika US, mimi sijaisikia mtu anaitwa Trump. And I believe the same case is going to happen to my friend. Pande hiyo wa bottom up, ambapo pengine Jenny Kiara ndiye anajua hiyo system inafanya kazi namna gani, he might disappear forever. When I look at him, because it's a kind of a government that is going to be put in place, yenye itachunga watu ambao ni corrupt, na mahali wataweka kwa pipa wanaweza kosa kuamka. So Ile kitu nilikuwa nahubiri ni kwamba let's be champions of this, let's be spokespeople, let's try as much as we can to harvest souls into Baba's cup and ensure that the next government is a government that is going to transform in terms of education, in terms of economy, in terms of infrastructure. I can see Baba, when Baba is given a chance to speak in the East African community, even in Africa as a whole, ni mtu ambaye kama kwa kweli anaona Afrika iko kwa mkono yake, Kenya kweli itamshinda. And Kenya itself, one thing I've always seen, honestly, Kenya tukiachia wa vijana wadogo kama mimi hivi, kusema ukweli vile nimeona, kwa sababu kuna roho imeingia vijana, roho ambayo sio mzuri. Nataka wazee at least they be led by people who have watu wamekomaa na they have got wisdom, ndio Kenya iweze kusonga mbele. Otherwise vijana tukiwaachia au unaona wanasunguka hawa vijana kina au wa Central Region, uongeze na hao wa Rift Valley akina huyu wa Kiingereza mingi huyu Murkomen, ujue kwamba tukiongeza na Sudi huko, hiyo Kenya itakuwa imeoza, because everybody akiingia pale atakuwa anataka kuroot. Rooting is what is gonna finish our country, and we want to fight corruption. The only way we can fight corruption is bringing these legal minds into power, so that wajaribu kuchunga tutoe hii, so that these corrupt people waende kabisa, tuanze kuinstill good character in governance, ndio tuweze kusonga mbele. Otherwise nimefurahia sana, asante sana kwa kila mmoja wenu, na I believe tomorrow is coming whereby women are going to be represented, and kikapu cha wanawake it's going to shine. Every other woman who is here, just know that in Baba care, and as Baba is going to take this leadership, honestly, ile mnasikia gender rule, third gender rule, it's going to be well represented, na sheria zitawekwa zenye zitatetea wamama, and we are going to have powerful women in government, not women who once they get into government kazi yao ni kuenda kuuza pale kutafuta pesa, na they become flower girls. We want women of sober minds, women who can articulate, and women who can actually even legislate laws in parliament. That is what we have in Azimio as compared to hii inaitwa Kenya Kwisha. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much for that submission. I believe it's clear enough. Now, quality leadership for quality maximization of our resources. So we have a choice to ensure that the people we give mandate should be able to deliver, not just because they offered themselves. So kila mtu aweke kwa mizani, apigwe msasa, akishinda akiwa ako sawa, asonge mbele. Kama kuna dosari, arudie. Turudi mahali ambapo ni lazima kila mmoja anayepewa jukumu la kuongoza nchi anao uwezo na right qualification for the same. Now, I want us to listen out to 2 videos consecutively, then we go to the next person. Tunaanza na huyu mama.
Ui, kutusiwa, nimetusia mpaka nikasikia. Mtu anakuja na setani.
Nasipia sosho na watusi.
Oh.
Wewe.
Na wangalia hivi nikasema wewe. Na hata si wanatusia nanga. Wanatusia, unajua vile nimetusiwa juu ya Raila. Ui. Kutusiwa, nimetusia mpaka nikasikia. Mtu anakuja na setani.
Nasipia sosho na watusi.
Oh.
Wewe.
Na wangalia hivi nikasema wewe wasa tarehe.
Lakini saa zingine tuongee sosho hapo. Sometimes sina watusi.
Lakini sasa situsianagi. Nikwambie kwa nini? Situsianagi kwa sababu Raila ataongoza. Wewe unakuja kunitusi. Wasa tugojee kama hiyo matusi yako itafaulu tarehe 9. Tarehe 10 si utakuwa ukisikia asemi.
Na tutashangaa.
Raila atamuongoza. Raila atamuongoza. Aseni kuona kaa. Kwani usena akili sina kujania wapi? Akili siko sawa, body dio imezeeka. Sasa hawa kijana juu hao si wase wamefanya nini, na mtu asitaje vile serikali imefanya, ataje vile amefanya yeye, juu hata yeye alikuwa kwa serikali.
Lakini si pia alifanya kazi.
Onani?
Yeye alifanya kazi.
Gani?
Huyu alifanya kazi na rais.
Gani?
Si walikuwa na yeye?
Nani? Na kwa nini alikuwa akimwambia pole? Kwani alikuwa mgonjwa ndio aende akamwambie pole?
Na sasa alafu nasikia hii serikali yenu ya kuzimia. Unasikia inataka kumaliza mtuba.
Waseni kusema maneno na opposite, anti-clockwise. Opposite. Walisema watapanua vigada zote. Ile itatengenezwa itakuwa na bei ya rahisi. Kama ile unauzaga mtuba, ndio utanunua utaenda ununue kwa kigada kinini ukuje uguse. Kwa nini mnageuza mambo?
Si ndivyo
watu wanageuza mambo?
Hakuna sosho. Tumeambiwa mtuba itaisha. Sosho?
Mnataka mfanywe nini?
Na sosho acha nikwambie, unajua sasa hii azimio ni kuzimia inazimia. Na unajua pia sosho ni kuzimia unazimia.
Inazimia nikienda wapi?
Si uko karibu kwenda biguni. Si uliniambia uogope.
Unajua hata wewe saa hii. Hii ni mwili unajiwana nayo huku duniani.
Lakini sosho unazimia.
Moyo wako uko juu.
Lakini sosho unazimia.
Mungu atasema.
Mchague watu Nyandarua, tuchaguliwe Laikipia, tuchague huko Meru. Wale watu ambao wakiingia bunge wataweza kufuatilia ile ahadi ambayo tumewaahidi.
Okay, where is this? Okay, let's have Mr. Kings.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Hi to everyone. Nimependa hiyo video ya huyu mama vile anaongea, msiweke maneno anti-clockwise. Hiyo maneno yake imenibamba sana. So my submission itakuwa na points kama 4-5 hivi. Number 1, nimeongea na watu wengine na support UDA hata huku mali nipo. I think kuna kuwa na ile inherent hatred from just being in anti-Raila. Inafanya watu wengine hawana point ya kusema, na wakiona Raila anapanda milima kidogo tu hivi, the others who have sworn like hakuna kitu atapata hata huku Mount Kenya. And then you're arguing, you are trying to debate with them on a political topics, and then wanasema hakuna hata apati 10, and then wanaongea like, I'm sorry to generalize, Kikuyu language. Sasa unashindwa ananitusi ama ni nini? But to that extent kuna ile hatred ingine, hiyo hatred sijui ni ya nini. And then I think the same hatred ndo ilimisguide akina the two guys who were fighting, the Kabogo and the Wamatangi, because that is the thing that was there. As long as uko anti-Raila, wewe uko tu na points, like uko na votes uko Mount Kenya, lakini game changer ikakuwa huyu Martha Karua. Number 2, naona Wajakoya akikuwa anaweza tutatiza huku mbele akuwe namba 2 wa Raila, cause hiyo serikali ishaenda. Mi naona serikali ishaenda na Raila, lakini itakuwa shida sana akiwa opposition leader, because the same the way I see UDA or Kenya Kwanza wanapoteza hizo manini zao, supporters wao wakiendelea hii maneno ya bangi bana, unajua imeleta maneno mingi, na unajua hii supporters ya Raila inakuanga imebaki intact, haiguzwangi, hiyo ni kuongeza inaongezeka. The third point, back again to being a bitter supporter. Hii kukua UDA, mi unajua in as much as you support a political movement or a political team, it will depend with your political tempo, the support tempo gani umeweka. Ukilegeza kamba kidogo, opponent atakupiga kidogo. So hii kitu imefanya hadi rafiki yangu ananiambia tuheshimiane. Sikuwa najua this thing was going to be subjective. Feelings, ameka hadi ma feelings kwa kutuka hizi. So sasa tuka leo, hiyo sikuwa leo sipingani na watu wa UDA. Hadi mtu kama Sankok mwenye alikuwa too much noisy. And then I'm sorry hiyo kitu ilimfanyikia, but sahii wamegundua, wanaona hakuna kitu inakuja on their way. Number 4, unapata what NGILU has done today. I think it's a game. It's like, mimi naona ni kama ameweka 5 years in stock. Hakuwa anataka amalize atoke kwa political avenue mapema, sababu unajua akienda afanye kwa nini Azimio government, amalize ile 5 years yake bado iko pale kwa stock, anaweza kuja kuwe governor kitena. Na pia ni another calculation yenye hakuwa anataka watu wa Eastern wagawe kura lazima ingie kwa basket moja, sababu unapata huyo mtu mwingine could be used by the opponents wakimfinance na vitu zingine. And then the ugly thing that I also saw today, I don't know if it happened yesterday, the Malala and Halwale, where Malala was telling Halwale, kama unakula mahali like pande zote. You know, huwezi sema kitu kama hiyo na mkoti mmoja. Ni kama you guys are not having a good communication or a good strategy. And then my last point, my wish for the Azimio team was just to form a team and facilitate the team on the ground kama hao watu wa youth, unaona, sababu unapata Azimio has come up with 10 points, lakini kuna wengine they don't want to dig deep on each point. Wanasema kama huyo mama nimempenda sana vile amesema ati Azimio anataka kumaliza hii maneno ya mtumba, wakasema hapana, akona knowledge, alisikia ni nini walimaanisha. So utapata in a group of 10 people, 5 people wanajua Raila ni maanisha nini, 2 hawajui, wanasema amalize mtumba, wanaenda si tumeenda, unaona. So I think if Azimio could come up with a small team like on the ground level, wa facilitate hizo team, waambie watu this is what 10 points inamaanisha, we are trying to educate you on these points, please understand these points. Hiyo ingekuwa inatupeleka mbio sana, I mean mbali sana. And then the last thing I want to say, I see each and every morning I wake up from this side of the world, I see us knocking 75%. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. You are the prophet, we are the believers. We believe your prophecy. Thank you. Let's get 2 videos before tuende kwa huyu Nathan. Nathan anakuwa mtu wa masafa marefu, lakini leo tutanyongea muda. Okay, 2 quick videos please. Let's be a bit patient. We start in Kiambu.
County, led by Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President William Ruto's running mate. Now, former KIAMBU Governor William Kabogo and KIAMBU Senator Kimani Wamatangi openly clashed, with Gachagua having to intervene to cool things down during campaigns in the vote-rich county. 3 candidates
under Kenya Kwanza are competing for the county's governorship. This story was produced by our very own Ben Kirui.
A tour of the vote reached Kiambu County, brought to the four-sibling rivalry among the Kenya Kwanza gubernatorial candidates and their parties. Former Kiambu Governor and Tujijenge wa Kenya Party's gubernatorial candidate William Kabogo and UDA's gubernatorial candidate and Kiambu Senator Kimani Wamatangi openly clashing during the rally. Kabogo's interruption as Wamatangi spoke, raising temperatures. It took the intervention of the deputy president's running mate Rigathi Gachagua to calm down the situation.
Naona sukari imepanda kidogo, ndio tuteremsha temperature kidogo. Jagua kuja weka wimbo kidogo. Mheshimiwa Charles Jagua ukaweka wimbo kidogo, temperature iende chini. Hii ni hali ya kawaida, siko sawa sawa.
Kiambu County has the second highest number of registered voters in the country after Nairobi County, with more than 2 million registered. The scramble to help mobilize votes for Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate William Ruto proving a headache for the outfit. The United Democratic Alliance Party's Kimani Wamatangi, Moses Kuria of the Chama cha Kazi Party, and the former governor William Kabogo of the Tujijenge wa Kenya Party are all after the governor's seat.
Tafadhali tungeomba nyinyi vijana pale tukue na nidhamu kwa hii mkutano ndio tuweze kumaliza na njia nzuri. Tunaomba nyinyi vijana, tafadhali tunaomba nyinyi vijana hapo. Wewe vijana nyinyi, kama nyinyi ni vijana wa William Ruto, tungetaka tukue na nidhamu. Tafadhali kiongozi wenu amezungumza, tupatie mwingine azungumze, wenye kuamua ni hawa.
Away from the rivalry, the leaders who toured several parts of Kiambu County popularized the Kenya Kwanza agenda. Top on the list, the pledge to help small-scale businesses flourish.
Tumekuja kuambia ya kwamba sisi tunaomba kazi kuhakikisha kwamba tunaenda kutetea mwananchi wa chini. Tuende tuhakikishe ya kwamba tunajenga uchumi yetu kutoka chini ikuje juu. Tuhakikishe ya kwamba nchi yetu inaweza kujimudu kiuchumi.
Wamedhulumiwa na hii serikali, wavumilie kwa sababu masiku zimebaki ni chache sana. Ndio watu wetu, zile siku zimebaki ni chache sana. Rais wetu William Samoei Ruto waingie arekebishe uchumi yetu.
Rigathi Gachagua also promising that Kenya Kwanza, if elected, will review the salaries of the police who he said have suffered for a long time due to poor pay.
Tutatengeneza mshahara ya police officers. Na hao polisi tumekubaliana na wao pia, tukiwaangalia wakuwe waangwana, wawache kuchukua kitu kidogo na kusumbua wananchi. Tunataka wakipata wewe usiku, wakikuweka kwa Land Cruiser, wasikupeleke police station, wakupeleke mpaka nyumbani kwa bibi yako, wawache umefika.
The Rigathi
Lero,
inawezekana, leo ni leo,
na inawezekana,
inawezekana, leo ni leo,
Kenya mpya inawezekana,
inawezekana, leo ni leo,
nchi ambayo kuna raha na ustawi,
inawezekana,
na inawezekana,
leo ni leo.
Mama, tunasema mama, mama, mamba. Kwa Raila, mama, Raito, uwekone. Mama, Raila, Raito, Raila, mama, Raito. Azimio, Azimio. Hebu aneseni kamera, mnaamini Azimio itaweza? Azimio, Azimio, Azimio. Hapa ni Tigani, sio South Africa. Asanteni.
Okay, Bwana Nathan.
Yes, sir.
Hapo ni Tigani, sio South Africa. Kweli si kweli?
Thank you so much. Glad to hear from you as well. Naweza sukuma point zangu kidogo mbio mbio. Nataka ni recognize akina Robert, hata kama amebadilisha jina, Robert Abuya. I respect you a lot, senior counsel wangu. Brimot Ann, Murunga, Mike, David Olo, Devi, I see you. Salute. And Kings Angwaro. So, mi nilikuwa na submission kidogo tu ya kusema, because I want people to understand what Baba did in Ukambani. He solidified Ukambani. That's what I can say in simple terms, in a summary. But I want to just break it into bits and pieces before I talk about other places. Tumesikia watu wanaongea juu ya ati Machakos is imekuwa disintegrated. Machakos is very much locked. If I hope everybody can hear me. Sijui kama mnanisikia vizuri. Okay. Masako niko njia yetu yenye. You know, like that's where I'm born. I'm born and bred in Machakos County. So I can tell you that the previous regime was just doing a foul play. You know, like the way you can just do a facade. You know, a facade is like you paint a picture and then you deliver something that's not close to what you painted. And you see, we are woke. You know, some of us young people, we are very much woke. We can see what was painted is not what has been delivered. So Masako, we are saying as young people, we are not going to just, and that's why he ran away, because he couldn't stand the heat. And that's Governor Mutua. Yeah. So tunasema, he cannot come back and try to dictate to the people of Machakos which way to go. His game is finished. And that's it. So, I came here and I spoke about KITUI as well. And I got a little bit of sticks, you know, from people who thought that I was just like drunk and disorderly, or drunken in vibrate. I said, in as much as I love Azimio and I love Mama NGILU, she has not done enough, because when it comes to the hospitals, we go to the hospitals and we cannot find A, B, C, D. So I said that, and I got some carrots and sticks. But you see, people now begin to appreciate me, because people are sending me messages, say, oh, I apologize. I said it, because I said it categorically that Julius Malombe is going to win the seat. People said I'm a tribal person. But anyway, those are gone. That's bygones be bygones. But you know, for me, I have to speak the truth because I'm on the ground and I can actually speak what's happening on the ground because I've been in KITUI and like I said, Julius Malombe akifesiana na Charity Ngilu kwa governorship. just like the way Kalonzo just laughs cynically. It's finished. Right. So let me go to Embu and Kirinyaga. I like the way Mother is conducting her campaigns. And I like her campaign team because it looks like she's doing all the right things. Na sijui kwa nini we cannot adapt Mother's campaign strategy because her strategic team looks like she's doing all the right things. Look at her going to Eldoret town and walking on the street. Yeah. I mean, that to me is a very clear indication that Kenyans wamekubali ya kwamba we need a change. Right? So should I finish or Robert should ask me a question? Mr. Bennett.
Okay, in the interest of time, okay, Robert, what is it?
I just wanted to mention to Tusi that his narrative of NGILU not doing enough, I still don't buy it because it is not the duty of the governor to ensure that there are drugs in the hospitals. There is a CEC, there is an MCA who should be pushing some of these things. There are bigger things that a governor that should look into, and to pin that on NGILU is being unfair.
Okay, I got you. So let me finish my submission. I don't want anybody asking me any more questions. Look at what Martha is doing, and I want to. Martha Karua is a lady who is so much. Sijaona mwanamke kama huyu. She has so much tenacity. She has so much energy. Energy kwanza. You know, there is something that we call energy in women, and that's so key when it comes to development. And you have to get somebody who has the energy. She's campaigning left, right, and center. Huh? Na hiyo mimi nampatia hats off. Me personally, as Mwema. So there's something people are talking about. We're having dams being built. Na kuna dam inabuildiwa. I don't know if people understand that there's a dam being built. Where is this? In Embu. I've studied in Embu personally. Mimi mwenyewe nimesomea Embu. Yeah. So I understand there's a dam. There's a Tiba dam somewhere upstream that is being built to just cater for the rice farmers who are down on the slopes, you know, on the huko chini. And that is going to employ a lot of people, and that is going to bring a lot of productivity that is going to meet the rice capacity demand ya rice yenye tunahitaji. Hiyo ni kitu we have to give it up for the government that is in place, the Uhuru government. I don't understand why people just criticize, oh yeah, boring. People need to see where the boring is going. If you cannot see the railway, if you cannot see this, there's a totally different place where the dams were cured and, you know, dams that were never built. And I'm so bitter about it because I don't want to speak it on this particular forum because I'm not a person that is supposed to speak. So Tiba is coming through. I'm happy. It's complete. Kila mtu anaona, mnaweza enda hapo muone kenye kazi Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta anafanya, na mnaona maji itakuja, irrigation, rice consumption, rice production is going to be scaled up, to a capacity where we'll be talking about different levels of rice production. And that's going to meet the demand that we need. And that's demand and supply. That's basic economics. Kama mwezi produce as a basic economic unit as a country, sasa mtajifeed aje? So we have to start from the basics. And that's the basic economics, we're gonna strata, yenye tunasema. So Tiba is doing all the right things. I think it's in Kirinyaga. Tuingie siasa. I feel economy is supposed to be the root cause of what we are supposed to actually be talking about. But let me just speak about siasa kidogo. Huyu jamaa anasema sijui akona Mount Kenya. I don't know what Mount Kenya. I don't even understand what Mount Kenya. Rigathi Gachagua. What Mount Kenya does he have? I've never understood, because he keeps on talking about Mount Kenya. What Mount Kenya? What Mount Kenya? He just keeps on talking about basic things that he keeps on telling people that obviously will actually, make people, just be happy, feel good. It's just like a feel good thing that he just keeps on saying. Lakini what is the solution he's giving the people? Hakuna kitu. Skiza speeches zake, you will never hear anything logistic anasema kuhusu how he's going to fix. Anasema tutawapatia tu pesa. Tutawapatia tu pesa. That to me is misplaced. And to me, it annoys me. In fact, it annoys me. Yeah, it annoys me because when people get heckled, he calls on to, he's not even a problems fixer. Somebody gets heckled, like you saw in the rally, mtu anakuwa heckled, and then what happens? Anaanza kuita mtu ati atumbuize watu wimbo. Calls on to Jaguar. Kuja wimba, kuja imba. Hiyo ni takataka yenye babu husema. Takataka. How can you call somebody to just sing so that people, you should be having a DJ somewhere who can actually play the song to tone down you understand? Those are some of the basic protocols that you have when you're going to some basic rallies. Kiambu has more than 2 million. When it comes to the wrangle between Kafo and the other gentleman, for me, I usually say it's none of my business. Let me tell you, when two bulls fight, I usually like the outcome, because you see, one is standing on an independent ticket, the other one is standing on a UDA ticket, which is actually an Azimio ticket. And this paints it taints their image. And this is working very, very well for us as Azimio. If people don't understand, this is working for us as Azimio. Jamaa wakipigana hivi, usione ni kama ati wanapigana. Regardless, they're not showboating. That's for sure. That's for sure. They're not showboating. But I can tell you for sure, jamaa, they personally, maybe personal issues, they don't necessarily like each other. And that's why you see, in Ukambani, people, we had differences between Kalonzo and NGILU, but you saw how peaceful it was. You see how we are actually, that's what Azimio ya Amani is all about. Look at the other people. Look at them. They're going to rallies and then they're just heckling. They're heckling, you mean it's baseless. So what I can finish my submission with, Mr. Mr. Bennett, is by saying that one Western person, I don't want to touch his name, he said there will be an earthquake. And I want to tell him categorically here on this platform that there is no earthquake. The earthquake was just a seismic. People just you create a seismic rhythm, and then now we're going to do just like what Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka said. We are volcanizing. We are just about to erupt. We're just about to erupt. We're just about to erupt. Let nobody confuse volcanicity and vulcanicity. There's a difference. Vulcanicity is the process where the lava is just flowing through the, coming up. Vul. Now we are just about to erupt. And let me tell you, with Kalonzo on the ground, we are just about to erupt. Na tuta erupt design ingine wataona, ojaiona. We are there is a volcanicity coming. Forget about people need to forget. Kenyans forget about earthquakes, because earthquakes create tremors, and then those tremors create that volcanicity effect. Now we are just about to erupt. And when Azimio erupts, I can tell you for sure on the 9th of August, people will come out with large numbers, and we're going to win this. Just like Joe Mushero said, 65% kwenda juu. Hata 70 msikuwa, hata msishangae. Because people are going to turn their heads in the last year. Thank you. I'm done.
Asante kwa kutamatisha. Nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Kings, una swali? Make it very brief.
Yeah, it's very brief. Thank you, Bernard. There's this thing I heard the leader of Kenya Kwanza saying when he was cleared by the IBC, that mnataka kuona campaign yenye amjaiona. So I'm really waiting for that campaign. Can you please elaborate on that? Because I felt like I was panicking by him saying that, because I thought he could now unleash all his resources to go on the ground and now, surprise us. What happened? What happened
where?
Because he said mnataka kuona campaign amjaiona. Since then I'm seeing them like just going down to the south. So I'm wondering what happened. Already ilikuwa tu maneno ya kujipiga kifua na madharau.
Nilikwambia when you were in primary school kulikuwa na huyo kijana mdomo anatusi watu, na wakitaka kumchapa anasema nishike nitamchapa, nishike ama nitamaliza huyu. Kumbe yeye anasema ashikwe atamchapa yeye. So hiyo ni vitisho tu, msijali. The politics of this country are not, you can't approach them with short term and succeed. You must give them a long-term perspective. And that is one thing that Raila Odinga has mastered. He has been invited into politics from 2018. Ni kama ameignore. He's least concerned. He's just shown no interest. Siku zikapita, zikakatika. Kumbe amepanga vile kadi zitachezwa. So 2020 akakuja na BBI. Wanasema BBI. Wakazima BBI pap. Wakafikiria huyu amepatwa. Sasa hakuna chochote. Siku 3 tu na watu 5 wakaenda Nakuru. Wakazindua Azimio la Umoja. They were Wanda Waiguru na yeye na they were like 7. So now look where Azimio is. So you can't play politics with that short term ya kutisha watu kusema we have taken the mountain, the mountain is ours, I'm the kingpin of the mountain. From where? you don't do it that way. So ni hesabu zimekataa, na hesabu zikikataa kwa balance zimekataa, hata ufanye nini. Now right now sasa time is bad. There is nothing they can do to reverse what has happened. Even if they will go door to door with money in all the counties, it will not change much as far as the decision of 9th August is concerned. Ni kukosea mahesabu, wamekosea kwa muda mrefu. Sasa it is too late. You can't reverse it. Siku imefika, huwezi kubadilisha. If you begin to write afresh, labda unaandika ya 2032 kwa sababu saa hii huwezi andika 2022 ikaingia, haiwezi kuingia. Hata 2027 utakuwa umechelewa. That is how things are. So Kenya Kwanza and their team wamekosea. You see the way they are trailing and now they now infighting. These things ni zile vitu ambazo Azimio walishughulikia kitambo, yeah, during nominations. Na saa hii walisema in June they will be doing a poll. The strongest candidate will remain, others will step down. So what you're seeing in Kitui is part and parcel of their plan. One away between these two, who is the strongest anaachiwa, so that at the end of the day this country will be blue all through. The yellow fever will be contained in one section and not much section. Kutakuwa tuna ka spot ka yellow. The rest of the place will be blue. That is what brains can bring on the table when they are engaged rightly. Lakini ingine ni grass, we call it grass fire. Grass fire ikianza unaona moto mingi, lakini it won't last. And that is my take on that. Now we want to make sure that Mkururo huenda na unaenda mbio. So I'm going to play one video. After that tutaenda kwa mic. Tukimaliza mic tutasonga kwa David, alafu tuachie kina mama all through. So Mike and David, you'll be very brief. We are in the women's world and we must honor them. Alex, tumeongea sana. Ukiinua mkono nitakata ama nitakuitia katitmas. Unataka nikuitie katitmas. Now there is this let me see.
Idhinishwa kuwania nyadhifa tofauti, na tume hiyo inaendelea kutoa uamuzi wa kesi kadhaa ikiwemo hii ambayo imezua mjadala kote nchini. Hatma na uhalali wa cheti cha shahada ya degree ya seneta wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja imefika mahakamani saa chache baada ya tume ya elimu ya juu nchini kubatilisha cheti chake cha elimu nchini Uganda. Sakaja akiwasilisha kesi mahakamani huku akisisitiza kuwa cheti chake ni halali, akidai njama ficha ya kisiasa kumzuia kuwania kiti cha ugavana wa Nairobi. Na kama Sam Gituko anavyoarifu, kamati ya mizozo ya IEBC ingali kutoa uamuzi wake kuhusu malalamishi dhidi ya Sakaja.
Kamati ya IEBC ya kutatua malalamishi dhidi ya uteuzi wa wagombeaji iliahirisha kuisikiliza kesi ya Johnson Sakaja kwa saa kadhaa baada ya barua ya tume ya elimu ya vyuo vikuu kuwasilishwa ikibatilisha uamuzi wa hapo awali uliotambua kuhitimu kwa Sakaja. Barua ya Profesa Nyaigoti ikisema kuwa tume hiyo imepokea taarifa zaidi kuhusu uhalisia wa shahada Sakaja aliwasilisha kutoka chuo cha TIM. Uchunguzi zaidi unahitajika kuthibitisha uhalali wa shahada hiyo. Nyaigoti akisema hivyo basi tunafutilia mbali idhini ya shahada ya Sakaja ya Bachelor of Science in Management kutoka chuo cha TIM. Mwisho wa nukuu. Sakaja alionekana kughadhabishwa na hali ya mambo, akaelekea mtandaoni kutoa kauli yake. Sakaja akichapisha stakabadhi mbalimbali zinazoashiria safari yake ya kutambulisha kuhitimu kwake. Sakaja akifichua kuwa aliandikia tume ya KITUI barua tarehe 6 mwezi huu akiomba kuidhinisha shahada yake. Barua za Sakaja zikionyesha kuwa siku hiyo hiyo tume ya KITUI iliandikia baraza la elimu ya juu nchini Uganda barua ikitaka kujua iwapo chuo kikuu cha TIM ni halali na iwapo kweli Sakaja ilipokea mafunzo chuoni humo. Siku hiyo hiyo tume ya Uganda ikaandikia chuo cha TIM barua kutaka kujua uhalisia wa mambo. Barua za Sakaja zikionyesha kuwa siku hiyo hiyo chuo cha TIM kilipokea barua ya baraza la elimu ya juu la Uganda na kujibu maswali yaliyoibuliwa. Siku hiyo hiyo baraza hilo la Uganda lilijibu barua ya tume ya hapa nchini likisema kweli Sakaja alikuwa mwanafunzi wa chuo hicho ambacho ni halali na kwamba alifuzu tarehe 26 Oktoba mwaka 2016. Siku hiyo hiyo tume ya KIUI ilimwandikia barua seneta Sakaja iliyotiwa sahihi na afisa mkuu Profesa Mwenda Ntarangwi. Siku iliyofuata Sakaja alifika mbele ya afisa msimamizi wa IEBC kaunti ya Nairobi na akaidhinishwa kugombea ugavana kwa tiketi ya chama cha UDA. Siku 9 baadaye, mwenyekiti wa KIUI sasa amebatilisha idhini hiyo. Seneta Sakaja sasa anadai kuwa masaibu yake yameibuliwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, kwamba yeye na serikali yake wamempangia njama, kwamba rais amewatisha maafisa wa taasisi mbalimbali hapa nchini na hata Uganda ili kufanikisha njama hiyo. Sakaja akiuliza mbona barua ya KIUI ikatiwa saini na mwenyekiti licha ya kwamba imechapishwa kwa nakala ya afisa mkuu. Sakaja sasa amewasilisha kesi katika mahakama kuu kupinga uamuzi wa tume ya elimu ya vyuo vikuu. Haya yanajiri huku malalamishi dhidi ya mgombeaji ugavana Nairobi Polycarp Igathe wa Jubilee yakitupiliwa mbali kwa kukosa ushahidi. Mlalamishi George Bush alikuwa amedai kuwa Igathe alisusia majukumu yake alipojiuzulu Januari mwaka 2018 akiwa naibu gavana, na hivyo hafai kuidhinishwa kugombea kiti cha ugavana. Naye mgombeaji wa ugavana kaunti ya Murang'a Seneta Irungu Kang'ata wa UDA hana kesi tena baada ya malalamishi dhidi ya uteuzi wa mgombea wake mwenza kufutiliwa mbali. Kamati hiyo ikiamuru kuwa Kang'ata alibadilisha mgombea wake mwenza kulingana na sheria baada ya mgombea mwenza wa awali kudaiwa hakujiuzulu kutoka kazi ya serikali wakati ufaao. Sam Gituku, runinga ya Citizen.
Okay. Mnataka kusema kwamba barua kati ya universities zote ziliandikwa tarehe 6. There is nothing suspicious about it. That the university of the board in Kenya contacted the one in Uganda tarehe 6, wakajibu hiyo tarehe 6, tena hiyo tarehe 6. Hata sisi kanisani hatupendangi rubber stamp haraka namna hiyo. Ukisema unataka kupeleka mahari, mpaka tufanye uchunguzi kwanza. Hii mahari inapelekwa wapi? Tuongee na wazazi. Yaani everything transacted same day. I don't think so. Hata mkinambia kwa hata mbingu tuende haraka namna hiyo. Although let's listen to Mike. Mike, tell us, wewe ndio mzee. Mike, you are device of headphones. You are mute. You're still mute. Unmute first.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, you're all right. Go ahead.
As you just said, the level of efficiency in the Ugandan government is, I think, unmatched in Africa. Correspondence that would otherwise take a month take 3 minutes from one big office to another. But there's something I've noticed and I've read from Sakaja's. The life of Sakaja is interesting, and I've summarized it in 2 statements. One is that proximity to power dilutes some to think they willed it. And the other one is familiarity breeds contempt. Sakaja was a personal buddy of Uhuru Kenyatta, the president. He has on record, even on national TV, says He's on a speed dial with the president. Once in a while, they have one or two together and stuff like that. And for some time, that illusion gave him the feeling that he can do anything and get away with anything, not forgetting that he had moved away from the privileges that he had by virtue of going opposite direction. And he's just seeing the reality now, that certain things and certain privileges that he was enjoying was courtesy of his so-called body. But I don't want to read so much. But I don't know whether you are aware that 2 weeks ago, none other than the son of the Ugandan president was in Kenya with a personal message. I don't want to say that he was bringing the the true picture of what was happening, because we have had very many Kenyan politicians crisscrossing to Uganda and back. Remember, Bernard, some went to invest 7 billion that was never there. There are very many things that are happening behind the scene, Bernard, that we don't know. The issue of the papers is just one of them. But even money laundering, the avenues that have been closed internationally, people have been carrying sacks of dollars through Uganda. So there's a lot of intel that the president is getting that some of us don't know, and the man just laughs. One thing that some of us will never understand is Uhuru has a very cunning way of managing things. He will look so distant, so uninvolved, so unaware, but the things he knows and does behind the scenes are at another level. So I'm happy that the chicken are coming home to roost, and we've not seen everything yet. On the issue of NGILU and the KITUI politics, Bernard, I'll be brief, is as somebody rightly said, is that Raila, as a smart person, is not just campaigning, but also solidifying his bases. He has done that in Mombasa. He has done that in Kakamega. Remember Savula and Bernard, and Mombasa, Shabal and Brunasi, and now NGILU. But this one was more critical because for me, Bernard, we needed to manage the ego of Kalonzo. There was going to be a continuous rivalry, sibling rivalry in Ukambani when we need to concentrate on a more serious issue. And those rivalries that the sibling rivalry would have extended to other areas. Remember, the Kamba votes are not just in Ukambani. We have very many Kambas in Mombasa and Nairobi. So if they see unity at the national level, that one is permitted into other areas and regions. So I'm happy with what Baba is doing. And as you rightly put, the man is an enigma in politics. He knows what to do and when to do it. You know, you can know what to do, but you do it at the wrong time. But this man calculates. The timing is with precision. He knows when to hit and when not to do anything. So I'm happy with that. I'll not dwell so much on the other issues. You said I'll be brief, and I've just done that. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Asante sana, Bwana Mike. That is a good one. And let's focus. Let's listen to this as we get set to David Amedropova. Now we're going to the ladies, and Njiru will be presiding over that. We'll begin with Christine, then we go to Mama Selina before others can come in. Let's listen to this video. This guy gives us a picture of what could have transpired between the two universities, the two nations, and the players.
Take, for instance, a member of this criminal organization. Sakaja. He went to IEBC, presented fake papers. They were detected. He was blocked. What did he do? He calls the boss in Sugoi. What does the boss do? He calls Musa. In a day, when we tell you UDA is a criminal enterprise, we don't just say it for fun. We mean exactly that. Take, for instance, a member of this criminal organization, Sakaja. He went to IEBC, he presented fake papers. They were detected. He was blocked. What did he do? He calls the boss in Sugoi. What does the boss do? He calls Museveni in Kampala. Within a day, Sakaja has graduated, ladies and gentlemen, from a university in Kampala. Now, IEBC hands are tied because there's nothing they can do. Because when they check with the university, they are told it is genuine. When they check with the board in Uganda, they'll be told it is genuine because it is an order from above. You see how it works? The enterprise. UDA.
Okay. One moment, please. Another one. Just you can keep the thought. There is a bit of delay from my end because of the shield against the enemies of progress. So bear with me. Good.
I'm a free black man, and I didn't come here looking for a handout, and I really don't think you need one. Your problem is that you think you need a handout. Everything you need is right under your foot, but you looking everywhere else for help instead of to yourself and what you can produce for yourself. This is Africa's dilemma. You are parading yourself before the world as international beggars when you gave civilization to the world. Your problem is not America. Your problem is not Israel. Your problem is not Britain. Your problem is your disunity and your dependence on others to do for you what you could do for yourself. So I don't have to come back here anymore to help you. The help is already here. The knowledge is already here. The land is here. The sun is here. The water is here. The minerals are here. You have some of the finest minds in the world, but they're in Europe and they're in America making money while Africa suffers. Why don't we create politically stable environment and call the children of Africa back home to help build Africa. We are your children, and we will come and help. But don't expect us to come with billions of dollars when we don't have it. We're struggling in America. But you got it all right here under you.
Kuna kitu ingine Bernard?
Okay, just hold on. Let me get rid of that. Okay, one moment. Okay, thank you. Okay, guys. Okay, thank you. Let's now, NGILU, you can bring in Christine. I hope she's still there.
Yeah.
Okay, Christine, you can go ahead and give your presentation as you comment about the video. Eh?
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm happy once again to join the conversation. It's just unfortunate that it does take place when we are working. This is where I normally get all the politics, most of the things that are happening in the country. This is where I do get them, apart from Twitter, which I rarely tend to look at. So today I don't have much to say, but from the first TikTok video that Bernard played, I just hope it's not true, because if it is true, that can be the worst that can happen to our country. And it's my prayer and hope that the electorate will embarrass Sakaja at the ballot box in case they force their way. Them going to the courts, I believe they are aware that the court of Hello? Them going to courts, I think it's because they know the court will rule in their favor because of the ongoing battle or disagreement between the court and the president for not releasing the funds and employing judges as the court may require. So I think they know that when they go to court, they'll get the answer that they want, and Sakaja will be in the ballot box, because that's what I'm seeing trending in Twitter, which will be very unfortunate. About the second TikTok video that you've played, Bernard, I can attest to it. Like, we are suffering here in America. Let nobody cheat Kenyans that life is good over here. I can give an example. Before I came here, I used to work at MTRH. And by then I was just a graduate, but I came here with my master's. But even with my master's, I can tell you I started working in a nursing home. No employer will take my degree until I do evaluation, and evaluation is through the World Education Services. Luckily, I was admitted at a PhD program, but then unfortunate thing happened. I lost my mom, my child being home, so I had to look for a job. And my credentials were evaluated, and with World Education Services, for them to evaluate, you don't even communicate with them. You send the name of the institution. They themselves reach out to the institution. You don't know when they'll reach out. It took like 3 months, me waiting. And finally, I got a state job, but I can tell you, I do regret, and that's why I follow Kenyan politics, because I really want to come home. There's freedom at work, the breaks, nobody follows you. Like here, that dollar, you get that dollar, but It's work, work, work. You really have to work hard for that dollar. So I know back in Kenya, people are really excited about coming to the United States, just the same way that guy has said in the second TikTok video. If I would get an opportunity, if somebody will tell me I can get my job back at MTRH, I would go, I would come back. It's not easy. So I just hope all of us can influence one or two people so that we make good choices. We really want to come back home. So me, I'm here complaining I work with the state. But you can imagine that person that has to do an hourly job. It's really difficult. So when you see Kenyans in the diaspora really following things that are happening back home, you have heard about people going to the Asian countries, what is happening, people offer to kill themselves. It's not easy. Kenya is a very rich country, full of knowledge. People in Kenya are so smart, and it is my prayer and hope that we make good choices. Finally, about the Kabogo issue, to me, I think Kabogo ni mchokozi tu, because the other day, Kabogo was in the media cautioning his people to vote wisely. Not to vote because they want to punish Uhuru, but they should think of their future. So I thought with Kabogo saying that because Kikuyu voting to punish Uhuru, it means they are voting for Ruto. I don't think he meant Kikuyu voting for Raila is punishing Uhuru. So again, today, if he's going for that meeting, they have always talked. It's not the first time Kabogo is seeing red flags, seeing something and talking about it. He has always seen red flags in UDA and the way the UDA is treating them. He has always raised them. And I think it reaches a point that a wise man does not need to go to all those embarrassment he went through. So I just think hiyo ni uchokozi. As much as we are celebrating whatever is happening in the UDA, we should also not celebrate about all that, because as I said yesterday, it's our children that are witnessing those ugly scenes. But remember, our house too, some time ago, was not, things happen. So it's happening both ways. So we should just encourage both sides to solve things amicably, as much as we would like to win. But at the same time, we would like good moral value and examples to our children. So I don't want to tire you with much. I'm so excited. I'm so glad to be talking to my people. And thank you so much for this avenue. And just as I said yesterday, Bernard, any support you'd want from me, I'm willing to support. Thank you.
I think Bernard has shared his number, but I think Bernard, you can still put your number in the private chat for those people who might want to do vile tunafanyanga. They know. So,
sorry, niliingia jana, so sijui vile huwa inafanywa. So please, Bernard, you can just brief me in the chat session how inafanywa. Asante.
Bernard, do you want to comment about that, or we bring Mama Selina? I think it's important. Just comment about that, sababu tunatoanga sadaka na ni vizuri.
I thought we had given that job Alex and Chakendube. Ama wali toka.
Thank you, Mama Selina.
It is not nice for
unajua
say what we do. It is good for, because we had Muse na Kijana, and they were the one to lead us and tell us what we do every month. Because if we say Penat, it's like, Penat is working for us. Hata anaongea saila na sauti yako na oma manini inafanyika, but he sacrificed to come in. So Alex, you umesahau kasi yako na Mzee Chakendube, please.
Hiyo ni ukweli, nimesahau kazi yangu na naomba msamaha. Bernard, naomba msamaha, but tutaendelea. Njiru, pole. Tutaona. Christine, weka namba yako kule chini. Iko kikundi ambacho tutakuingisha ndani na tutakuelezea, na nitakupa namba ya Bernard pia, nitakuelezea vile tutafanya. Tafadhali. Na wale wote
Alex, remember, when you guys call us, we did what you want us to do. Then you never came back even to tell us what happened. But anyway, we don't have to talk here. You know what we do? And we want to listen this. And it is actually Mutoto Karibu Anasaliwa. Can you imagine for us missing this Mutembei TV in June and July? Oh, Lord. I wish we could have done it before, not now.
Yeah, Mama Brit, Mama Ann pia Mike na wale ambao pia wanapenda mjadala, mnaweza weka namba zenu kule chini on the private chat, not kule kwingine. Tunaweza waingisha kule na tunaweza tunaongea vitu kama hivi kule. Kwa sababu we need a lot of support, kwa sababu we are here until hiyo siku. Asante sana, shukrani.
Okay, na ukisahau tena ujue utafanya peke yako. And we will make sure you have done it in a light note. Okay, Mama Selina, come on board.
Okay, I don't know what to say. You know, ukikosa hii Mutembei TV 2 days, like yesterday I was on the site listening, the other day nilikuwa kasini, na shukuru Christine amesema. You know, we don't, hakuna mtu analala, you come in, you go out, unasikisa, anyway, imetupatia raha because tukiwa kasini, you are not bored. Sometimes you smile, mtu anakuuliza, hey, why are you smiling? Because unasikia kwa uko kwa simu and they cannot see. I think hata hii nini ilikuja imetusaidia sana. So anyway, yesterday karibu we are almost Bernard, karibu tunachukua off. Atukusikia tu Mutembei TV na kuona vile inafanyika Kenya. The way we love our country. My sister, everybody want to go back home. Everybody want to go back home. But we want to go back home to get a stable country. We want to go back home, support a new government that it is coming in place. We have to go there and support them. Anyway, wacha nikuje kwa mjadala ya leo na wacha nianze na Kiambu. I'm telling you, Kaboko alikuwa anafanya somersault. Aliruka, yeye alikuwa mtu ya rungu. Kumbe mwenye alifanya somersault ni Amazon King. And then now they are crying. You know, mimi, I have worked with Kaboko. He was in Kenya with Mother Karua. And then he was our member of parliament for one time and then he went back. You can't imagine, hiyo campaign sote inafanyika Kiambu, ile malori sote anatembeza. Lakini sometimes we don't believe in money. Saa ingine pesa inakuwa bure wakati ingine. Because I think if there is a person knows how to do campaign in Kiambu is Kaboko. Kaboko huwa anatembea na helicopter na ako na lori simeenda constituency mzima. You see Kaboko, watu unafikiria ako hapa, anashuka hapo na helicopter, anamaliza mkutano. He can do even 20 rallies a day. Na hiyo 20 rallies nilikuwa naona malori sake hiyo kubwa. But nimekubaliana na mtu alisema wrong choice. Na I want to come back kusema, mimi niliwaambia kitambo sana. I'm not from Central, but nimefanya kazi na watu ya Central closely. Kutokea wale wase, wakati ya Moi tumefanya na kina Karu. I've worked with Kikuyus mainly because I'm in Nakuru. Na nimekuwa karibu na hiyo system. The Central guys, I told you people, watafanya msimamo ya campaign yao July, tulisema June. Na nikawaambia by July watafunga hoteli. Nikawaambia baba mkate kasi yake inaisha kwa sababu wenyewe wamerudi. And I think Bernard, you can agree with me because those times sema muku kwa mnakubali. Nikisema lisheni watoto ya wenyewe. Wakati baba atarudi, baba mkate hata ujaribu useme siniliwalisha, mama ananyamaza, watoto wanakupiga. That is what is happening. Hata hii watu ingine, kina Kaboko, they are okay. Na saa ingine, nafikiri ni Mungu ndiye ule mtu wa Jubilee. ndiye aweze kuingia, kwa sababu hii wanaume wote walienda kung'ang'ana. And by the way, walikuwa nasema huyo senator ni kama alikuwa ametumwa, kwa sababu walikuwa naona aita Moses Kuria ama Kaboko anachukua. Kaboko ako na weakness yake moja ya madharau na kutusi wa mama, but juzi niliona akisema, but I don't know, si tunafurahia, lakini wanaume wakitusiana huko Kakamega wanatusiana, ni wapi imepaki? So wakati ya baba na mama imefika. Nataka kushukuru watu wa Kirinyaga so much. They have shown us the way today. Kirinyaga wametuonyesha ya kwamba they are behind their leader, Martha Wangari Karua. Ukiona hiyo wasee ya Kiama, those are the respected elders in Kikuyu community. Wacha vile watu wengine wanaruka walipatiwa. Unajua pia na ukipatiwa kiti na wasee ya wenyewe kama Wakalenjin vile wanadanganyanga watu wamewa place. And if you see the blessing they are giving them, it is not a real blessing. So if you are one of them, you know, oh my God, hii watu wamekuja wanatumia pesa. Na uongozi ya kununua is not a blessing. So wakati unaenda huko mpaka unasema ukitaka kuingia Central uliulise, na unajua these people are very clever. These people are business people. Hawa ndio wanasimamia uchumi ya Kenya. And then unaenda kabisa, alafu hiyo watoto wadogo Ndindi Nyoro, wa mama kama kina Alice Waome, Jane Kiara, angalia hiyo group, ati hawa ndio wasemi. Wakati wanaume ya Central wenyewe wataongea, where are they? Walikuwa naongea kuhusu ati matajiri, ati wanaenda safari back. I want you guys to put that clips kwingine pena tusipoteze, because you have to remind us. Wakati Ruto alikuwa na watusi wakisema hawa matajiri sijui alikuwa na waita majina gani, watu wanakaa kwa hoteli atu watapeana kiti gani. So hiyo ni mwanzo, na bado tutaona the real movie. Hiyo ni kionjo tu. Wacha niende Ukambani, Kitui. Wow, well, Kalonzo tunakubali, but anaichukua hiyo nafasi pia kunyanyasa wengine, lakini baba still anasimama, anasema niko na watu yangu, niko na Kenya, niko na NAK, niko na ODM, niko na Wiper, but sijawaambia mupigie nani kura, because I think like Kalonzo wanted to show, anataka sasa kupika kifua. Lakini nataka kushukuru baba, ingawa tunahitaji NGILU katika county, but we need him mostly. Tunataka wale watu wameelewa baba katika national office, wakati baba atawatuma. You know, NGILU anaweza kuwa good governor, lakini hiyo ni Kitui, haiwezi kutusaidia sisi tukiwa pale national. But if we can pick the few wale wanaweza simamia serikali ya baba na isimame. NGILU alikuwa minister wakati ya Kibaki. I think he was a minister of lands. No, she was lands, and then alikuwa health. So kuna watu pena, na ninaona wanachichakua. Baba anaenda kupata the best. Wale watu ikiwa ni wamama, vijana, wase, wale watu wamekomaa. Kwa sababu mahali Kenya iko sahi ni ngumu sana. So mimi nataka kuambia NGILU asante. And again, how could Martha Karua be the deputy president bila kuwa na strong pillars? She need to have strong women. Wale wamama watakaa chini waulisane. She need to get those people whom she will trust to be a deputy president. Kwa sababu hiyo kazi si rahisi. Na ninashukuru ameonyesha watu mfano ya kukua deputy, hata ukue principal, kuna headmaster na kuna ule mdogo. Na shukuru Martha Karua kuambia wa Kenya hivyo, because I know even us here in Asimio people were touting her a lot, but niliwapatia assurance ya kwamba I have worked with Martha. Najua msimamo yake si mtu ya hivi hivi, na ninashukuru kila mtu amekubali. And the Kirinyagas, Martha Karua campaign anaenda 15 kilometers. Leave alone 3 kilometers, hiyo kidogo ni kidogo. I think Njeru can tell me. You work with Martha Karua by 6 in the morning. Na munatembea mpaka jioni amalize mkutano. She cannot sit down. Na munatembea na nyinyi Kirinyaga muko na nyimbo ya kukimbia. Kutembea kwao ni kukimbia. But I think that is the best. So nashukuru. Sasa mambo ya Embu. Embu na Kirinyaga, they are neighbors. And they are almost ni kama kitu moja. Niliona hiyo watu kama Akarapa. Naona sasa wale wamekuja wote. It is the beginning. Watu wanarudi. Na ukiona hiyo watu ni very strong. So nashukuru watu wa Embu. Kwa sababu Embu na Kirinyaga ni kitu moja. Naona watu ya Nyeri wamemsupport. Let's say this. Ukiangalia mkutano ya baba Ukambani na ya mother katika Kirinyaga na Embu. Ni mkutano ile watu wanahudhuria na heshima. Mkutano yenye mama akiambia watu munyamase she was even laughing. Alikuwa anaongea saa ingine mpaka anasahau anacheka. Yani watu wanamwambia maneno na akasema vizuri. Wewe ukiwa mwisi usifikirie tumekuja kukumaliza, but rudisheni vitu. Kama wewe uliipa huku ipa na jamii. Na mimi naona Kirinyaga watatupatia the best governor. Najua kuna Ngereshi, najua kuna governor na Kenya pia ako humo ndani. So wacha tuone Kirinyaga watatupatia nani ya kuweza kuchunga inchi. Otherwise nafikiria Penat nitakuwa hapa nisikize vile watu wamesema. Unajua kama unakuja kama watu wamemaliza maneno kama kina Alex, Mike, Njiru wamemaliza maneno, Bob wamemaliza. Wacha si tusikize. Naona kuna mtu anaweka mkono juu, sijui kama ni kuniuliza swali ama unasema huyu mama maliza ukae.
Okay. I can confirm something to you kidogo kabla tulete Bob maybe naweza kukonfirmia Embu na Kirinyaga ile wakati unajua Kenya kuna zamani tulikuanga na maseneta ni vile wamerudi tena. The time when we used to have senators ile wakati after the independence, Embu and Kirinyaga used to be one faction. Yani we used to be one region. So we intershare a lot. Na ukiangalia Embu town na Kerugoya, they are almost like equidistantly placed to one another, such that watu wa Embu wanaweza enda Kerugoya hospital, watu wa Kerugoya wanaweza kuja Embu hospital. So we intershare a lot as Embians. And then pia kwa lugha, hata kama lugha iko na some small deviation, again kuna vile again pia we are interrelated. So we share resources, we share everything. Na Waembu wanaona Martha Karua ni wao. Watu wa Kirinyaga wanaona Martha Karua ni wao. So kuna hiyo hali ya tunaitanga goshogi ya mwana. Goshogi ya mwana ni ile kurushiana mtoto. Unakuta yani huyu anasema ni wake, huyu mwingine anasema ni wake. So kuna hiyo hali ya everybody want this baby. So kila mtu anashogi ya mtoto. So that is what is happening. So you are very right on what you said. So maybe Bob can ask you a question.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I just wanted to add what Mama Selina said about Martha Karua in her today's activities. There is one important thing that Martha Karua said that I really admired, and she's a straight shooter. And she told the Azimio, all the Azimio candidates, in no uncertain terms, that you either with us or you're without us. This idea of trying to campaign without campaign and saying that mimi nipigie kura without campaigning for Raila and Martha, the people should not choose such people. And it was across board, including her own NAC candidates, NAC or NAC Kenya candidates. So she actually tried to streamline and told them not to fear. If you're with us, you're with us. I want to see the photograph of our presidential candidate in your posters. So do not fear, and and don't try to play selfish. That was a very important statement. And just like the way she has been shutting up hecklers and asking them to listen, if they don't want, then they can go to to other rallies. So she's very equivocal, and I really want to congratulate her on that. Thank you.
Okay, maybe before ukuje, I want to tell you hii story ya Raila phobia imeisha, muachane na hiyo. Sasa we are dealing with Raila maniac, and that is what is in Mount Kenya. So na watu wa UDA wamekuwa wakiconcentrate na Raila phobia, and it is not selling. Ile tu story ya kukuja kutuambia maneno ya 19 sijui what, those things are not selling. Sasa we are concentrating with the clean sheet ya baba, and it is selling. So and people are, kuna maposta ziko huko, baba ako ndani, Jubilee. So the idea, that one is home. So Mother Karua was just rubber stamping. Already people have started doing it, and I know very many people now. Hata huyu kama huyu anaitwa Rene Kevuti, the governor, ako na picha ya baba hapo. So the uoga ya baba Mount Kenya hiyo hakuna. Sasa Mount Kenya sasa ni policy, pengine sasa mtuletee uoga ingine, lakini uoga ya baba hiyo hakuna. So uoga tumemaliza, baba is acceptable, baba is home. So
and I think Njeru ile kitu yes, Martha Karua ngawa sana sana ameongea Kirenyaka ama ameongea Kikuyu, ameambia Wakikuyu sana ile mambo Raila amefanya wakati walikuwa wakati ya Kibaki, na unaona anawaambia kabisa na kiluka mpaka unajua anasema well, hivi yote tuliona ni Raila alifanya. Hakuna siku Mkikuyu kwa serikali ya Kibaki aliweza kurecognize, na walijua ile kazi Raila alifanya, but kwa sababu walikuwa na watoto yao, that was the only thing wangemushat Raila down. But Martha Karua vile ameamuka na kusema they trust her, na amesema ukweli, yeye Raila amefanya hii mambo yote, amechora na ameuliza Wakikuyu maswali. Unajua sasa I thank God wengine watu wanasikia hiyo lugha, lakini tukikuja kutranslate naona watu wengi wanaruka very important points. Martha Karua anamwambia watu ya pole pole. Amefunza mpaka Wakikuyu ya kwamba mkiwa na ng'ombe, umeenda dairy, umepata maziwa 20 liters, na ule mtu amekukamia maziwa, ameipa ako na maziwa ameipa kwa chupa, na unakuja kumupata na unamulipa, anawauliza will you trust that man? Watu wakasema hapana. Akasema mtaamini ule mtu ameleta maziwa na akachukua? Wakasema hapana. Amewauliza pia, uko na watoto yako karibu 10 ama 9, na kwa hiyo nyumba ukiwa mama wewe msasi, unajua mtoto gani yako na mkono mrefu? Unajua mtoto gani hata mama ukitoka anaingia anatoa ile pesa umeficha? Akasema sisi, amewaambia, amewafunza, na hivyo ndio Wakikuyu wameelewa, na ndio ikafika mpaka vile alisema ni kama alijibu mambo ya
Bernard, niko kuagiza.
Somebody is talking.
Haizi ongea mwingine akiongea. Continue.
Yeah, thank you.
Order. Hold on one moment, Mama Selina. Fred, if you are there, please, you either lift your hand. You said you're in darkness, you can communicate through the private chat, but shouting is not allowed. And then when somebody is making submission, you don't interrupt. Thank you.
So ayo ndio nilitaka kusema. Ya pili, mumeona vile wa mama niliwaambia mambo ya constituency. Alex, remember siku yenye mlikuwa mnaniambia ati ukiongea mambo ya constituency unamaliza kura ya Martha Karua. Can you imagine the way women have come out? Eldoret, na ninashukuru sana Martha leo Kirinyaka aliwapongeza watu ya Eldoret kwa kutoka kwa wingi kumkaribisha. I was telling you guys, it is time for that constituency wanaitwa wamama. And Martha Karua coming out and tell these women, I'm part of you. Atujifichi, si ati unakuwa deputy president na unapata cheo yenye si yako. She really say who she is. So, hiyo ndiye imepatia wamama kuwa na heshima. Wamama ndiye unaona hawataki kujua, watu wanaona yeye ni mama and it is their time. Ile kitu nataka kusema tu kama mmoja ya wamama ni kwamba tusiaipishe hiyo jina ya mama. Najua tunaenda kupatiwa uongozi. Wale wamama wengi watachakuliwa kwa sababu ya hiyo jina ya Martha Karua. Please, wamama, tukue wamama viongozi. Tusikuwe wamama ya room 350. Tuachie wamama ya 350 mambo yao. Na Kwanza yao na kuisha yao. The other women leaders who stood na wanajua wako na watoto na wanataka kusimamia Kenya. Tusimame, tusaidie wamama viongozi wale watakuwa wamechakuliwa. Wale wamama batu wanaambiwa mungoje, munapati, you know, Alex, and I'm sorry to death, sad Alex Bernard. Mama akikuja kwako na heshima, na kuambie anataka kitu, seriously, utampatia. Lakini wamama, ukienda kuusa uchi yako alafu unasema unataka position. Si anajua, wanaume wanajua position yenyu already. How will you share the government with them? How can you be a member of parliament na Alex anaketi kama ni member of parliament ya constituency yake, na wewe kiongozi mama umechaguliwa na watu ya constituency yako, Alex anakuambia unyamase kwa sababu wewe umefanya mambo na women. Please, tukue viongozi, na ukifika nyumba simama, kwa sababu Kenya kwisha. Hakuna mama hata moja ameheshimiwa kwa hiyo group. Wanashindana hapo kuimba na hiyo ndio wanajua. Anaitwa nani hii ya kubeba hii, nasikia wanaitwangwa na Kenya kwisha kubeba. Hii anatokanga kwa kina Alex. Hii msichana mrembo ya Nairobi. Ona, wamemalizwa wamama wasuri. Ile ya Mombasa anaambia watu kiuno. Ingine Kirinyaka, mama alikuwa na heshima, wote wamepotea. We don't want to see them. Wacha warudi nyumbani, wakae, wapigane. Kina wanaume huko, hii chama. Na ama walienda wapi? Chameni, Penat. Hiyo chama ni chama. Wanaume wanafanya vituko, wamama wanafanya vituko. Please, I want after election turutishe hiyo, ndio wa Kenya wachue. Kama mtu kama Kaboko akiangai anaenda anafanya vituko na ni mtu anaheshimiwa. I hear that lady saying that. But unajua ukiwa baba, watu wanakuangalia. Your husband anaruti anafanya utoto huko. Wewe kama mama hata chioni unampatia chakula unashindwa. Is this my husband I knew? How do we respect these people? Na wanaenda kuabudu mtu. Si wakuje Rift Valley watuulize. Watu ya kwetu wamenyamaza. Mumeona nani akiimba? Mumeona nani akiona Ruto anaruka mpaka anakuwa kama mwenda simu? They are not there. Makurmen is no more talking. Suti, they are not talking. Watu wameenda kutafuta viti yao. Kina Kositany waliangushwa, hiyo walienda kitambo. I'm wondering these people. Kama mumeona Wakalenjin wakienda wanafanya somersault kwa sababu wa king. Wacha niwaambie. Serikali ya Simio, Gideon Moi na wale wengine, mutaona Wakalenjin. We are not out of the government. Baba Uhuru watashikilia Gideon na sisi Wakalenjin we will be there kwa sababu ilikuwa ni biashara. We never send anybody. Hakuna wase Wakalenjin walipeana mtu akasema enda simama. Ni mtu alisimama peke yake. Wase wakamwambia enda. Amekimbia, sasa akifika ukuta tutamwambia kaa chini, wacha vijana kama Kitio na wase wengine watangulie. Because ninaangalia Central mpaka nacheka. Kumbe mwenye
Sa-
alisema
Mama Selina.
ukweli.
Sawa Mama Selina, vipi? Yeah.
Najua mimi ni discipline. Kama deputy yangu ni discipline, I cannot siwezi fanya makosa. If you say Mama Selina lakini nilikuwa na tu neno moja. Nawaambia my brothers from Central, I cannot talk about sisters. Wamama wa Central wako sawa 100%. Nataka niwaulize tu, munaenda kuchukua mtoto ya poma ingine, amujui kama kwao alibarikiwa ama alilaaniwa. That is why hata nyinyi munakaa wachinga. Thank you so much.
Bernard, do you have an addition? I know you like responding to Mama Selina. Go ahead and respond to her. I know you're excited.
No, she has finished it all. Let's just keep it clean, so that everybody is at home. Fred, you cannot put off your camera. Even if you're in darkness, your camera must be on. Okay? Well, what is your question, Fred?
Najua lights imepotea huko, sasa niko kwa giza by the.
Yeah, go straight to your question, please.
Sasa my question nataka iende kwa Mama Serena. Umesema hiyo point Martha Karua alisema tuwezi pea mtu ameiba chupa moja akukamulia ng'ombe. Nataka niwaulize hivi. It means Kenya Kwanza ndio iko na watu wezi. Azimio haina wezi.
Hii mtu ni Bernard. Kama hii mtu ni ule alikuwa anatuuliza maneno ya baba
kina Murathe. Sasa unakuwa na hasira na kina Murathe ni wezi. Unajua uleta hapa honest discussion. Si eti ku.
Okay, order Fred.
Hiyo ni question. Sasa mimi
kuniekea
tu order.
Na hasira mingi. Fred, if you are not listening to me, you will not be able to make any submission.
We are not here to waste our time. Sisi wengine call off kasi ndio tukuja tuongee mambo ya nchi. Sisi wengine tunatoka kufanya kazi, tunawacha shift tuweze kukaa chini kuongea mambo ya muhimu. We are not just here to come and listen to.
It means me ni Haidora.
Selena, let me handle it, Mama Selena. Let me handle it. Allow me to handle it. Fred. Fred, it is wrong for you. Let me handle it. Allow me to handle it. Fred. Okay. Mundua nyumba, your mic is on. Hey, God have mercy. Now, Fred, if when an expression is made and you drag it to make it your interpretation, and then you begin to implicate other people, what happens is that you spoil the conversation. An illustration is given. Umehaya mtu kukamua ng'ombe apeleke maziwa kwa dairy. Alafu unakundua kwamba maziwa yale yanapelekwa kuna mengine yanafichwa. Okay. Huyo mtu ataendelea kusimamia maneno ya dairy ya kwako nyumbani. Will you allow that? That's the question you need to respond to. It has nothing to do with Kenya Kwanza. It has nothing to do with UDA. It has everything to do with our moral standards and the kind of standards we need to adhere to when we are looking for who becomes the leader and who doesn't.
Okay, Bernard, najua my question ilikuwa mnasema Kenya Kwanza. Sasa hivyo Kenya Kwanza ndio iko na wezi wanakunya maziwa.
Hakuna mtu amezungumza kuhusu Kenya Kwanza. Ni wewe umeongea maneno ya Kenya Kwanza. Who talked about Kenya Kwanza here except about Kaboko and Ati? Well, Bwana Fred, I think you are not here for debate, and for that matter, good night.
Yeah, I think we need to be honest. Martha Karua akutanja mtu pale. It was a generic explanation na ni kama vile kama mliona Martha Karua leo, kuna mtu alikuwa anataka kutanja Ruto kwa rali yake and she refused. Sijui kama kuna mtu aliona hiyo kitu, hata alimguzaguza hivi. There was a guy who wanted kuanzia kuitana maneno mabaya hapo, na Martha Karua alisema hapana, she refused, akasema what Martha Karua is trying to do, she is working on the character of the whole country. So when friend anakuja hapa and she want to direct us into a specific way, Martha Karua aliongea about the whole country. Na kama wewe unajijua wewe ni mwizi, na kama wewe unajijua jina yako ni corruption, kama vile alisema Martha Karua leo, alisema hakuna mtoto anazaliwa anapewa hiyo majina, alisema hivyo. So let's take what Martha Karua is saying and let's not start building it. Na kama unajenga hiyo basi ni wewe so unajua saa zingine ukianzia kusema na hiyo kitu ama mhubiri akihubiri pale mbele, unaanzia kusema kwani huyo mhubiri anatembea na wale watu wako karibu na mimi ni kama ananihubiri. Ukifikiria ni wewe unahubiriwa, badilisha mienendo ama uende pale kwa DCI tukungojee huko ukuwa umeandikiwa. So kama mhubiri amehubiri leo na unafikiria ni wewe, iko shida.
Proceed. Bob, what is it?
I just want to tell Njiru that, guilty conscience needs no accuser. And if you want to know a thief, this is the behavior that Fred is bringing to the platform, and we should never allow it. Because nobody accused him, he has started bringing in names.
Njiru, who was next? Give to the next person, please. And
okay, walikuwa wamama ndio walikuwa wanaongea kwanza, ili sasa
can I say?
Okay, Nathan, we can give you 1 minute, then we get Anna.
Yeah.
Anna.
Nathan has broken the law. He should not be given. He should lift his hand and then will be picked.
Okay,
now
Nathan,
unmute the mic before for that purpose.
Okay.
Okay, Nathan.
Unmute the mic. Wacha wamama wamalize kwanza. Hana yuko hapa amesubiri.
Okay, Nathan.
Wacha wamama wamalize kwanza. Hana yuko hapa amesubiri.
Okay. Sorry, my phone went off. Okay. Sorry, my phone went off. Bernard, mnanisikia? Sorry, my phone went off. Bernard, mnanisikia?
Order, Anna, you seem to have two gadgets tuned into the you're on two feeds from the studio. You can't have the listening one and the studio one on at the same time because they will be clashing. So mute the one for YouTube or Facebook so that you listen from the studio only. Okay, you can now unmute. If you have muted the other one, then speak.
You're hearing me now?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm very sorry. I have just on my phone went off and I have to take the laptop. Okay, what I would like to say first, I would like to comment about Fred. In this debate, watu wengi wanaingia kusikia vile tunasema about Azimio. And I remember there is a day nilisema we are not coming here to waste time, kama vile Mama Serena amesema. We are busy ladies. Kuona nikifikiza saa 7 and yet 6 natakikana nitoke niende nikahudumia wananchi, ni kujitolea. Kwa hivyo whoever want to enter into this debate, wacha akuja akiwa na one focused ati tunataka kusaidia nchi yetu, so that wale hawaja make decision kwenye watavote wapate nafasi ya kujua kwenye watavote. Kwa hivyo wasikuje kutuwestia time. Hiyo ingine, what I would like to support ni mambo hiyo Mama Serena ameongea kuhusu mother vile aliongea leo. Aliongea Kirinyaga. It is true, yeye anatuelekeza na ile njia inatakikana ya kutuambia na mfano ukiwa kwako nyumbani. when you are doing your work na ukute kitu imefanyika, you can't support yule mtu anaharibu kazi yako ama business yako so that muwe friendly. You can't be a friend to someone who is spoiling your business. Kwa hivyo wale wanashika yeye vibaya ni sababu wako na hiyo uchungu ya vile tumeendelea Azimio, na wamama wamejitolea. Nimesema on the ground, watu wakikuja especially in Kiambu, Njiro atakubaliana na mimi, wamama wameendelea na mfumo yenye haijawahi onekana in Kiambu, because now tumeanza kuchambua mambo ya kuangalia kama ni mama ako Azimio na anataka women rep, tunamwangalia mama, tuambie hutakuja kulet Azimio down. Tukikupatia vote, are you going to recognize wamama wazee? Because we are working. Mi nasemanga it is a strength of a man. Hatutaenda kuvote tuvotie Martha Karua tuache wa baba nyuma. This is where we can start even a strength of a man. Mwanaume ajisikie ni mwanaume. That is why tunawaambia come tushikane pamoja, we vote for Azimio, baba na mama, so that uzuri wa serikali yetu uanze kwa nyumba ukielekea mpaka kwa State House. Kwa hivyo mimi na support mama Selina, hivyo alikuwa anasema. Hiyo ni mfano mzuri sana mama Martha Karua alituambia na tukashika. Sisi tulikuwa online, yeye akiwa Kirinyaga, tulishika vizuri sana bila alikuwa anataka kusema. Another thing ni hii mambo sasa hii ya watu wanaona kama tuko na uchungu. Saa ile au nini Kenya Kwisha wanapigana. No. We are happy because percent kubwa haikuwa imedecide watavote wapi. And the time wanakuarushana na wakitupania maneno. Ndio unasikia hata mtu anakupigia simu anakuambia, "Oh, Ann, nimeona vile ulikuwa unaniambia, it is good, nimedecide kujoin Azimio." So, kazi yetu wacha tukue sio hatuna tusikue na sleeping on the watu. Kuna wakati nilikuwa nasoma Biblia. Kuna wakati ilifika Esther na Mordekai, ikafika their clan ama ukoo yao itamaliziwa. And I remember Mordekai nikisoma Biblia, Mordekai aliambia Esther, usifikirie uko kwa nyumba ile kubwa tutamalizwa sisi, wewe uachwe. If we come, naleta hiyo mfano kama ya huyo mtu anakuja kujoka hapa. Asifikirie Azimio ikikosha ushindi tupate shida, yeye atakuwa na usalama. Lazima ajue ukweli wa mambo, ati hapa ni between yeye na sisi, tungangane ushindi ukuje kwa Azimio, so that better life of our future na watoto wetu. Hiyo ndio nataka kumwambia, because the time Esther alijua ukweli wa kwamba Mordekai wakimalizwa hata yeye hataachwa, alijikakamua akaingia mpaka kwa kiti cha enzi huko kwa kiti ya king. Akamwambia, hata kama wewe ni bwana wangu, kuna kitu nataka kukuambia. And in God's favor, king alikubali. Kwa hivyo tukangane sisi, wale hawajakuja pande yetu kama Fred, atakuja siku moja asikie vile tunasema ni kwa usaidizi yake hata yeye. Hivyo tu ndivyo ningetaka kucomment, na mniruhusu nitaenda usingizi because I want to wake up. Niko na vikundi nitamiti kesho kuongea tu mambo ya Martha Karua. Kwa hivyo nashukuru.
Okay, thank you Hannah for your confirmation. Nilikuwa nikitaka kukuambia hata ukienda kukutana na hawa mama huko Kiambu na eneo zingine, waambie hawako peke yao. Mimi kama mzee, I'm totally behind them. So na najua mtu kama Nyomba ako hapa kutoka ile pande ya Nakuru, najua atatuambia hapa vile kumewaka huko. So we people, we are supporting you, and we have to drive UDA out of Mount Kenya. UDA does not belong there. Thank you, and we can have Nathan to give his comment as
wacha tuulize. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Ana, Kiunjuri yako wapi? Kwa sababu niliona leo alikuwa na mkutano na mama asubuhi wakikunywa chai. What is going on with Kiunjuri? Is he coming ama ako njiani? Hiyo tu nilikuwa nauliza.
Okay, wacha nijibu. Amekuwa akimit na Martha vile Martha anafanya, ameanza kuenda kuleta wale walikuwa wameshikana akina Kuria, hata Kuria tunamgoja. Ameanza kuenda kuongea nao in a private way, anawarudisha nyumbani, kuambia kujeni tushikane, we support Raila, na mimi kwa sababu niko hapo Mount Kenya imesimamiwa, na tunatarajia before ifike Sunday Kionjori anakuja pande yetu na watu wake, wengine already wamesha shift wameingia. Kwa hivyo kazi yetu hata sisi ni kwenda on the grassroots, au timu ya Kabogo, timu ya kina Wainaina wa Jango, we have been having meeting with them. Tunawaongeresha, tunawaomba, hatutumii nguvu, tunawaomba watu join ili Mount Kenya isikuwe na chama hiyo ya UDA, sababu imekuja, na tunawaonyesha ukweli wa mambo vile amekuwa akiharibu, ametutenganisha. Watu tulikuwa tunaongea kitu moja, saa hii hatuongei kitu moja, and that is why uliona kulitokea hiyo vita ya Wamatangi na Kabogo, because huko ndani ikiwa na hiyo mkutano kulikuwa na watu wengi sana walikuwa wanaongea about Azimio na wao wenyewe vile wamekuwa. Na another thing very important, I don't know whether Bernard amepata hiyo clip. The nani Gachagua alikuwa Diori Muru na within Kiambu. And there is a big team ya wale wazee wa age ya kutoka 68 years. Na wamama aliwatocha vibaya sana wa hiyo that time. Sababu ni ile wakati tulikuwa watu wengi wanasapoti Matiba, akina Matiba. So there is another movement inaendea ya kuondoa mambo ya Gachagua within Kiambu, because wako na that bitterness. Wengine hata watu wao walikufa. I don't know kama mmepata hiyo clip, na kama haujaiona nitatumia nani Bernard. So hiyo ni ya kwangu Rimuru Rimuru, na tuko na hiyo meeting tunakutana, because we want our young generation wajue who is Gachagua. When you are supporting Ruto, you are supporting Gachagua mwenye amedhulumu wazazi wako na your brothers, wengine hata wakakufa. Kwa hivyo within Kiambu kunafanyika mambo mengi sana hamujui, especially area yenye Gachagua alikuwa dio. Kwa hivyo we are hoping end of this month tutaleta hapa kuwaonyesha watu wale wametoka kwa UDA na wameingia Azimio.
Okay. Ana, unaweza ngojea tu dakika 5, kuna mtu anataka kukuuliza swali. Serina, nikitaka kukujibu tu kwa 15 seconds. Kionjori ni mwili iko UDA, akili iko kwingine. So ni mwili tu iko UDA, wewe tu jijazie tu hivyo. That guy does not seem to conform with the procedures and what UDA believes in. So wewe jua tu hiyo ni mwili iko UDA, akili iko kwingine. Kama akili itakuja Azimio, well and good. Kama anataka kukua independent, well and good. But that guy, he is not in UDA. So let's have another, then tukue na Bob, then Ana unaweza ngojea kidogo, maybe there's somebody who want to react to you, please. Alafu uende.
Alright, asante sana Mr. Njiru, and I appreciate so much for your patience, and I mean for my patience I appreciate. Sasa iko hivi, I have to prosecute a few things. Ukambani uko tushamaliza, I believe, so I'm just going to touch base on what I believe personal, on what I believe that's going to happen in Mount Kenya. Mi najua Meru, Eastern, Embu, kutoka Meru kwenda hivi chini mpaka Embu iko locked to Baba. And the reason why I'm going to say this is because we're getting so much development. Umeona hiyo Mwea irrigation scheme is already finished. I don't want to repeat myself, but that one is done and dusted. Watu wa Mwea watavote. Mwea, Embu, tukipanda hivi, because huko nilienda shule. My secondary school was in those places, in Embu. So I understand every logistics za huko. So I'm telling you, Embu, Ukambani is locked. Meru, we speak the same language. That one is locked. If anybody thinks he can penetrate into this particular eastern region of Mount Kenya, then probably they're fooling themselves. Probably they're daydreaming. Unajua kuna watu wana daydream. I have another thing that I want to prosecute here. We cannot equate equations. We all went to school. We cannot do equation ya baba na mama. Yeah, unapatia baba na baba. Baba na baba is like x and x. What does that give you? X squared. So what happens when you factor x squared? You get an x. Tusiende huko. We are going to get back to exactly where we were. Tufanye gedhafu, and I'm talking to the youth. I want the youth to listen to me because we have to do the math na tufanye hesabu vizuri, because of course me I'm not a youth, I'm a middle youth, but tufanye gedhafu vizuri. Gedhafu mimi nilikuja mia makamba, but nisikia inaitwa gedhafu. Sawa. That's another point that I wanted to prosecute. Story ya Sakaja sitaki kuongea because he's a guy I respected so much. And I thought he was doing all the right things, but I even wrote on the comment section, there's a guy I respect. But little did I know, yeah, because he was on the alumni. If you go to University of Nairobi, the guy I respected, but he's nobody right now. He's nowhere to be seen, so he's a nobody. So I don't want to even talk about his name. So huyu ameenda ametongomea nyongoni. Stories are volcanicity na nini. Let me talk about stories matusi. Let us not get ourselves into a situation where we are going to abuse each other, talk ill about each other, say bad things about each other. Sababu, it is not going to add anything to you. Even when itaongeza anything to your marriage in terms of what you're chasing in life. It cannot. So let us have decorum. Let us have the spirit of just understanding people na wachukule tu venye huko, because the vote is the final piece of the puzzle. And if you can be able to do that, then I believe kila kitu itakuwa tuko sawa going forward. So tuache reckless behaviors na huyu jamaa anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Now I'm going to mention his name because I don't fear him. Rigathi Gachagua is supposed to tame his mouth. Tame his mouth properly, because he's not supposed to say bad things about women in this country. That they wear wanavaa uniforms zinakaa kama sijui ati blue uniform ni kama. If that guy doesn't have respect for women, let him understand that there are women in this country and the women have leadership. Now women can even stand on themselves in their own 2 feet. And I understand wanaume wako wa kudefend hata wanawake wao. Asilete upuzi hapa kwa Kenya. It is so bad when somebody, just recklessly, loosely, and just utters things that he cannot. I mean, it is so bad. For me, I'm just staki kuongea story ya Rigathi Gachagua. Hapana, that one is just disgusting. I mean, so that thing I can only praise Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta because of the dam and what rise tutafanya. I hope you people saw how much energy and how much entrepreneurship energy can bring, and you saw Madam anaitwa mrembo wa mchele from where?
Those can I stop you?
Those are the things. Wait, I finish. Those are the things that we need when it comes to entrepreneurship. Yeah, because you can traverse, you can go to any county and you do your farming, you do your every single entrepreneur idea that uko nayo kwa kichwa yako, and then nothing can stop you. And this is the government that we need. Embu. Let me go back to Embu, we have 337,000 registered voters. Sijui hii historia hawa jamaa wanaitwa aje? Kula Kenya. Kula Kenya. May I call them Kula Kenya because they are going to eat us alive. It's not about Kwisha. They are called Kula Kenya. Wako na 300,000 votes. Na Kirinyaga wako na 317,000 voters. Total that up inakuja kitu kama 700,000 voters. Alafu mjamaa anakuja hapa, huu jamaa anaitwa sijui Rigathi Gachagua. Anakuja anasema ati votes za Ukambani they don't even count. And you have submerged almost 2 counties in Mount Kenya. It's not like we're not going to get votes from those counties. Yeah. What is this guy telling us? Rigathi Gachagua, is he smoking something? I don't understand. What is the guy? Huyu jamaa anatumia akili gani huyu Rigathi Gachagua? I think he's still deploying his DO politics upon us superficially, so much so that we understand that everything is okay. He's a man of the people, which is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Number one rubbish in this country. And I'm going to tell you this one, and I'm not going to hide my face. Akitaka kunikujia nikujia. Let me tell you, Rigathi Gachagua, let me finish. Rigathi Gachagua is a guy who does not even understand the politics of the eastern side. He's only campaigning on the western side. I don't know if you have noticed. Anaenda tu Nyeri, Nyandarua, anapiga kelele huko. Oh, sijui ng'ombe za maziwa, sijui takataka. Nyandarua huko Laikipia. Yeah? Let us hold our leaders accountable for every single thing that they say and every single thing that they do, and even when they come to your homestead, wacha wakuja wakuambie sera yenye inafaa. Si sera ya uchokozi ama sera ya unaelewa? Yeah. Wow. I don't understand why. Let me finish, bro. I'm just about to finish.
Tena. I will bring you again.
I'm just about. Okay.
I will bring you again.
Aende huko Nyandarua walete hiyo.
Okay. I will bring you again. Just relax too, like for 2 minutes. I will bring you again. Please just hold your thought. I understand you. I know people are bitter with this Gachagua, and I understand you. People are bitter with this Gachagua. So Bob, can you bring your question so that we can release Anna? Sitaki kumweka hapa na amesema anaenda. So let's be also considerate. Just bring your question.
Yeah, I have two questions about Kiambu County, because Kiambu County, we appreciate that they have 1 million plus registered voters. So it's a county that is of interest. Now, Anna, I wanted to know, is Kimani Wajango still in the race for the governorship? Because he's a very influential fellow, though he might not be having the kind of publicity that other people have, but he's a very influential man, especially on the ground. And which way does he seem to be leaning? Number two, the question of history. The question of history is very important, of which most of the call it the youth do not seem to want to think about. And I appreciate the fact that you brought in the Limuru issue with Gachagua. Lastly, sorry, it was 3. There seem to be, in my opinion, I've been monitoring the rallies that UDA has had in Kiambu, especially, and there seems to be the energy is disappearing. From the rallies, you can see what was happening 2-3 months ago in terms of the rallies. There is no much more energy, and it is just like the politicians are kind of forcing themselves on the people. You can see how much the interest in the crowd, they're non-attentive, and it doesn't seem like they're connecting. Could that be a wrong assessment? Thank you. Anna, back to you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, talking about Wainaina Wajango, those four, Kafogo, Kuria, Wainaina na Wamatangi walikuwa kwa UDA. Na hata saa hii isipokuwa tu Wainaina ameenda independent na haja tu join sisi kama Azimio, bado mrengo wake hajajulikana kama ameacha UDA ama ako Azimio, sababu yeye amesimama tu. And what we have been saying, upande anajulikana upande wa, wacha niseme upande kama Wathika, Ojuja, those sides like Limuru, Kikuyu na Githunguri na Rari, those sub counties amekuja kama mgeni. So when yeye aliingia UDA, it is like people tulimutoa kwa mafikilio kidogo, sababu bado alikuwa mgeni na tena akaingia kwa chama yenye watu wengi hawakuwa wamedecide kuingia. So up to now hatuwezi tukamsikia sababu tunamuona ni kama part of UDA. Kwa hivyo hata saa hii wanapigana, hata yeye tunamweka include kwa hiyo box ya hao wenye wanapigana. That is question number 1. Question number 2 ilikuwa mambo ya ground vile kuko. We are using another strategy. Sio kama ile ya mikutano sisi. Sisi sana hatufanyi hiyo mikutano kubwa. Una wale akina Mheshimiwa Nyoro, Gavana Nyoro hao wanaenda on the field. But we have a team iko every sub county. Iko huku kwa mashinani. Talking to people, kuenda kwa meet kwa mashamba, kwa biashara zao, door to door. That is why umeona sasa mikutano imechange. Wanaitana mikutano, hata hiyo UDA watu wanakosa kwenda. Because sasa tumefika kwenda door to door kuambia watu ukweli wa mambo vile iko. Kwa hivyo utaenda hata kwa hizi primary school ama kwa machiefs wakiitana mikutano, asiposema kama anawapatia chakula, wezi ukawaona wakienda those mikutano. The other thing, tumekuja kugundua on the ground, wamegundua ile uongo wamekuwa wakiwekwa hiyo miaka 4. Sasa hii miezi yetu ni ya kuambia ukweli na kuwaonyesha ile hatred tulikuwa tumewekwa ya kusema Raila ni mbaya. Tunawaonyesha vile amekuwa akifight for their rights. Like me, I was a human right in Kiambu, the greater Kiambu. Wacha saa hii imekatakatwa. So I have a big networking, and they have seen how I have been helping them with my group. So when we come to tell them about the human right department, vile kutetea haki yako, tunaweka madhakarua na tunaweka Raila, wanatusikia haraka sana kuliko sasa vile walikuwa wanasikia hiyo 4 years. Saa hii wameanza kuelewa. President hakuwa amefanya makosa. Tumekuja kuleta hiyo kwa upana. Hakuna ubaya president amekuja amefanya, na tunawaonyesha miaka 5 ya mbele vile hakufanya kazi, na ile kazi amefanya hii miaka ingine 5 wamekuwa na handshake. And sisi tumejionea, wengi wamejionea, wale hawajatembea, wale tunasemanga kuna wale tunasemanga kuna watu kazi yao ni kutoka kuamka asubuhi, wanaenda labda anakamua, anaenda kwa shamba, anarudi kwa nyumba, anakula, analala. Na that is, hao ndio wengi hawajapata pahali pa kusikia vile gazeti imesema leo, ama kwenda kwa pale kunaitangwa kwa maduka za kijiji yao ajue vile kunaendelea. Sasa hao ndio tuna target, because hawajui kenye kinaendelea. Wao tu ni kusikia wanaitwa, kuna makampeni, mabasi inakuja, wanawekwa kwa mabasi, wanapelekwa kama alikuwa anaenda tuseme Nyeri, anaenda nao. Tumeenda sasa kuwakuta kwa manyumba, tunamuonyesha, kuna gazeti inasomwa, kuna redio inasikizwa, kuna TV na watu wanaangalia, wengine hata hawaangaliangi hata TV nayo kwa nyumba. Sasa tunawaonyesha, sikiza hapa ili unaweza kumeki ile good decision, na tunawaonyesha umuhimu wa kujoin Azimio. Number 3 niyo mambo ya zile young generation hawataki kusikia mambo ya historia. Mimi niko na vijana wakubwa na ni kweli hawatakangi kusikia. Si nimekuambia ni wimbo imechange nao. Nimesema wimbo imechange, imekuja kwa huyu mtu sasa anaitwa Wajakao. Sijui Wajakao, sijui what. Why? Because wao wanapelekwa na hiyo upepo ya kwenye wengi wanaimba wimbo. Lakini hawawezi wakakaa chini wakajiuliza, okay, nilikuwa naimba wimbo ya Ruto, sasa naimba ingine ya mtu mwingine amekuja. Haiwezi akajiuliza haraka sana, ajiulize huyu mtu amekuja juzi, nimemuona juzi, sijawahi msikia. Hii kitu yenye anasema itakuja kunisaidia ama itaniharibu? Kwenye alitoka kozi, hata mimi niliuliza na nimeuliza another platform, nikauliza Wajakao alikuwa online. Nikamuuliza, why are you coming today to tell us in Kenya we are going to benefit because of hii kitu unaita bank? Instead of kwanza ungekuwa unaniambia nimeimplement that idea in the country nilikuwa ama yenye ninakuwa. Kama umeimplement huko na ukapata faida, ndivyo utakuja kutuambia. Lakini uwezi, na akanijibu vizuri sana. Akaniambia ukweli wa mambo, najua watu hawanielewi. Nikamwambia yes, unakuja kutuambia kitu yenye imekuwa ikitusumbua. Imefanya watoto wetu wakue mental kwa brain zao, sasa wengine hawajielewi. Alafu unaleta to inherit, watoto wetu wameenda wanaanza kukujoin. Nikamwambia hata kama utachaguliwa na those youth wenye wanatumia. Lakini wale hawajatumia hiyo kitu, tutamake sure kuambia ukweli wa mambo. Kama hii kitu anataka kuwaletea, muulize kama mtoto wake anaitumia, muulize kama nchi yenye alikuwa anakaa ama kwenye yeye ni citizen wa huko anafanya hiyo kazi, ama ni kwetu tu anakuja kufanya hiyo kazi. So youth tunawaambia mambo ya Gachagua because wengine kama my sons hawakukuta hiyo mambo. Hawakukuta wakati sisi Mama Selina tulikuwa tuna fight for pombe iondoke kwa village. Tunabeba mabango tukisema illicit brew hakuna kwa nchi kwa village yetu. Kwa hiyo tunawaambia na wana get kujua ukweli wa mambo because we have wao wazee walitesewa, kuna wale walikufa that time. Kwa hivyo area yetu wana youth wengi wameanza kurealize what we are talking about. Because wao wanasikia tu Gachagua alikuwa dio. Mimi nilimkuta and I know what sometimes he did to my parents. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa mdogo na nilikuwa naona vile alikuwa anafanya. Kwa hivyo wale hawakujua wana youth tunawaambia. And that is how wewe kama pahali huko jaribu kuambia wana youth the history of Raila. Amesharara Nyati House. I know some of them hata nyinyi hamujaenda Nyati House. Muone hiyo iliachwa ni kama tu museum. Kila mtu anaenda kuangalia vile hao watu walitesewa. Mimi personally nimeenda, nimejionea, and you keep on recalling how akina Raila they suffered wakitetea tuwe na multi-parties. Kwa hivyo jaribuni kuambia hiyo history. Hiyo Ruto alisema hataki mambo ya history. Wacha sisi tusichoke kuisema so that the youth who are these people tunasema wajoin Martha Karua na Raila. As the same, kuna mtu alikuwa anasema mambo ya Uhuru ni kama watu wanafikiria amenyamaza kufanyia Raila campaign. Our president anaifanyia chini ya maji. Tulimwambia sisi tuko, wewe organize kama chairman na sisi tufanye kazi. Kwa hivyo aja nyamaza, he communicate everything, ni chini ya maji tu. Wao waone kama ameondokea, lakini wamejua tu bado hajaondokea because the backup is very big. Hata nyinyi mnajionea. Thank you.
Okay, Anna. Okay, thank you for that. Kabla nilete mtu mwingine to also compliment you on what you have said. I want to add 3 comments on what you have said. Number 1, you have described a very good organized grassroots campaign. Keep on that. Alafu umeongea story ya Wanjakoya, ile kitu nitakwambia ni Kikuyu language. Rekegano na the one ikoranerie. You know about that. Sita shida nikikwambia mambo mingi. So wacha ngano na ile let the wheat and the chaff grow together. So the last thing also which I want to tell you is that we have a Mount Kenya platform which we are doing these days starting kesho. We want to do it on a Thursday and a Friday. Please welcome on that program. You can be very vital. Hii mambo yote umesema hapa, you can now come and repeat them in Kikuyu language, and you also communicate to a bigger portion so that we can have some progress. Kabla nilete Nathan to make his conclusion. Kuna mtu anaitwa DJ na nikikupea tu ni comment ni just one comment in 1 minute. Can you comment about Kiambu sababu umesema uko na information so that Anna anaweza kusikia as we let her to go. So please DJ, there's a guy called DJ anasema ako na comment. Please.
Nimechange jina. Can you hear me? Unanisikia?
Yes, go ahead.
Nimechange jina for some reason so that I don't use that name because I work for some people here na maybe wanaweza kuwa huko. But wengi wanijui sura, so I don't mind. So about the MP wa Thika, Jungle is my MP, so I've worked with him from 2017 and stuff. So after the nominations, the UDA nominations and stuff, he went independent. But we all know that what happened with the UDA nominations in Kiambu, they were altered. And actually, what you're seeing about even hizo vita zote, because sababu nani was an 11th hour. Wamatangi was in Jubilee all along. Wamatangi was brought, alikuja tu UDA when they walihold ile rally kubwa ya Thika. And I know of people who had invested, like Jungle had invested his energy massively campaigning for UDA in Kiambu. And then now after the nominations, wakamcheza, he went independent. He does not subscribe to, when he's looking for votes, he doesn't say that I am pro Ruto. Yeye anatafuta kura yake, anasema huko juu, decide whoever you're going to you need to choose. And that is only factual information that I'm giving you because I was decide not to be on the campaign trail on a roadshow track because it's also for my mental, because I'm actually the one who's supposed to be DJing on his track, on his campaigns, but we decided to choose a different path, and this time maybe because mobilizing for the campaign that we told you tunafanya, you are each one reach one, because it's more important for me than being on a roadshow track. So I wanted to clarify that he has a very, very also different way of how he's doing politics zake. He's more into agriculture type of a guy, so anafanya hizo agroeconomic forums mostly na watu on the ground, but hakuna mahali anaambia mtu yeye ana support. Hata ukiangalia gari yake hakuna mahali kuna branding ya UDA because he was actually played during the nomination. So hata leo hakuwa whatever mahali kulikuwa na hizo vita, hakuwa. He runs his own things kando mbali naye natafuta kura yake. I think that's
okay. Yule muse, okay, 1 minute. How is Ruto faring in Kiambu according to you? How is Ruto faring?
Me, I'm in Thika. I'll speak heavily on Thika because that's where I am, yeah. And we are doing the campaign. I've been here, Njiro, maybe you've not been here when I was here, but Bob Azmio has been here when I say, before Martha was announced, we could not have a conversation about Raila, really, like when you're having the conversation. But right now, we can have a conversation. That's why I told you, we have an initiative that's called Each One Reach One. So we started, when we were starting before the nominations, before like Nani was nominated to be the running mate for Raila, it was hard, but right now from your time tumepiga strides ya youths, because me I'm targeting youths because hao ndio wako brainwashed. So and those are the people I can resonate with. I can mzee siwezi mbadilisha, me I'm able to, mzee atabadilishwa na mzee mwenzake venye Hana amesema wamama watabadilisha wamama na wamama. Me I'm targeting with someone, most people who are of my age mates, most of them who are frustrated with life and then now they end up blaming the government. Those people who are not going to vote, those are people I'm interested with. So right now we started with the Each One Reach One. Right now we're at 2,000, and if you start counting, it's less. I think it's a month from Nini. So the conversation is there. Ruto is still popular among the youngins, but the most people who he's popular around are the same kids who are being carried with the Wajakoya. I'm actually happy with the Wajakoya wave because it's actually neutralizing the youngins who are subscribing to Ruto as Raila was that old person, but those young people are actually subscribing to ideologies Wajakoya, and those are the people who are haungeambia anything. So right now, when you on a round table ya watu 10, you'll have 4 or 5 or 50-50 on people talking of Azimio, talking of UDA. That is a plus, comparing that before the nomination, before Martha was nominated, it's a conversation you couldn't have. You can see merchandise, people wearing. Hata nilikuwa naambia kina Bernard hapa juzi, unapata hadi hapa Mogoga, I know Hana anajua Mogoga ama maybe Nyombo Kuthika, kuna hadi MCA wa ODM na si Mjaluo, ni Mkikuyu. You get? So I'm happy with that, because hizi zile party watu hawangesimama nazo, yani hakungekuwa na watu kama Wanjiru. I think I've answered you. So the conversation is there, and me, I'm always for the conversation. That's why siko kwa track, nafako kwa lori actually a roadshow, but nime decide not to be on. I do easy one-on-one conversation. I'm happy with having a conversation with my fellow youths na kuliberate hiyo ujinga, what Raila is saying, because hiyo ndio iko kwa akili yetu.
Okay, sawa, thank you for that. Tomorrow and Friday we have a Mount Kenya chapter, Mutembei. So please, all you guys from Mount Kenya who think you can be resourceful to us, you can share with us. Welcome there. We always share our link. Kama mnafuata Mutembei, pia link yetu tunarusha huko. So please join us. Let's build the conversation, as you say. I want to keep the conversation.
Jero, I'm always there. And even in as much as I'm not Kikuyu, I understand Kikuyu. So I usually come for that chapter, but nakwanga kwa comment section. I'm always there.
Okay, thank you. At least tunaona watu wanatufuata. Asante. So Nathan, please come and finish your discussion in try to conclude and wachana na Gachagua. Gachagua huyo tushamaliza. That one is don't talk about Gachagua. Huyo hatuongei hapa siku hizi. He is not a candidate for as much as we are concerned. Go ahead.
Thank you. Asante sana my bro Njiru. nataka ni way up on ule msee about Wajakoya. I just want to comment something about Wajakoya. He has all the right ingredients. It's like when you're making a pudding. You put all the right ingredients. Unaweka sijui nini, unaweka salt, unaweka mayai na nini, unakoroga. Yeah. But sasa the chef is one. Nataka Wakenya wanisikize. The chef, whatever it is. The chef is one. The person who is going to cook whatever we are going to eat is one person. So tumesha koroga. Yes, sir.
Okay, Bwana Nathan, singetaka tuende in that direction. Just talk about the candidate and their policies. Let's not try to cast aspersions. Try just to talk about sio vizuri tuseme vitu ambazo we are not sure. We know Wajakoya has come as a private citizen and he is somebody who want to become a president. So we hatutaki ati kuanzia kuleta speculations hapa, sio mzuri. So let's talk as Wajakoya as a candidate. Let's we don't it is his own ambition. Unajua ni kama vile hata wale watu walikuwa wanasimama, it was their own ambition. So let's not try to enter into maybe like a propaganda discussion or maybe some other thinking which we are not sure. No, let's give 1 minute.
Yes, Mr.
Nathan, 1 minute. No, 1 minute. You'll speak. What I'm saying is, let's give Wajakoya also an opportunity to market his policies without saying that maybe somebody could be on top of somebody. So let's avoid that discussion. Let's give Wajakoya an opportunity to talk to Kenyans as any person who is vying. So I want to handle Wajakoya as a presidential candidate, not as anything else. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Njiru, for bringing me back to order, because I was deviating out of order. One thing I can say is Mr. Wajakoya has policies that can shape the country. Hiyo ni kitu moja. That's for sure. for sure, 100%. You take it to the bank. He has solutions because we have seen it happening, and we have seen it happening in elite countries that are even way above us. Tunafaa tushukuru Mungu tuko na mtu kama huyu anajali Kenya yetu, Mr. George, Honorable George Wajakoya. Second thing, very few people know that the running mate tumesoma na yeye tumesoma na yeye university moja tu Daystar. Yeah. So I understand servant leadership, where it stems from. It stems from the roots, because ukitoka kwa roots mbaya, it's not like ati running mate wake ametoka sijui shule ati sijui. I'm not quoting names. Akiona hii uzo atakumbuka Nathan Mwema Nthusi, atakumbuka kwa mae tulikuwa na yeye shule. And those are the basic things. And those are the basic things that make the clock tick. But you see, for me, my ideologies are different. No. You can be me, I can be you, but ideologies are different. So I understand ideologies are Mr. Honorable George Wajakoya and her running mate. But let's be real. For me, my vote is going for Baba the fifth. Baba the fifth. Tukue too real. Let us bring George Wajakoya later, because he's going to garner something, because I'm going also to preach the gospel later. Because huyu jamaa mwingine tutamwangusha design nyingine ya watu watawaje ona. Huyu anguke, huyu akianguka, wacha tukuje tukae kwa meza. Am I speaking the truth? Am I not speaking the truth?
Okay.
Yes, Nyumba.
You can be concluding, eh? Okay. Nyumba, I would prefer.
Nyumba has a question.
Okay, 1 minute. I would prefer, instead of Nyumba reacting, Nyumba, you can react and give your presentation in the same manner. So if you want to engage in Thusi, that one will be your free will, but you can take time both to react and give your comment.
Thank you, Bwana Njiro. Yeah, my reaction is very simple, is that Bwana Njiro, being the moderator tonight, okay, let me start the other way around. Bwana Njiro, Bwana Nthusi, Selicheb, Bob Papa, and ule msee.
Selicheb na ujaenda ona watoto, nitakupika fine wewe msee.
Umeanguka, nimewapitia leo jioni, wewe unaanguka mtihani.
Na hujaniambia.
Angalia kwa angalia, nataka namba yako pandio ya nyuma hapo, ndio nipatie kitu kidogo. Angalia, nimekuuliza namba, ndio unifungulie kitu kidogo. Now Bwana Njiro, ningetaka pengine timing to be observed, tuchukue muda kidogo, sababu tuko wengi, ndio hata tuweze kusema machache. Kama sasa niko safarini kesho na nitaka kwenda kulala, niamke mapema. So wacha niguzie haraka. Kama ile agenda inasema Raila Odinga wins big in Embu as Norman Nyaga amewachana Ruto. You know, the Nyaga families from the old man, the former minister, their father, the Nyaga family has been very effective. Wote mpaka Norman, mpaka the late Nyaga minister. Now they have big influence in Embu. So I think the Eastern that is now talking of Meru, Embu, Ukambani, they are in line. The only small element I think that is not already in the pocket is the Tharaka-Nithi, Kithure Kindiki. But we need them. But I'm saying that as a percentage of the total Eastern votes, it's still a small percentage. But let's keep on wooing them until we get them. So there's a big plus for Azimio. And for people who have not been together, like Maggie Odengo, me I'm Azimio. You can check my heart. I'm totally Azimio. Now I go to the Sakaja degree issue. This is a very sad issue to me. I said here the other day that in Nakuru, I was among the people who launched TNA way back in 2012. And I became a member of TNA, which has converted now to Jubilee. So since 2012, I'm a member of Jubilee, but I started as TNA. It is sad to see such a man who was our Secretary General when he started TNA, being a liar. Okay, let me not be categorical because the courts or the system has not really fully established if his degree certificates are okay or not. But you can see also our former chairman, Olo Onyango, he has got a case in Kisumu, corruption case. So I feel a bit let down by these former leaders of my former party, TNA, which became Jubilee thereafter. It's a sad affair. But it's good. Maybe it's setting a precedent that it looks like so many Kenyans have got fake papers. And actually, Wananjiri, if I'm not mistaken, there's an organization or an authority to check on this quality and standards of the papers. I think there is. I can't remember its name. And I think it is asleep. It's a high time it woke up. Yeah, I leave that one. Baba booms in Kitui. This is a good omen, you know. Now Ukambani is totally covered, and they are in Azimio, especially after Honorable Kalonzo came on board. I was very tired by his hesitance in joining Azimio, but finally our prayers were answered. I'm not saying the prayers of the others were not answered, but ours, we are happy that Kalonzo came over. So Ukambani is covered fully. And the last one, usually I like being very brief to the point and finish it off. NGILU steps down from MALOMBE. This is prearranged. NGILU will be getting a very senior ministerial post in the government coming over. So it's not just giving that seat for MALOMBE, it's organized. It should get a bigger post than the governorship. And I like this lady. She's tough. It's the same. She's made of the same stuff like Mother Karua. These are two iron ladies in Kenya. So we are doing okay. And NGILU will be minister. Then now, as I finish, I may comment on this issue of Jacoya. Me being an elder, I don't know. You see, the youth, we have even been trying to owe them to Azimio. But they used to say they are tired of Uhuru nini kama hizo. Sasa Wajakoya wacha wachukue na wale wangeenda kwa Ruto ni Nathan ndiye amesema it's a plus. Wacha wachukue waende kwa Ruto kama watusikizi my own sons najaribu kuambia hapana, sisi tumechoka ni Uhuru nini, and you know you can't beat them up. You keep on trying to convince them. So there's a plus for Azimio in that. Of course, most of them are not registered, but the ones are registered, hatapunguza vote yetu, atapunguza ya Ruto kwa sababu wengi wamekuwa huko. But nevertheless, you can see when the mountain has shifted and people have changed, especially after the nomination of Mother Karua as the running mate. Things changed. I said here earlier that I was at the bus stage one time here in Nakuru, and I heard some ladies talking this, we have been eating Uda's money. We keep on eating Uda's money. But now that Mother Karua has been given that post, we are going to vote for her. That is Azimio. So it's a plus there also. And finally, Selina, sitaki tuanikane hapa. We angalia huko nyuma, weka namba yako huko, tutaongea. Nimepitia vijana leo afternoon. Nipatie namba
Aya,
yako kule pande ile, alafu tutaongea. Sitaki kuleta
aya,
hiyo maneno hapa. So unaona Nathan ananichekelea, tutaki asikie hiyo yetu na wewe. We are elders. Thank you
Nacheka
Bwana
kwa
Njiro.
sababu
Tuko pamoja.
wanakula pesa
Ya UDA, wacha niwaambie akule tu, lakini voting watavoti Azimio. Thank you everybody.
Okay, sawa. We appreciate you mzee. Unajua, you are some of the people who make this discussion of ours have some material and palatability. So we always, when we see people of some good age coming here and trying to resonate with us and try to guide us, we are very happy. So I wanted to maybe clarify on 2 points. Zile umetuambia Bwana Nyumba, na usisahau mkutano yetu ile tunayofanyanga pale jioni. So nilikuwa nikitaka nitakuleta tena kidogo. I just wanted to make some few clarification. Unaona hii story ya Ngilu, it is not about big organized ama nini. Kwa maoni yangu mimi naona ni zile dalili ambazo unajua Ngilu anakuanga kama Widven ya Kenya. Ukitaka kuona vile mauchaguzi itakuwa, unaanzia kuangalia vile Ngilu ana BF na watu wengine. Ngilu akina Mbalala pale, yule jamaa mwingine wa Western, kuna yule Eugene wa Marwa, au majamaa, kuna vile ukianzia kuangalia mienendo yao, you can start now, unaweza anzia kujijazia. So Ngilu ile kitu anatuonesha, she has confidence. That is why ameona amesikiliza, and she knows that Baba is going to become the president. That is why she has confidence. Remember, tuko na jamaa ya Bungoma ambaye ameambiwa atakuwa speaker, lakini despite being told he will become the speaker, he still want to become the senator. Ebu jijazie hapo. So can you now try to bring the two teams? Kuna mwingine anataka kukua na kazi mbili, kuna mwingine ako tayari kuacha yake akingojea ile. Nimemaliza. You can comment Nyumba.
Asante Bwana Njiro. Unajua mwenye anataka zote mbili hana surety, na ni kama ile fisi ilikuwa ikitembea kwa barabara, alafu kakuta barabara zimekuwa mbili. Sasa mguu mmoja pandi, mwingine pandi, ilipasuka ikakufa. Wewe mwingine mwenye ameamua ako sure, ni surety, confidence. Hiyo we agree. The other man is not agreeable, but you know he played the same trick last time, 2017 na akapata senator. So he's still playing the same game. Ana surety, ni Kenya kuisha kabisa. Ya mwisho ni kukuzia tu hapa Nakuru vile inaendelea. Azimio has picked up very well, na ndio unaona kama kina Ngonjiri, Kimani Ngonjiri, they are throwing tantrums. They already amekimbizwa ni mama, anaitwa Njoki sana hapo. Na on the ground Kimani will not go back, he won't. Ndio unaona anaongea hivyo na kutukanana na vitu kama hizo. Ya pili, hata nilikuwa unajua hawa MP wetu karibu wote walikuwa ni UDA, na most of them will go out. Similarly, we are returning our governor Lee Kenyanjui, huyu tutamrudisha. Na mwisho ni kusema mimi niko Rongai constituency. Msifikiriage nyinyi ati mko Nairobi ndio mko na Rongai peke yenu. Kuna Rongai hapa Nakuru. Na hii Rongai MP yake anaitwa Raymond Moi, kijana ya late president. He is in KANU. You can see how organized Azimio is. They decided they are not going to put another candidate ya Jubilee ama anything. Since KANU is in Azimio, they stuck. Hata wenye walikuwa wasimame na Jubilee wakaambiwa hapana, wacha hapo ikae tu ni KANU. KANU is an Azimio. So that's the position of Nyaikuru, Bwana Njiro. So we are safe in Azimio. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'll be leaving after Sele anipatia kitu kidogo na anisikilizi, itaondoka, mtaniruhusu niende nilale, niko safarini kesho. So mwambie Sele afanye hiyo haraka ndio tumalize.
Haya, Selina,
nimekutumia, nimetuma, sasa wewe unitext kwa simu yangu.
Haya, Selina, you can still react vile Nyumba ameongea. Unajua nyinyi ni watu wa mrengo moja, so you can react to his discussion before I bring Bob and then I bring Maggie. You can react to Nyumba.
Okay, no, unajua Nakuru tangu samani, msimamo ya Nakuru vile amesema Kimani Ngonjiri wakati uliona alianza kupika kelele. Kuna huyu MP ya Nakuru East, huyu TM, mambo yake iko aje? Former mayor Nakuru East. Wacha West
Nakuru East,
Kaptembwe hapana.
Nakuru East ni David Gekaria, Nakuru East.
Yeah, huyo Kikaria, si Kikaria ni DM, yes.
Yeah. Sasa huko amekimbizwa mpaka hata ule former speaker kina Cairo, Maina Cairo, former speaker of the county assembly, he has to fight this time. And
so
you know also
kama Jubilee inachukua Nakuru.
Itachukua. We are working very hard. We can assure you that. Na unajua Jubilee ni kama msichana mrembo, beautiful one, watu wanaipenda sana. Kila mtu anakuja huko.
Yeah, mama amekuja kutengeneza kung'arisha nyumba. Anyway, ile MCS, naona mambo imechange hata London naona.
Wewe Alex uko wapi?
Mi nasema baba alituambia Jubilee ni abunowasi, ilikuwa imelala tukaamsha.
Kweli umeongea, hiyo ni ukweli mtupu.
Na unaona Uhuru amerelax hata ana haraka, amewachia mama kazi.
Nilisema hivyo kitambo na watu hawakuelewa. Nisema kae kando, Karua sasa atachukua hii jukumu. He should relax and it's working. In fact, kama angekuwa akiongea sana hata ndio mambo ingeharibika. Anapiga pigo na kutukano. Sawa, acha akae hivyo tu.
Lakini mzee Nyumba, siasa ya Mount Kenya ni kama Ruto hakuielewa kabisa, na ni kama itamchukua muda sana kuielewa, na hata sisi wengine tumeiangalia hatuielewi bado.
Alex, kumbuka vile niliwaambia tukianza, niliwaambia siasa ya Central mwezi wa 6 tukienda ya 7, hawa watu walikula. Niliwaambia ukipeleka chakula nani hataki? Kama walishinda Moi, nani mwingine? Unajua watu ni wajui. Na mama alikuwa ananiambia, namuuliza mama kwani aje, ananiambia Selina na wewe sasa umesahau mambo. My confidence was Martha Karua was, unajua kuna watu unaweza uliza maswali. Lakini mambo ya Central, wakati niliona wasee ya kiama. Unajua kuna watu wanacheza. Unajua Central ikifika ile ya kukata, kuna wasee wakisema, hata hii vijana mnaona ni wenda simu, amutaona wakitokea. Central siri yao ni moja. Kuna watu wakisema imeisha. Hata hii kina Kabogo hii watu yote unaona wanaruka. Ikifika siku hiyo watu wanalala kama bahasha. Nasema
asanti.
Nyumba.
Asanti Mama Seli, unaelewa hii maneno sana.
Mimi nimefanya kazi na Karume, nimefanya kazi na Michuki, nimefanya wakati ilikuwa moto ya Wakalenjin na Kikuyu. So mimi nikiongeanga mambo ya Central, Moi alinituma niombee kura Uhuru. Mimi nilikuwa tika hiyo yote na hiyo tika yote nilikuwa na shindanga every weekend. Hakuna mahali sijui huko yote hiyo Kiambu huko kina Kuriaka nyingi. Nimeenda mpaka Meru, Jackson na Ngaine. Sisi ni watoto ya Moi wale sisi wacha tu. Mimi najua Central kuliko kila mtu. Wakati tulienda Kipiripiri, tukamwambia mzee, tukaenda kabisa, kufika jioni tukamwambia baba tuende nyumbani, hakuna kura hapa. Na wanaume wameokopa. Mzee akasema mnasema nini? Tukamwambia baba tuende nyumbani, hakuna kura. Hii watu saa ile tulifika Nakuru, asubuhi baba alituita. Sisi wasichana peke yake wa mama Chelaite, Sibora, Selina, Cheptaru sio mama ya Ronda. Tulienda kukaa chini na mzee. Akasema hataki kuona wanaume. Juu walimdanganya, tulimwambia baba tuende nyumbani. Hapa utapata aibu.
ilitokea mpaka posti za power zikachukuliwa tena.
Ilitolewa
Zilikuwa
saa hiyo,
zimemwagwa huko.
Sasa wale watu wajui siri ya Kikuyu ni ngumu. Then 208 nimefanya Kirinyaka hiyo yote uko Embu tumefanya, ndiye sababu najua siasa ya Kirinyaka sana na Embu kwa sababu ya Martha Karua. Hiyo kampeni ya Kirinyaka yote ya kutembea na mguu kwenda Meru, kwenda Mwea, kwenda kwa Karapa, hiyo ya Kaboko, hiyo yote. Mimi ni Central, mimi ni mtoto ya huko. Siasa yangu sijakuwa na Wakalenjin, mimi ni Mkale asili, lakini maisha yangu na siasa yangu nimefanya na Wakikuyu kushinda Wakale. Hiyo Kimani Ngonjiri mimi ndiye tulimulete.
Lakini Mama Selina,
yes,
hakuna mtu anaweza ni convince kuwa tulijua siasa ya Mount Kenya itafika mahali imefikia hivi. Mimi kwa mafikira zangu na nataka munikosoe kwa sababu mimi katika siasa ya mountain sijui na siwezi danganya kitu ambacho sikijui, mimi uuliza. Kwa maana kama unataka uwe mwanafunzi mzuri lazima usikize, uelewe, ndio baadaye uwe mwalimu. But what I've been seeing is in Central Province, in Mount Kenya per se, kulikuwa na confusion. Hakuna mtu ambaye alijua kabisa kutafikia hapa mahali kumefikia. Ni maombi tulikuwa tunaendelea kuyafanya kuwa ndugu zetu wakombolewe, kwa sababu sisi ambao tulikuwa tunaangalia kutoka mbali tunaheshimu ndugu zetu, because tupende tusipende, Wakikuyu na Mount Kenya ndio nyumba kubwa katika nchi yetu. They are our firstborn. Na wakishikwa na homa, sisi lazima hata sisi tushikwe na hiyo homa. Na tulikuwa na uoga. If this can happen to people who are in leadership, people who are moneyed, and people who are educated, sasa sisi wengine nini itakuwa? So ilikuwa ni maombi yetu sana kuwa waone na waongoze nchi watoke katika hii slavery. Na mafikira yangu ni ile, Mungu alijibu maombi yetu. Lakini sio ati siasa yao iko hivyo na hivyo ilikuwa. Wakati huu kwa ukweli kabisa, wakati huu tunaongea. Na Mama Selina, wewe mwenyewe na sitaki usahau vile ulituambia hapa kitambo Waluya walikuwa wanakuja kuwafanyia kazi Wakalenjin. Lakini tunapoongea sasa hivi wamenunua mashamba yenu, sasa nyinyi ndio shamba boy ya Waluya. Wewe mwenyewe ukatuambia hapa.
Yes,
na tuliogopa. Sisi wenyewe tuliogopa kuwa hii jamii ambayo tulikuwa tumeogopa hivi tunataka kuiona ikididimia. Hadi siku moja nikasema, is this how Rome fell? Rome never failed because of lack of leadership. It is because of the... Sikiza mama kidogo, kwa sababu mulikuwa na viongozi wengi mkashindwa kuchagua. Lakini tunaweza sema kuwa maombi ya jamii zingine ndio imesaidia Mount Kenya, ama Mount Kenya wenyewe ndio wamejisaidia? Hilo ndio jibu nataka liwe. Sitaki wa Mount Kenya wajipige kifua hapa. Walikuwa wamenaswa bwana. Na nataka wakubali walikuwa wamenaswa na wasinaswe tena.
Wacha nikwambie Alex.
Hapana, nataka nyumba anijibu kwa sababu hiyo swali ni ya nyumba.
Wacha nikwambie si nyumba, wacha nikwambie. Wacha nikwambie kabla ile ya Kibaki, wakati kabisa Wakikuyu, wacha nikwambie leo, kwa roho yao Martha Karua alikuwa kiongozi yao. Wakikuyu walimweka kando kwa kusacrifice wakati walichukua uhuru, na wakamusacrifice kabisa, lakini kwa roho yao ilikuwa inaumia sana kwa sababu ya Martha Karua. Ukiweka viongozi wawili hivi kwa roho yao, Martha Karua na Uhuru, ungeweza. Lakini kwa sababu ya wanaume wakamufinya. Na sasa wacha nikwambie Wakalenjin, niliwaambia hapa hiyo maneno mbili ya Wakikuyu na Wakale, nikawaambia Alex, wapi wasee wa Kalenjin? Mumaiona? Mkaniambia hapana. Nikawaambia walienda wapi? Nikarudi nikawaambia huyu jamaa amehangaika kubarikiwa kukimbia. Nikawaambia hakuna. Hakubarikiwa na wasee. Alipatiwa pimbo. Kwetu unajua kuna uongozi yenye watu wengine wajui. So wakati niliwaambia, nilijua, nikawauliza wapi Sally, wapi Franklin Bet, nikawatachia ile wasee yote walikuwa na moyo, nikawauliza kweli, mkiona suti na mugurmen, unasema sijuangi kuita, naitanga magurmen, nikawauliza unafikiria hiyo ni uongozi ya Wakalenjin? Lakini mutakuja kujua. Sasa ona vile wameamuka pole. Nikawauliza juzi, hata ile vita ya Marakwet, nikasema kuna tu inspector ya police pamoja na Sumbeiwa. Unajua Sumbeiwa alikuwa general mkubwa ya army Sumbeiwa, na nikawaambia nyinyi hao watu walikuwa intelligent, ilikuwa inasimamisha serikali, kwani wameshindwa kuzuia hii maneno? Tu inspector of police ya Kenya. Nikawaambia, wacha nikwambie Alex, hawa watu hiyo pesa wakati wacha nikwambie, ni kama Mkisii. Kenya tuko na kabila mbili sasa, lakini hata nyinyi wa Kisii hamjafika ya Kikuyu. Wakati walienda kutengeneza kumaliza ile noti, walifanya hesabu wakajua huyu mwanaume amekaa na pesa kabisa iko mingi. Wacha nikwambie Alex, kama hii watu wangekula hiyo pesa 4 years, sahi mungeamka. Nikwambie jamaa angetoa pesa mpaka dunia ingeisha. Lakini alifunguliwa na akafungiwa Central. Mkutano ngapi kanisa, sijui wapi, sijui wa mama, sijui nini, sijui. Hey, wewe unajesa, wacha nikupatie siri. Na Mungu anisamee. Kuna mama na munisamee kabisa. Njenga Karume, okay? Sasa huyu anajua kabisa, huyu unaona nyumba na huyo Njero. Akijua wewe Alex siko na pesa, atalete bibi yake. Akwambie huyu ni my sister. Na ni bibi ameolewa, ametoa mali. Na Njero ataenda kando. Wewe ukuje upatikane utoe mali. Acha hiyo mchezo. Karume si alishikwa na mwanaume, alipatiwa lori na shamba ya kangapi? 20. So amujui wa Kikuyu. Kama wangewachilia Ruto akimbie mpaka aitwe kiongozi Njamba Ndongoria, uwezi ingia Central bila mimi, ilikuwa ni kukamua hiyo pesa juu alikuwa na pesa na Uhuru alikuwa ameokopa. Sasa alifungiwa Central, akose kwenda Western, angekuwa ameshika Western ama Kisii ama Mombasa vile alishika Central, hakuna vile mungetoa hiyo kijana. Walilala kwa paasha. Jamaa anaenda kanisa, watu wanaongea, wanapigiwa makofi, anamwambia we ni kiongozi. Uhuru mlevi. Uhuru akachifanya kama ajui. Unajua ni kwa nini? Ile pesa ilikuwa nje. Haki ya Mungu, hakuna mtu anaelewa Kikuyu. Nyinyi wa Kenya. Sasa sahi chama hata mdomo hakuna. Hiyo pesa imeisha, sahi hakuna vile atafanya, iko shida. Na
Asanti.
kama angewachiwa atungeweza.
Asanti mama Selina, wacha ni chipi na alafu niende nilale. Alex, mama Selina, haitagwi Selina siku hizi ni Sally Cheb. Madam Sally Cheb amejibu na kwa njia inayofaa. Number 1, kama umekumbuka hiyo mfano nilipeana wakati napita hapo stage, kuna stage mpya ilijengwa hapa Nakuru along the highway hapa kwa reli. Nikipita mimi ni mtu wa mchezo, hata nikacheza na kina habari zenu ni Azimio. Sema akaniambia ati mimi ni UDA. Nikamwambia hao nitaitia hao polisi mara moja washikwe. Mimi si UDA. Unaona damu yangu ni Azimio kabisa. Sasa ni wa Kikuyu. Wakasema basi ni mzuri vile sasa tumekuwa tukikula mali ya UDA na tutaendelea kukula mali ya UDA, lakini tutapigia Azimio. The Wakikuyu ladies actually. So as that answers part of your question, in that they may not understand. Hata Ruto hawaelewi ya Ruto. Unaona, for 4 years amekuwa central, pesa ametoa maka makanisa ni kununua watu na pesa, and human being, they are not equivalent to money. Me, I'm not. How much can you say I'm worth monetary wise? Nothing beyond. So hiyo pesa alitumia na huko every other Sunday na church na viongozi wa church na wako wanunua. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa shida. I can assure you, me, I don't care. I give my details. My wife is from Karatina, okay, somewhere called Kiamariga, near Sagana. I use the Chaka Road, Sagana Road. Nikaenda kuona my mother-in-law, ndiye amebaki huko. Na hata huko familia, na huko ndiko Gachadhi, ni Mathera. Kwa Gachagua. Mathera ndani huko. Hiyo ni constituency ya Gachagua. Na wengine alikuwa amewanunua. Lakini tulipoingia huko tulipindua wote, hata my mother-in-law na wote hiyo familia nao wakageuza wengine. So umeelewa, ni pesa ilikuwa imetumika nyingi, na kwanza youth ndio sasa walikuwa wamepotea sana. Ni pesa na hiyo bottom up, na awapea pesa na uongo ndio ilikuwa imewapotosha. Lakini vile umesema mambo
nikuulize nyumba Njenga Maina, ujasikia akiongea. Siku yenye utasikia sasa vijana wameongeleshwa. Unajua saa hii ni kama vile Alex, kuna shamba iko na nyasi na kuna shamba ingine imekauka. Utapeleka ng'ombe yako wapi? Mahali iko nyasi. Siku yenye utasikia hiyo kijana ameongea, na si yeye peke yake, wako wengi, business community, si ati waliisha. Ngoja utasikia vile saa hii bado utasikia mkutana hata
nashukuru kwa hayo majibu, lakini sasa Njiru, nataka nikuulize, kwa sababu wewe ni mtu ya hesabu na unapenda data, na hii data ambayo tumejaribu sana sisi wengine kutafuta inatuonyesha kuwa kwa hii statistic ambayo Uhuru alitupea ya 2 billion a day, sio alitoa mbali, alichukua katika zile ambazo NIS imeproof kuwa Ruto was stealing in a day. For instance, ndakuambia moja ambayo it was so open. NTSC, na tunajua sisi wote, it was disbanded by Matiang'i all of a sudden na flying squad. What happened was, ilikuwa na magari 6,000 countrywide, na hiyo magari 6,000 all of them were hired. Kwa siku kila gari ilikuwa inalipa 12,000 siku moja, na kila gari ilikuwa inatumia mafuta ngapi? 6,000 a day. So in a day, one car being hired by NTSC ilikuwa inatokea pesa ngapi? Ilikuwa inatokezea kitu kama 20,000 kwa magari ambazo zilikuwa ghost, kwa sababu walikuwa na lease from a company that did not exist. Sasa, those are some of the things that were going on. My question is, hii pesa yote mpaka huyu jamaa akakuja kuiba mpaka akawa na hoteli ambayo mliamua kwenda kukula Western yenu ikawa sasa ni Central. Mlikubali aje huyu jamaa kuiba hivi hadi afikie mahala anaiba 2 billion a day? That's my question. How were you people in government, or he was the one who was in government? What were you doing in that government to allow somebody steal a tune of 2 billion a day? Njiru, nataka nakuulize, ebu answer me.
Alikuwa rais, yeye mwenyewe alikuwa rais, na alikuwa anamwambia watu yeye ni rais. Kijana yawa alikuwa anakunywa huko chioni huko. Alikuwa anasema amemfungia State House akunywe na akuwe na raha.
Okay, let me try to answer. You know, Alex is bringing a very concentrated discussion here, and I would like to we try to talk about it. First of all, wacha kwanza ni kujibu ile swali yako ya kwanza. Sijui toka uone Ruto ile siku alianzia kukuja Mount Kenya, whichever, whether alianzia kukuja 2017 ama 2018, Umewahi sikia watu wamesema Thathai Yangai, au watu amewahi anakutananga na wao? Unajua Thathai Yangai ni ile ambayo tunaamini kama watu ya Mount Kenya. It is our tradition. Mungu wetu anakaa pale Mount Kenya. Don't mix that one with Christianity. Mimi ni Mkristo na bado naamini pia Mungu yangu yuko hapo. Very profound. Hiyo hapo tukubaliane kwanza. Very profound. Sasa huyu jamaa toka akuje Mount Kenya hana hata mtu mmoja wa Thathai Yangai ako na yeye. Forget about hao vijana ako na wao kidogo. So Ruto used the wrong gate kukuja Mount Kenya. Yeye wale watu amekuwa akiwaassemble, sio watu wanamwambia watu yote ni yako hapa, but sio, they are not. Unajua in every society kuna watu tunaitanga custodian. Ni kama hata wewe kwa nyumba watu wakikuja kwako na mama hayuko huko, majority ya community watu wanasema aje? Wanasema mwenye nyumba hayuko. That is majority. Sasa Ruto alienda kwa nyumba wakati mwenyewe hayuko. Yeye akaenda huko akafanya shopping, akafanya kila kitu. Mwenye nyumba kukuja akakuta shopping iko tayari na kila kitu imefanywa, lakini yeye ashao overturn tables. Anyway, I don't want to talk much about that. The scenario is that Mount Kenya was not lost. What was happening is that it was the havoc of the politics. And that is part of the advanced program which happens in Mount Kenya region. At the end of the day, hii kura igawanyiki. And I will say it here again, nimeambia watu hapa, Raila Odinga anaenda kuwin between 4 and 5 counties in Mount Kenya region. Anaenda kufagia kutoka Meru, inakuja kusimamia hapa Murang'a. Hiyo yote kura anafagia yote hivyo. Na inakuja kutendeka. Wazee wanatokezea. The people who make decisions on our behalf. Sisi vijana ni kufuata tu. For your information, I can tell you. Sababu ya nini? In Mount Kenya, ile mali mingi iko na wazee. Let me tell you, unajua kuna ile vitu watu hawajui hapa. Nyinyi hata munaona hao watu wanaongea tu. I can tell you in Mount Kenya region, 75% of our wealth iko na wazee. Na hao wazee ndio wataamua mali yao wanataka imanenjue na nani for the next 10 years. Because you know very well in Kenya, our leadership crowd is 10 years. So whether Raila Odinga and Martha Karua are going to take 10 years interchangeably or one for the 10 years, we don't know. But for the next 10 years, wazee wanaamua. Na hao wazee umeanzia kuona dalili. Na in my previous discussion hapa niliwauliza si mliona wazee wakitingisha viuno? Mzee wa miaka 80 anatingisha kiuno kukua kuna jambo? Hapo iko jambo. I don't want to discuss about. So history ya wizi ambayo tunasema ati 2 billion imekuwa ikipotea per day. I want to tell you, history ya wizi ya Ruto alianzia from 1997. So amekuwa akitengeneza is cartel. Na cartel yake ilikuanga huko maybe somewhere in Rift Valley na watu wengine. So hii wakati amekuja akashikana na Uhuru, he expanded his cartel to Mount Kenya region now. So and you know very well, ili wakati alikuja he tricked Uhuru. Akaambia Uhuru, nataka I want to manage the nomination of Jubilee. Nataka kukunominate. So akaleta makatelo wake kwa uchaguzi na wakashinda viti. So all the governors who were elected under Jubilee, I can tell you, 70 to 80% ya hao mangavana and all the people with elected seats walikuwa wanapelekea yeye pesa. It was a very bad network he created. So he made sure that the people, unajua kwa hii maisha kuna kitu tunaitanga allegiance. Ukiwa na mtu ako na allegiance na wewe, hata ukimwambia leo nataka 1,000,000 saa hii, ataleta. And that is what Ruto has also managed. Unaona hiyo watu yote ya UDA iko Mount Kenya. Hiyo watu wote wa UDA, they have been put there to continue building Ruto empire. And I can tell you, kama tutachagua hao mangavana wote wa UDA, ujue hiyo ni pesa kwa Ruto. Hiyo ni nyoka tunalea mara ya pili tena. I'm just trying to say. So what is happening, Mr. Ruto is creating his empire. And one of the way of diffusing that empire is to reduce the amount of elected people under UDA. because these people are taking money to him directly. Muriona kama nomination, nasikia kukua gavana ulikuwa unalipa karibu milioni 10. Kuna watu walikuwa wanapeleka pesa. I don't know, I just heard of it. Kukua MCA ulikuwa unalipa karibu milioni 2. So I don't know if the amount of money you need to print papers ili uappear kwa nomination. So what I'm trying to tell you is that Ruto is extremely smart in building cartels, and some of us, we are already aware of that. And mtu kama Uhuru, you know the way our government is built, we are having a presidency. If you disturb Ruto, you are also disturbing Uhuru, because they are fixed at the hip. Ni kama wale matwins wanakuanga wameshikana. So unajua wale matwins uzaliwa wameshikana. So what happens is that, yes, you might want kusema huyu mtu ameiba sana, but if you want to get him to get rid away of him, you are also getting rid away of yourself. Yani, na ndio unasikia sasa we have learned that lesson. Na ndio tunataka hata Raila wakishikana na Martha Karua pale, we want people who can be able to advise one another and they can agree on one another, because once mumechagua watu hawawezi achana, ni wanashikana ni kama vitu imeshikanishwa na super glue. That is how serious deputy president ya Kenya iko, ni kama kushikanisha vitu na super glue. So ukichagua mtu ambaye ajielewi, it becomes ama mtu anakuja kuaibia. So what I want to tell you in brief, Alex, nikikumalizia, it is not that Ruto couldn't have been controlled. He could have been controlled, but he made sure that he had so many people inside the government and doing direct control of budget. And a lot of money was going directly to him. And Uhuru couldn't have been able to talk because he could have been impeached ama kitu mbaya ingetendeka. And that is the reason why I can tell you the amount of work Mr. Raila Odinga has done to make sure that Uhuruto presidency has reached term ama imemaliza miaka 10, hatungekuwa tunaongea hapa. Uhuru angekuwa alimaliziwa kitambo over 3 years ago, hatungekuwa tunaongea hiyo story.
Wacha nikuulize Alex, ujue siri moja. Ile shosho, ule mama alikubali, unajua uongozi inaenda na mwingine, ndio. Ule mama alienda kunyolewa na mama ngina. Alitoa uongozi kwa the new ngata ama sijui wanaita nini ya wamama ya Central, wamama kiongozi. Kuna ule mama alikuwa Maumau akisaidia Wakikuyu wakati ya vita, yenye hakukuwa amenyoa nywele yake tangu 1963. Lakini huyo mama Chusi, mama ngina, walienda kufanya sherehe, ndio huyu mama ingine yao sasa amechukua uongozi. Unajua Wakenya wachuangi mambo, wanaonanga vitu kama ni mchezo. Na hawa wawezi, kama vile amekwambia Njeru, hiyo wasee unasikia wanatoka wakiongea. Hiyo sherehe ilikuwa ni ya hiyo wasee na hiyo wamama. Na hata mwenye sasa huyu mother, ngoja siku yenye anachukua kiti, ndiye sasa muone sherehe tena ile inafanywa huko, akipatiwa kila kitu. Hawa wako na siri yao, hakuna mtu anajua, tunafuata tu. Lakini hawa vijana kidogo tena, Alex, unakumbuka hiyo mkutano ya Sagana, Uhuru akiambia watu muende muongelesha watoto. Hawa vijana hawa ndio walikuwa wameenda, lakini pati mzuri hawana kura. Sasa ndio ulisikia waliambiana kila mama na baba aenda aongeleshe mtoto yake. Kuna hiyo maneno tena.
In nutshell, tukikurudia, Ruto went to the, unajua ni kama ile Ruto went to the wrong crowd, wrong people. Unajua kule tunasemanga, for you to heal what you want, you have to be at the right place, at the right time, at the right event, and with the right motive. So Ruto never checked his boxes. Yeye ameenda kwa maconmen, people who have no authority in the society. Embu, for example, I want to ask you a question. In Mount Kenya, there is Waititu, there is Didi, kuna yule wa Meru, yule anaanguka kwa nyumba za watu. yule wa Meru unamjua. Alafu hata even hata wewe ukienda kwenyu Kisii ulisikia vizuri nani huyu anataka kukua governor na Simba Arati ulisikia akiambia Ruto, wewe unatembea na wezi, unatembea na wash, unataka tukusaidie aje? Sio huko Kisii peke yake, hata Mount Kenya, those are the people anatembea na wao. Let me tell you, if Ruto had credible people, hata mimi ningewafuata. Lakini there is no way in which unaweza niambia uko na Gachagua hapo, uko na Waitito hapo and the right na and you want people like us who we want our resources to be safeguarded properly, tunamfuata. So and then kitu ingine in Kenya, we respect kinship very much. And saa hii hakuna, there is no any person with authority in Mount Kenya region ametuambia tuchague Ruto. There is no one. Hakuna mtu ambaye a respectable person in the whole of Mount Kenya region ametuambia huyu kijana. Wachana nao mapasta kila saa wanasema ati sijui ati nini. Au mapasta ni chondo yao wananjaza. Au ni watu wanataka kuwekewa rufu, waache kunyeshewa, wakuwe kwa makanisa mzuri. Me, I don't follow to them. So, lakini viongozi wa maana, hakuna mtu hata mmoja ametuambia raundi mchague Ruto. I have not seen anyone. Wale watu wametuambia tuchague Ruto ni Rigathi Gachagua ambaye akona issues kule Kiambu. Wale watu wanatuambia tuchague Rigathi Gachagua ni watu kama akina Cecily Mbarire, ni huyo jamaa wa Mweru. We have not seen people from the business world. Hatujasikia watu kama akina hawa wenye Equity Bank, sijui the business community, hawa watu wote, they have not told us something like that. So Ruto is on his own. Alijileta Mount Kenya peke yake na anajiondoa peke yake. Yule ambaye alimuleta Uhuru Kenyatta aliamua he is any other beggar in the society, sorry to say that, and let him healed from his own fruit. Yeye kama atumi the right direction asitulete. So let's not talk about Ruto here. He is already a failed candidate, and let's discuss about other things. Wakikuyu wako sawa, they are coming home. Unajua ni kama vile tunasemanga zikiwa kwa malisho. Unajua ile wakati mbuzi na ng'ombe ziko kwa malisho, zinaenda huko nje zinatapakaa. Lakini wakati wa jioni unaona kila ng'ombe inakuja na kamba yake. Ikiingia pale imezoea kulala. Sasa zimeanzia kurudi pale zimezoea kulala. Okay. Alex, unaweza malizia alafu tulete Bob.
Sasa unajua mahali kuna makosa inatakana tunakaa chini na tunaiongea, kwa sababu katika wakati Putin, sio Putin, na huyu jamaa ambaye aliachia Putin alikuwa akimaliza uongozi wake, aliambia wa Russia, it was new year, I think it was 1999 coming 2000 new year, when he resigned and left Putin in power, alisema tafadhali wa Russia, nimewakosea. Kuna makosa nilifanya hapa katikati na hata uchumi sikufanya vizuri na nimewaacha watu wakaiba. Moi alipomaliza uongozi wake alisema kama nimekosea mtu nisamee, na wale ambao nimekosea nami nimewasamea. Mzee hata tukamzika vizuri, tukasahau uongozi wake ulikuwa mbaya. Hata maneno mabaya ambayo hata mama Selina mwenyewe anatuambia huko, Moi died a man that was peaceful. Sasa kitu tunasema ni hii, Uhuru tulimpa uongozi akapewa mafuta wakati nchi yetu ilikuwa na shida nyingi sana, wakati watoto wetu walipelekwa Sasa iko mahali alifanya makosa. Wakati alipewa huo uongozi, alimwamini mwizi ambaye anaitwa William Samoei Ruto. Alimwamini sana, akamchukulia kama ndugu yake na akawaachilia breaks. Na hiyo imeleta shida nyingi Kenya, lakini uzuri wa hiyo shida ni kuwa imetuunganisha sisi wote. Na hangefanya hiyo shida, watu wa Central pia hawangejua kuna uzuri kule katika bahari ya Lake Victoria. So tunaweza sema ni makosa, lakini ukweli ni kuwa sasa Kenyans are more united. Wakenya wanaangalia uongozi from one side now. Kitambo unajua kwa watu wa Central wangeangalia hivi, mlikuwa mnatuambia odds ziko, vitu ziko, lakini sasa Kenya ni moja, na tunaomba Raila sasa, kama anatusikia, tumempa Kenya moja. Hakuna Kenya wa Kikuyu, hakuna Kenya ya Wajaluo, hakuna Kenya ya nini ya mulima na bahari zimekuja pamoja, na tunataka aiwache ikiwa Kenya moja. Lakini viongozi wetu lazima wajue kuwa uongozi si kitu ya kucheza, kuwa unaweza chukua mtu yoyote kutoka popote na umweke akuwe makamu wako. Tuseme hivi, Uhuru angekufa akiwa ofisini, angetuachia taabu gani? Angetuachia taabu gani? Najua mzee Penny Nyagaka atakuja kupiga kelele hapa, huo ni mjomba wangu, ninampenda, lakini ikifika maneno ya Ruto ninakataa, namwambia tawe. Ruto sio kiongozi na hawezi kuwa kiongozi wa nchi. Sasa hivi hata baba apumzike, hatuna shida. Wakenya wote watafurahi kuwa mama atachukua. Lakini Ruto, kila wakati tunasikia Uhuru ako na homa, tunakuwa wagonjwa. Na tusirudie hiyo mistake katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu uongozi si kucheza. A deputy president is a heartbeat away from the presidency. Asante sana Njiru.
Nisa, thank you for that, and I hope we have clarified to you. You know, now it's also a wake up call. Unajua ni vizuri saa zingine vitu zingine zitendeke. At least for once, the election, we are not reasoning on the tribalism. At least Ruto has also come on board, ili at least we also reason as a divergent community. Tukaona, yani mtu anakuja anajifanya as a threat to the extent that the whole communities reason the same way. So now that in the 2022 story ya tribalism tumeweka kando, that is how we are supposed to continue with this benefit. Sababu ukiangalia saa hii uchaguzi, hakuna mtu anaongea story ya tribalism. Saa hii tunaongea story ya manifestos na vile baba atatupeleka mbele. So we need now to grow our ethos. Na unajua BBI kuna kitu ilikuwa inaongea about ethos. Hii kitu hao watu walikuwa tu wanasherehekea imegongwa. But nashukuru because I know that thing will come back. Kuna kitu ilikuwa inaitwa ethos. And in that BBI, kama kuna mtu aliweza kusoma hiyo kitu, ukasoma about ethos. It was about celebrating our diversity and at the same time using them to our advantage without causing division. Hiyo ni kitu akina Uhuru na baba walikuwa wameona, because the problem which we have been having in Kenya imekuwa tribalism. And by electing Baba, at least we will be able now to diverge from these issues. At least uchaguzi, we know a president can come from the north, he can go to the south, he can come from the east, he can go to the western direction. But this, and we have to start from somewhere. So Baba is that breakthrough of starting from somewhere. In a dot, the dot. Baba is like our George Washington, you know, American. Their first president of 1776 when they got independence. At least from Baba, kutoka hapo sasa tunaweza vuka tuende northeastern, kutoka northeastern tunaweza vuka tena tuende Kisii, kutoka Kisii tunaweza vuka hapo tuende kwa Wakale. At least now we can make our leadership orthogonal. Otherwise, hii story tumekuwa tukisema ati we have to think in certain ways as certain tribes. It is coming to an end because of the methodology which Baba and the thinking which Baba is bringing. And we cannot tolerate the issues of tribalism in the 21st century. So let's ensure that we are talking about it. And that is the meaning of Azimio. Azimio la umoja. So Baba is not even talking about Wajaluo, Wakikuyu. He is bringing all these people on board. So in fact, Ruto ndiye alikuwa anaongea tu. When people start saying that I have my stronghold, ati kura yangu milioni moja, which we believe it is from my stronghold. Who told him that he owns people? Hadi ati anaanzia kusema ati ile kura ya kutoka Central ambayo ati inasemekana ionekani kwa register, ati anasema ni kura yake. Can you imagine? Somebody has reached to a level, he is owning people, ati we believe ati hiyo kura ilikuwa yangu na imetolewa. I think let people give us a break. No one owns anyone's votes, and it was wrong even for the deputy president kuanzia kusema ati ni kura yake imetolewa kwa register. Hiyo ilikuwa kura ya Wakenya. It is not, hiyo sio kura ya ati my vote. No, so let's not talk in those things. So I think before we bring other people, Nathan, naona ni kama you want to comment a little bit. So Nathan, you can comment for 1 minute na usiongee zaidi sana. then I bring Bob on board, then we continue with the discussion. So Nathan, comment. I can see you want to comment to mekuweka sana pia. Comment please.
All I can say is this, you know, I've been sitting here, listen, I'm not a young person. Mimi nimekula chumvi bana. So what I can say is that people need to understand that
kuna mtu ako na background. Nathan uko na background ama uwe stock kulikuwa na background ile ilikuwa nacheza. So you can speak.
Sasa mnanisikia? Sasa mnanisikia? Sasa let me prosecute my case. Hopefully, yeah. Good. Awesome. Njiro, I can see you. So, nataka niseme a few things because I've listened to so many things, people saying so many things. But you see, there's always a life to live. So, mimi maisha yangu nimepatia Yesu. Na maisha yangu nimepatia Raila Amolo Odinga. So if you're not for me, then you're against me. That's all I can say. So these are the basic things that we have to articulate when it comes to the basic society. When it comes to the basic society is that if you're not for Kalonzo or Mama Kaluki or Kivuda Kibwana, then you are nowhere. Your vote is wasted. So let us vote wisely. That's all I can say. Let us vote wisely for the people of Kenya, so much so that we can have. And wala me ukamba, and wala me bedukesia. Based on this conversation. Ekati kuna kula kindu tezi ke sure bet. Ekai kolokolo tukuna ako, lakini tukuna sure bet. Mundu meulongi aishe sure bet situ sida si kolokolo. You can imagine when you have a baba who can actually give you money without having to actually do that kind of a betting. Yeah. These other guys are not even having any proxy on anything. Na baba nakuomba taxation on betting previously. Actually, it was just introduced the other day. Baba nakuomba na kwa roho yangu wewe ya mkunjufu. Hatukuwa tunataksiwa. Hata ukishinda ilikuwa unashinda tu. Ukishinda 200 unashinda 200. Baba nakuomba, because you are going to vote you in as Baba the 5th. Please, kindly, because you're overtaxed, please release us as hiyo kidogo tu, because some of us we are not hurting.
Okay,
but we contribute so much into the economy.
Okay, sawa, Nathan tumekusikia. At least baba amesema lifestyle inaenda kukuja chini. So I believe he has a very big policy on how he is going to make life bearable to people. So I know he has good people who can advise him. I know many Kenyans of good faith have advised him properly. So I think we don't need to dwell on that. So Bob, can you come and board and prosecute your questions or your case if you want to say anything? Bob Papa Azimio.
Yes, I'm Jamboni. Nice to see you back, Jose. And there is Pen Nyagaka always anachungulia anatoka, anachungulia anatoka. Karibu sana bwana mzee Olara.
Please ask Penny asitoroke.
Huyo mzee muache tu, tutadeal naye polepole. Meanwhile, Njiru, I wanted you to delete somebody from the comment section by the name Kipto. He is insulting Mama Selina, and we said we are not here for insults. Look for that man and delete him kindly. Meanwhile, let me continue with a bit of some contribution. I want to dwell on the DP in Kisii, and particularly I want to dwell on one gentleman called Papa Waroma, called Wetangula. I don't know what is wrong with the UDA team, or they call themselves KK, but I believe they're UDA. They have, you know, they are politicians that with their age and experience and familiarity with the Kenyan politics should not be talking a lot of nonsense. Today in Kisii, Wetangula alluded, and he was addressing, you know, Kenyans and telling them that the fuel hike in price of fuel by 9 shillings is because the Uhuru wants to raise money for campaign for the Azimio candidate. Surely, why would you want to allow these people? That is where now I want to bring in the Azimio brigade. Azimio should have a brigade that should be deconstructing these people, I mean, head on, because some of these, I mean, lies that they're telling people in the villages. Some of the villagers, like you had Anna was talking about here in KIAMBU, there are people in the villages who do not even switch on their TVs because either they are tired, they're from the farm, they just want to rest in the evening. So some of the message that these people are giving in the villages, like where the brigade, the Udaku brigade was addressing, it was a village. And these people are bound to believe that the hike in prices of fuel is because of the government raising funds for Azimio, which is totally wrong and misleading. So we should have a team that deconstructs these people, because some of these lies, when told repeatedly, they almost become the truth. Yeah, I also wanted to comment on NGILU and stepping down from MALOMBE. You know, there is one thing about Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka has been, for the last 2 months, has really suffered a lot. He has suffered his own indecision. We're actually happy that he's home and he's bringing in a big basket. But that in suffering indecision, I want to believe that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has given him ample time in the last few days that they have been campaigning in the Kambani, and there are goofs that he's making. However, he has been given the time and space to call his, shout his heart out, and he's still recovering. He's still recovering in the sense that even when you look at the headlines of Taifa Leo yesterday, the headlines say Raila afufua Kalonzo. Kalonzo actually, in as much as he's the kingpin of Ukambani, he had lost the confidence of
Taita. Look,
a
Taifa
part
Leo
of
is written by a bunch of people. So we cannot run on
no.
that.
Ndusi, you are now misbehaving. This is why you were told by Bernard that you keep on misbehaving. So it's true that Kalonzo Musyoka had lost the confidence of a few voters in Ukambani, and he needed it back. So this tour and the campaign Kambani has really brought about, re-energized him, and is now even a better and a stronger soldier of the Azimio top leadership. So we really appreciate, and the gesture by Mama NGILU to step down, for me, I don't think I agree that it was all planned. It has reached a stage where Mama NGILU is also playing clever politics. Clever politics, I'm saying clever politics in the sense that she realizes that Kalonzo really wants the supremacy to be the supremo of Cumberland, and she knows that she cannot keep on fighting Kalonzo, so she has retreated. And a good soldier is the one who retreats and waits to fight another day if need be. But in this case, I don't think there will be any need, because she is also she will also be in the national politics. So she will be contributing equally, and the goal that she also has been trying to get to is that Ukambani gets the best out of the government of the day, of which we appreciate that energy that has come from the Kamba nation. Lastly, let me just comment on, because I had commented on the others. I just want to say that it's unfortunate that we keep on talking about Sakaja, but the fact that he has tried to bring in the president's name is cheap, and more so to invoke the president's name in court papers is quite cheap, and I don't know why he does not. The lawyers are not advising him that there is no way he can bring in the president, because all that is speculative, and I want to believe that the court will throw it out. It's just 7 days. By the 22nd, we'll be done with that, because he's speculating that the president has a hand in his tribulations, which is quite cheap. He should go back to school and study. Let me leave it at that. I can see some gentlemen have come in. Let me give them a chance to also contribute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Pap. So I can see we have new entry. I want to give the order because I don't want to interject after you do your presentation. So Oze is going to be next. After Oze, we give Penny Nyagaka, but I can see Nyagaka is platform is not very good. If Penny Nyagaka will not be okay, we will have Orara. So please, Orara, if Penny will not be able to respond, take. So I don't want to interject anywhere. So Oze start, Penny or Orara, whoever will be available. Then we will pick up from there. Go ahead and read the talk line, please. You know what we are talking about. The talk line is usually passes on your screen, so you can read the talk line and also you share out. You can talk between 5 to 10 minutes. You can take your time, no problem.
Can I come in?
Hello.
This is okay.
Yeah? Who is in a hurry? Good evening, everyone. Yeah? Kwani you have a burning issue?
I just wanted to respond back to the former contributor. Maybe if you can allow, okay. If you don't allow, you can go on.
I think you have something for Bob.
Yes, I had just a contribution, just something to add on what he said.
What do you
Can
think?
I go on?
You can give him 30 seconds if he's raising a point of whatever.
Now, Bob made a sensible contribution, and I want to congratulate him for that. But all along, our contribution has always been missing the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is corruption and family capture of our politics. And
Okay,
as you are,
Orara, 1 minute. I think that one is handle it during your presentation. I think it's better. Please.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Njiru. KK, is it KK in Kiambu and wherever? You see, I wanted to talk about these going rounds of Kenya Kwanza. Now, I did say yesterday that if to say the DP is coming in and want to streamline or straighten some of the things, they have been accusing other people of not observing the rules, the rule of the law, the whatever of the courts. And I remember at one time during his interviews, he was asked what he will do. And one of the things he said that he will handle his deputy differently. That the deputy will not go through what he's going through. He normally throws barbs at the government. And this issue of the rule of the law and empowering the institutions, the judiciary, and what have you. Now, Nairobi's gubernatorial seat is not a small thing. And you remember what happened with the Sonko and the issues around his time there. Now, if right from the beginning, there are very many challenging and even embarrassing issues against Sakaja. And it is interesting, it is very ironical that the DP is on the forefront trying to urge him on. And even as I've seen some clips threatening that he will be in the ballot anyway, whether the degrees are genuine or not. You see, I wonder how the DP want to associate himself with such things and still want to be seen as being the front runner in a presidential race. The two just do not reconcile. He needs to have some integrity and bring on board at least some integrity. The entire team in Kenya Kwanza are all having issues. Now, when they have a chance even to campaign, sometimes you wonder why they make references to Uhuru. I remember like yesterday during their campaign, Mudavadi, when it was turned his time to address the crowd, it was interesting that all he could talk about is how Uhuru is packing his clothes, that the policemen at State House are now just packing Uhuru's goods, instead of telling the Kenyans what they are going to do for them when they get in government. Instead, he's just talking how the president is packing to go home. Now, just to comment on the issues around NGILU and stepping down, I think it is the same thing which happened in Nairobi between Igade and Wanyonyi. What happens again in Trans Nzoia? What happened in Kakamega? You see, the other day, I think Alex is still around. The other day, we were trying to imply that one of the issues, the way is to sort the problem in KISI. Have all those people, they say that there are 5 Azimio candidates. Have all those people together. Let facts be on the table. They know that not all of them will win. Let those who don't stand a chance give way and strongly support and campaign for the people who have a good chance. Personally, I don't think it is too late to do that. As much as I remember our friend Robert was saying that that it is democracy. Now, you remember Nyamira and KISI, according to some latest opinion polls, they are being classified as swing counties. So it is important that they try and narrow down the competition within Azimio, because definitely, unless that is done, you can imagine if Azimio has in KISI, they have 5 candidates and UD has only 1. Surely, you have to wait to be crushed by a train when you are fallen on the rail and you are seeing the train coming. They shouldn't do that. People should swallow their pride and give way for the better candidates. It is not difficult to know who are better. Now, as for NGILU and stepping down for Malombe, I think it's a very good thing, although I think it is some form of negotiation. And it just shows, I remember NGILU all along has been prepared to make sacrifices. You remember the other day, Kalonzo was saying that he has sacrificed his candidacy so that Baba can contest. Now, from where I look, where I am, what I see, NGILU has really sacrificed. If he has sacrificed just to ensure that KITUI remains intact, that is a very, very good show. Now, once again, on the issue of Sakaja, I'm just wondering sometimes where some of our legal professionals are. Such things like this kind of hearsay and what have you. It's just that I think President Uhuru is not a very petty person. Some of these things, you see, if you drag the president's name into such petty, simple issues, whereby he's really to blame for the way things have gone, it really does not make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Although when I read the so-called rebuttal from the KK side, it's quite clear to me that that is the language of Itumbi. If they say Sakaja who issued the statement, personally, I think the statement was written by Itumbi and Sakaja's name was just placed on it. Now in KIAMBU, some things are a bit quite confusing. Now, it is really very tricky what is going on there. Wamatangi this side, Kabogo this side, and the other fellow is who? The third person is
anaitwa Jango Maina Jango.
Kuria stepped out.
No, there is Kuria and Maina Jango. They are 4 people.
Well, it's not clear what they are after. I hope that will give Njoro an advantage.
Those are
an advantage. Some of these things are a blessing in disguise.
Okay, 1 minute was there. I will comment for you on that. Those are the results when you follow somebody blindly without having a clear vision. Those are blind spots. Those are what we call blind spots in politics. Unajikuta pahali uoni mbele na uoni nyuma, so huwezi songa. That's an exact case of a blind spot in politics. So usiwahurumie. I'm done.
That's an exact case of a blind spot in politics. So usiwahurumie. I'm done. Well. I remember one of the speakers, panelists, had indicated that it is a bit strange how the DP managed to convince a particular group, especially the young youth who are here, don't even have voter cards for so long. You know, if you remember exactly where Kenya is, you can imagine if you have unemployment rate over 60%.
I can only say a few things.
It is very sad, and remember
sad.
These people have to eat on they day in, and they need somewhere to sleep. They need life to go on, and if for 4 years, that is what the DP has been trying to do. These people, literally, I remember Nathan, I think, was trying to talk about this betting thing. I'm not so sure whether you are aware that so many of the youth were losing their life because of betting. When they bet, and it became a time when one of the banks, there is quite a large bank in Kenya, which was, people would go there to borrow money for these small wares that you see them selling along the streets. Instead, at some point, they stopped borrowing money to go and buy the small ware, those wares to sell around. Instead, they were borrowing money and taking it into betting. You can imagine a youth who has no job borrows money, 10,000, and you want to put all of it. You know those things called multi-bets. I'm sure you are aware of them. Those multi-bets is what they were doing. And when you don't, if you don't bet against somebody, you can also bet with the betting company and still get some money. I wouldn't say, personally, even at one time tried, and I got some very, very impressive money. Unfortunately, when I tried and I got so motivated and I tried again, I lost 70% of what I had earned. You can imagine. Now, if that was, I didn't borrow the money, but you can imagine if you had borrowed the money and you are so excited because of the way you have been winning, then all of a sudden, nothing more. And you know, you still have to pay the bank. Now, so many of them were committing suicide because of that, or just disagreeing. They become very irritable at home with every other person, with family members. They were all off the balance. And you know what? They were just sitting at home instead of now trying to do some gainful, maybe selling some wares. No, now in, now out. So that is part of the reason. Now, the reason why you see the betting was being stopped is because you realize that if you have some good money in your account, normally the banks will ask you for documentation so that you can support how you got it and why you are even withdrawing large amounts of cash. Now, in those betting accounts, there was nothing like that. No bank was answerable to the hundreds of millions which were in those betting accounts. And legally speaking, on betting, as you have indicated, maybe you can reduce the tax. You can reduce the tax, but bets, earning from bets are normally taxable by law. I think it is across the board even in other countries. So that is it. So when they distress a lot of money laundering in those betting accounts, all I think all the government did was to ask them to prove how they earned the money and if they have paid tax. If you have not paid tax, the accounts were frozen. But it was actually to control what was otherwise. It was a runaway of money laundering, and people loot money and they put in there. You can imagine if you have something like 100,000 and all of it, you spread it on all the possible bets. Chances are that you will lose the other way or win the other way. And that is what they do. And if you have large money, well, it can translate into booming business. But remember, it is like hot air.
Osinarea tuongee story ya bets, please. Converge.
That was just conclusion. I'm actually done.
Okay, ni sawa sawa. So Nathan, I don't want to give you an opportunity sababu najua unataka kuongea story.
I should answer.
That was just by the way. I didn't
Wacha niseme kitu moja sababu
30 seconds 30 seconds.
Ni sawa. Asante Njiru, sorry. You cannot come in here and start saying that we are not paying tax, yet we are actually earnings by risking money that we have actually put in place. Let me tell you one thing. 3 years ago, ilikuwa nini? Walianza kuintroduce history ya nini? Way back. I think it was just before 2020 COVID, it was 2019. I cannot even remember. Because I remember Matiang'i, Honorable Matiang'i, my friend, akakuja akasema ati sasa ati sijui watoto wetu wanaenda sijui wanaenda mbaya service yangu ye.
Okay,
Sasa
Nathan.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Don't talk about bets. No. You cannot talk about bets. It's not our discussion today.
What were they saying?
No. One comment. If you have something else to add away from bets,
no, just allow the guy to talk.
Okay, 15 seconds, Sababu, and don't talk too much about betting, please. That's not what we are
talking about. Make us to answer back,
I have to prosecute my case. I mean, come on. So, kuna watu hawana kakiru, sasa watatafutaje? Alafu walikuwa wanatafuta wanapata, ukikula unapata ukikula sahii unanyolewa sijui tax na withdraw tax na excise tax unapata sijui 88 shillings. Sasa hiyo inauma watu wengi sana. Hata niongee Kiswahili because mimi ni Mkenya. I'm not living anywhere. If anyone come for me, let them come for me. I'm in Nanyuki. So these are the basic things that we're saying. Hiyo ndio basic things tunasema. So wacha watu wacheze kama ni kubet, mtu wa bet because they are risking, they are taking listen, they are taking a risk. Let me tell you, they're not taking a risk on the behalf of the government.
No, Nathan, hii discussion itaendelea tena, please. No. Okay, please, we can talk about betting. Alex, not about betting, please. I can give you 1 minute comment, but not about betting. Kama ni betting, tutanyamaza.
Yeah, nimekubali. Tusi rafiki yangu.
Yes sir.
Sasa wewe Kalobo leo Kalobo imekuwa nyingi kidogo ama nini?
Hapana. I'm moving into Bitcoin.
Sasa hiyo heshimu Kalobo kidogo. Asante.
Orara, prosecute your case. Bob sio sahi. Orara kwanza, please.
Thank you Ngero, Mama Selina, na kupatia heshima na siasa ya Kenya imeanza kurekebishwa iwe kwa siasa ya ukweli, hiyo siasa ya kutengeneza maisha ya watu wengine. Some of the panelists here, I can see them, they're looking young. Your future was destroyed. Your future was actually destroyed. According to the narratives from Mama Selina especially, how the politicking of Kenya is done, all of you here attending should have a reverse of thoughts. Tunayo white decay with 500 Jirongo thing, then we have this discussion. It continued. I could stop hapo. Iliendelea. Then we have ICC candidates. Ikiendelea. While all the time, sisi wote and our future was captured. Sisi wote and our future was captured. In as much we all can agree that kwamba we need to have a fair election, but we have to go and respect our history. Our history is we had a Kenyatta Okay, all this land issue is from that back then. Then we had Amoy reconfirming the history and new people acquiring the lands through dubious thing or political affiliation or that.
Orara, 1 minute. Orara, please, 1 minute. You'll go ahead. I hope you know our talk line. I hope.
No, it's coming back to that. It's coming back to that. If you confuse us with topics, you cannot actually solve the problem. That's why Mama Selina is here. She understands how I am progressing up. I'm very brief. I have 10 minutes. I'm very brief. I just took you there. We come back. We can confirm everything. Then the same Ruto you're talking now is a candidate, has been historically at 90s, he was an MP, he became a youth leader in something, in a wing. Then the same Ruto was with Raila. Then, so what I'm saying is, I hope the candidacy of Martha and Baba Raila Odinga can make a stop there. We as a country, we need a stop. Umekula ndio umekula, lakini kuanzia sasa haukuli. Yeah, yes, you ate. Yes, you had it. But from now on, hakuna kula. If you stop it for 5 years, you can imagine the progress. And my brother here spoke about 2 billion being stolen. 2 billion per day is not the amount that this Mutembei TV cannot decide. Okay, you cannot ignore it. Alafu, kuna hiyo stupid promises. 20 billion, 6,000. Your 6,000 is good, but it's not realistic. Because I come from mtu moja, me and my family, I am 7. I have 5 kids. I have 2 wives. And I'm working. Okay, I'm from diaspora. I can afford to maintain them. Lakini mtu akiwa Kenya, unapata 1,000, uongeze 6,000, hakuna kitu wakufanya, watu fair. Lakini all in all is fair. It's fair. Wacha nirudie kwa mambo sasa ya Kenya sasa. As you are choosing Baba to be our president, nataka Mama Selina ukiwa na Martha pale, muangalie kitu kimoja. Hiyo kitu mnasema corruption. Hiyo corruption ni kitu mbaya sana. We lost generations out of corruption in one pocket only. Mtu aweze kula budget ya means of education for 1 year, aweke mfuko wake tu, asifanye kazi. Mtu aweze kula Ministry of let's finance, allocate a lot of money, apeleke money somewhere else, put it another generation. Somebody can be a ministry of what? Call all those ministries as you like it, whereby we have a sitting president, we have a deputy president. They allow those money to go to somebody's pocket, and the same person comes back and say that he's solving a problem. Mama Selina, saidia hapa, saidia sana. Hiyo kitu haikuanza leo, hiyo kitu ni legacy, na hiyo kitu ilifanyika kutoka 90s. Gachagua akiongea wa polisi hizi, anajua vile yeye akiwa command mapolisi alidhulumu watu wengi sana. Yeye alifanya polisi wakawa fukara. In fact, Gachagua was commanding people to go and the police to go and just act like what? Like heckless. No, they're not heckless. In fact, he forced the police to act like killers. They killed in the name of a regime. I quelled the question there. No, I didn't want to be looked at as I'm very angry, but I just only contributed. Lakini if whenever Mama Selina anaongea mambo hiyo ya siasa central na wapi, and now Mama Selina herself ameconfess kulikuwa kuna vitu imefanyika vibaya, na in fact history yetu is being written now in a correct way, na in fact ya kwamba Martha Karua anachukua hiyo constitution aendeleze watu wote wawe kwa hiyo constitution. I don't think we can reject Baba to come and be a starter. In concluding, President Mwai wa Kibaki alifanya vizuri economically. Alipo raise issue ya conscious integrity, he is the one who introduced this integrity in the constitution. Mwai Kibaki introduced it wakiwa na Raila, lakini the amount of pressure Mwai Kibaki alipata kwa administration yake with the same click, walisema it's our time to eat. I will leave you with that note. Raila Odinga asiwe our time to eat for others. Mama Selina, utamalizia hiyo another theory. I think you have a better imagination. I wanted to bring everyone to that concept. Is here to elect Raila because to Kibaki for revival. He did economic pact, but he didn't fix our politics. He didn't fix our other stuff. So now, I hope Raila candidacy will be to fix tribalism at a economy. We've been suffering, we know how to survive. A fix to tribalist campaign and politics. Kama the panelists, they think I have contributed enough. I'm humbly resubmitting to the chair.
Okay, sawa Bwana Orara. Yeah, welcome Bwana Themba. Maybe kabla ya nikukaribisha kidogo. Mama Serina, I think you can conclude on what Orara said. He was referring you a lot. So Mama Serina, come on board and help Orara to conclude. Mama Serina, unanisikia ama uko kwa simu? Yeah, it's kind of Mama Serina. Haya. Okay, no problem. So, Bwana Themba, welcome on board. We are still continuing. So, maybe before I welcome you to make your presentation, let me just allow Duke to make his presentation, then you make your presentation, then you take over. So, wacha Duke aongee ili at least hata upate material ya kuongea. So, Duke, read the talk line and come on board, talk about how your team is faring. Nataka kusikia leo ukizungumzia ile vita imekuwa Kiambu. I'm just trying to give you some highlights kidogo. Kuna watu pale wamepigana Kiambu, ongea hiyo story kidogo. So tell us how UDA is getting organized. Tuambie story ya Kakamega. Pia kuna mwingine anasema mnaweza pigia wa Azimio, lakini hii pande ingine munipigie. Hebu niambie kwani siku hizi kuna UDAzimio? Do we have UDAzimio? Nikuuliza tu.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. I will talk about two issues actually, about the Sakaja issue, and then maybe I will comment on what we witnessed today in KIAMBU. I can't talk about the person who defected because I don't know the person. So from today's news regarding the rejection of the certificate of Sakaja by the Commission for University Education made me to have specific conclusions. One is that I can say that Kenya is a failed nation. I can call it a banana republic to a large extent.
No.
The reason why I'm saying
Bwana
is
Duke.
that
Bwana Duke,
You can.
you cannot say that.
We,
You cannot say that.
withdraw that.
You cannot say that.
Please.
No way.
No,
No way.
how can someone submit a fake
No, no.
certificate and send
No. You cannot say that. Kenya is a country of 50 million people. Even if we have a clique of corrupt people and the people don't know what they are doing, we cannot call Kenya a banana republic, a failed state. That statement.
Can you define a banana republic first?
No. I will not define, but I will not allow that statement. I will not allow it.
No. Do you know what's a banana republic? Because maybe
How can you call us a failed state?
No, Duke, you cannot go ahead with that statement. So please, can you withdraw it and continue? You cannot call Kenya a failed state. It's indecent to 55 million Kenyans who are listening to us. Please, withdraw the statement and go ahead.
You lose 2 billion and you still per day and still calling yourself a rules the action of law.
No, Orara, it is not your time. It is
okay.
Duke's time.
Can I clarify that? First of all, when I say
not clarifying, 1 minute,
yes.
Duke. You are not supposed to clarify. First of all, withdraw it, then you can make your clarification without going to the same comment. So please, first of all, withdraw the statement.
What I said is that I said I can say
no.
You cannot force me what to say.
I understood. You said Kenya is a failed. No, you said Kenya is a failed state. We cannot continue that way. You said Kenya is a failed state. That was your statement. So please.
But that's my opinion. You know.
No.
It's not
your
fair
opinion,
to.
No, your opinion cannot be
allowed.
No. Kenya is not a failed state. You cannot.
Okay.
Allow...
Can I explain what I said? You give me time to speak.
No, you cannot explain that one. You cannot explain that one. That one is indecency. That
you know, can I ask you now? I'm asking you a question first before I proceed.
No, you cannot ask me a question.
Don't say it on this platform,
please.
Surely.
No, you cannot go on. You have to withdraw that statement.
Just allow.
No. We cannot allow.
Withdraw.
No. We cannot. For you to continue, you have to withdraw that statement.
Okay, can I withdraw? But I will explain what I meant. I've withdrawn the statement. But you know, when you say, and when a nation, you say a failed nation, you know, it does not mean the 50 million are crooks or are failed individuals. You mean the government has failed. So to a large extent, I feel that the Kenyan government has failed, and I was going ahead to explain that. And if we are defining for you a banana republic, it means a country which is actually ruled by a few unqualified rich individuals. So I can have that opinion. So that's not wrong, actually, when we are we have freedom of expression and speech. I think it's unfair for me to say that I've made a mistake to use that term. So what I meant is this, you know, in Kenya, we have a lot of individuals who are very poor. And the reason why most individuals are poor is because it's not because that we don't have resources in Kenya. It's because you find that those resources are not equitably distributed to people. We have smaller individuals, few individuals who primitively and unfairly accumulate resources at the expense of others, where we have several people suffering. And in a country where we have millions of graduates, millions unemployed and qualified individuals, and we are talking about fake documents or forged certificates. You see, if we were in a nation where we have shortage of workers, then we will maybe having companies desperate to source workers, and that actually can make individuals to come up with fake documents. But when we have millions without employment, and then others come with fake documents, and then they get specific positions, then we mean it's a failed state to a large extent. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is that the Commission for University Education made a statement that actually it revoked the documents of Sakaja. But on 6th June this month, they approved the same documents. So what I can, for instance, for me, I'm saying that IPC is right, because the procedure of scrutiny and document, they were sending individuals to go to the Commission for University Education to have scrutiny. And then once the Commission for University Education are satisfied that your documents are okay, then they will remit the documents. So they did that, and Sakaja went to the Commission for University Education, and then the documents, the certificate was certified. And that was admitted to by IPC, and it was cleared. So why did the Commission for University Education scrutinize a document and said it's a good document, and then now it's saying it's a fake document? Then it means that that commission is not functioning. First of all, it should be disbanded. It's actually like they are unable to execute their mandate. Number two, I talk about the media. The media also has failed to a large extent. I expect the media to do investigative journalism, whereby they should have gone to the university, maybe in Uganda, and maybe they have interviewed the council or the Senate, so that we have specific details about that. For instance, if it's a commission, they should ask those questions I'm asking. And which procedure did they use to approve the document at the first place before they are dismissing the same today? So that's what I can say. But then regarding the fight in KIAMBU, what I can say is this: it is actually, that's normal politics. We saw the same in KISI. It is competition. But for me, Kapogo, I blame Kapogo because when he was speaking, he was not interrupted by Wamatangi, and now I wanted to interrupt Wamatangi, so I feel that Kapogo is the one who made the mistake. So that's my brief submission.
I have a question for you. Why did if Kabogo had spoken and it was a time for Wamatangi?
You give that chance to ask.
There is a reason why I'm asking Duke this one. So if you also want us to ask you a question, you can also. But there's a reason why I'm asking, because I'm not. Wait a little bit. Come on. So Duke, I'm not satisfied with the Duke presentation. That is why I am asking him a question, and I can choose the person to ask the question anyhow. So Duke, this is why I'm asking you this. If Kabogo had spoken, why could Matiang'i not behave respectively to Kabogo and handle the matter maturely And do you still believe of that allegation that Wamatangi is being favored by UDA, and there was a marshaled plan of assembling all the MCAs and all registratures who are aligned to UDA to malign or sideline all the other parties, smaller parties within KKA. So do you believe that there is some bias of UDA to other smaller parties, and that is what is causing chaos? There is a problem of coalition management within your KKA, which to me I believe is only the UDA. You don't have a coalition anyway. So can you try to advise me in terms of that before Mr. Demba comes, and maybe before, or I can see Bob has a question. So Bob, you can ask your question before Duke comes. Bob, just ask your question.
Duke, are you aware of the workings of either commissions or government institutions or parastatals? Do you know how they work? You know, I will give you my experience. My experience, I've worked with the parastatal for 20 years. And it is not, once you get an approval of a particular issue, document, call it qualification, even the engineers board, I believe they can issue a certificate and revoke it. They are the people who hold that power is the top authority of that commission. So do you find it unusual that they revoked that letter that had approved the qualification of Sakaja? What if upon doing due diligence, they discovered that it was a fake? Do they leave it to continue? They have the right to revoke because they are the ones who have the powers to approve. So unless you give us a law where it says that once they have given an approval that they cannot revoke, then the right to approve and disapprove remains with them.
Okay, Duke. Okay, Jose, you can ask your question also.
Yeah, thank you. So that he can answer them in one go. Duke, I just wanted to remind you that some of those approvals, whenever they are given, there is always something called a disclaimer. In other words, they are subjective. It is not like they cannot be reversed. If what is potential is proved otherwise, they always have the option to do what they did, to revoke it.
Okay, so Duke, you can answer. I don't know if Serena had a question also. I don't know. Serena, do you have a question? Okay, Duke, you can handle the questions before now we hand over to Themba.
Regarding the KIAMBU instance, what I can say is this. I don't think that UDA is trying to treat other smaller parties unfairly. Maybe there is a perception of that. Whichever the coalition, when we have a bigger party and smaller parties, always the smaller parties will feel that they are not, actually they don't have equal share. It's obvious those parties may feel that they are not treated fairly in a way, and this has been the case the other side. For instance, there is about small parties complaining about funds, complaining about being involved in decision making of the coalition. What I can say, it's a perception. The fact that we allowed all parties across Kenya to file without too much zoning, it means that we respected all parties, regardless of their size. And so that's second concern. Also about what Bob said about companies. I agree with you. Sometimes mistake may happen, and then that needs to be rectified. But there must be enough explanation and evidence of that. For instance, if you read that statement from the head of the commission, there was no much information. They actually even stated that further investigation is required. So we expect a statement which actually addresses, for instance, they have revoked it because it's fake. Maybe it did not go to that university, or that university is not recognized in Kenya. So we want a revoking with proper explanation or evidence. I think those are the two questions.
Okay, Themba, you can come on board, please.
Thank you, Njiro. Good evening, good morning, all of you, and good afternoon to those who have been here long. I want to address myself to Raila wins big. This time around, any movement of a politician to any side serves a psychological boost and a psychological dent. So the so-called politicians who are moving, probably according to some of the observers, they might not have a very, to some of them, they might not have a very like a weight that some may want to write home about. But the perception that they have left one side, I can imagine if it was someone who is nondescript in Azimio who had left and gone to Kenya Kwanza, that will be the next point of reference when they are campaigning. They will be saying that so and so has left that team, so the side is bleeding. But Norman was one of the organizers of UDA in Embu. He had moved himself as one of the chairpersons in Embu for UDA, and if you can recall, his nephew wanted to run, but was not cleared to run for presidency, if you can recall. So it's a very strong family in Embu. Olara, you may put your hands down because I'm giving my presentation. You'll come in later. Just be patient. Let's just be patient. Someone gives their presentation. Once they are done, then you can raise your hand to speak. Lucy and Olara, thank you. So he's the Norman, the Nyaga family is a respected political family in Embu. And for him to come out and make that statement and even join Azimio, I think psychologically it's a big boost for Azimio. And any movement right now, I'm told there are many more movements that are coming in come Saturday. There's some big announcements coming up. So I think we should give it to Martha, and of course it's giving this perception that Azimio is gaining ground and UDA is losing. Now that Nyaga movement compounded with the fights that we saw yesterday, you know, it was a bad day in office for UDA in Central, because all that is happening in Central. So it was the deputy president was in Kisii. The reception wasn't very good. If you look at it, the way that people were even talking, people are starting to get tired. But now he's hoping that his deputy this side will do a better job. But it is hemorrhaging this side of Central. So I kinda I even saw the post of Moses Kuria, and the exchange was bitter. I mean, for those who could understand Kikuyu, no kuze might not understand how they were they were saying it, but it was a really bitter exchange. Now the thing is, Kabogo wants to return back to Kiambu. And Moses Kuria also wants to return to Kiambu. And UDA through Gashagwa wants to also own Kiambu. So the fight, the supremacy battle we are seeing there is that, if you remember, after Gashagwa was picked as the deputy president, Moses Kuria said that we are only left with going to ring fence our counties. And one of the things they're seeing is they would want a situation where one of the parties within Central is not UDA, so that they try and lose control that the deputy president has over them. So they're trying to fight to at least have either Kabogo or Moses Kuria to be the people who are going to emerge with more MPs from Central. Now, Gachagua, on the other hand, has to prove to the deputy president on why he was chosen. So he wants to bring as many UDA MPs and UDA county governors as much as he can, so that he can justify his position as the deputy president. So there's a supremacy battle that is going on. And Gachagua went to Rift Valley and said that we've already decided in Central, we are going to choose all of them UDA. You see, that statement was telling, because it was supposed to galvanize the vote in Rift Valley and also try to block out the independents. So he said that we want all of you to give us UDA from up down. When he comes back to this side, when he gets back to Central, then there's a problem, because now the battle royale is still loading, and I don't know how they are going to sort it, because it's a supremacy battle. Remember, all these people wanting to be governors, they all have parties, and each party wants to be strong, and each party wants to be acknowledged. We must also remember that the government that is going to be chosen in 2022 on the Kenya Kwanza side is not Kenya Kwanza, it is UDA. So what is Ruto trying to do? Ruto is trying to make sure that UDA is the predominant party in the Kenya Kwanza coalition, so that everybody else is subject to them. And that is the game plan that the other people have noticed. That's why they didn't sign anything more. The signed Kenya Kwanza coalition is not clear. It's like they're going to meet after election is when they're going to say, we will let ngapi bwana. We will let ngapi. Sasa tuone tugawe we hakuna mtu leta. There's nothing you brought. According to what you brought, tumeua wewe umeleta nyama mbili, nyama tatu. So everybody has to fight right now, and that is where they are having the problem. So, but for us, we like it. I mean, the fights were good, and I want them to continue that way. I want them to continue fighting. I want them to continue boxing each other. I want them not to have peace. I want them not to. I want Jibebe guy, that is Kabogo, to continue looking for his position in Kiambu. I want this guy Wamatangi to continue pushing for UDA. I want Gachagua to continue wanting to be the supreme guy in Central. As long as those egos are up, the fights will go on, and Azimio, we will be a happy lot. Because wanasema vita vya panzi, furaha ya kunguni. As the panzi zinakufa, kunguni sisi we are buying from what is going on. Finally, Malombe, I think it's time that now we start having like in Azimio, we plan ourselves in a more, as we are moving towards the crux of the thing, we need to start having calculated moves, where you are saying, okay, fine, why should you have a vicious battle if you can avoid it? Why should you have people, bruising each other, and we have alternatives? So I think in situations where they can work it out, like they did today, I think that was a great move, because either way, I hear Nathan Duzi saying, okay, what's her name? NGILU could not beat Malombe. She beat Malombe in 2017. Malombe was number 3, and number 2 was NGILU was number 1. Number 2 was this other person.
Was it Musila?
Yeah, Musila was number 2. Malombe was number 3 with 73,000. So this thing you're saying that NGILU cannot beat Malombe. Let me tell you this right now, because we have already crossed that route. I don't want us to go back there, because they say in a battle, you don't keep going back to already won courses. You now move to the other places you want to conquer. So we already passed that place. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time in it. We need to agree that as a team, there are gives and takes. And I think the bigger picture has to always suffice. The bigger picture is we want to win this thing round 1. Whatever it is that has to be done, we gotta do it in round 1. I think that will be. And Duke said something. I think Duke, some words we need to be very, very calculated. Failed state is a concept in political science that is still being, you can't just bandy a word that is a failed state. You can't compare Kenya to Somalia. You can't compare Kenya to states where their governments, yes, they may be having a government, but for a long time Somalia had a government, but it was running from Kenya. So when you start just banding by throwing a word that is a failed state, if you came across it and you liked it, that's a good thing. But again, you need to take your time and appreciate some political concept within the wide definition of the thing. At what point do you arrive? It is still something that requires qualitatively and quantitative arrival at a failed state. So it's a political science concept that you can't just come and say that by all means Kenya is not a failed state. If you read one of the things that one of the great philosophers in politics, Max Weber, says that the state owns the monopoly of the use of violence, right? So that means what? It can defend its territories. If you can't defend your territory, you can still, we still have that sense that we have a state going on. We might have systems that are not working as expected, just like any other state. Would you say that America was a failed state because when they were having their election the other day, they went and they even attacked was it Parliament?
White House.
Yes.
No, Capitol Hill. Capitol
Hill. Yeah. Do you want to say it's a failed state? You need to before you, in my view, as we debate, we also need to be conscious of certain concepts that you don't just want to bandy around, and just because you are offended with a system, or because you don't like a particular system politically, we must admit that, in my view, comparatively, Kenya is a stable state across East Africa. And it has its weaknesses, which we need to criticize, as it were. We need to constantly, hold the government a check. We need to put demands on that government to provide for us certain things that we want. That is democracy. But I think we also need to be careful not to start banding some words that it's a failed state. Nigeria had a challenge. You remember the men that those guys who are even abducting, girls on the other side. But you didn't say Boko Haram, yeah, and it wasn't a failed state. So let's look at Sudan, Somalia, then you compare to Kenya. Duke, by all means criticize the government, by all means point out the things that need to be corrected, by all means call out corruption, by all means challenge the government and make demands, because the government is a system. If you don't make demands at it, it might not serve you well. But again, also you need to be a patron and appreciate where the government is working. That is what I needed to say.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Themba. Thank you for your contribution. At least you have also clarified what Duke, we cannot allow you to comment about a failed state. That one is, we cannot go there. We know what Kenya is. There are so many things in Kenya which are functioning. It doesn't mean that because we have some few guys who have engaged in corruption, we need to antagonize the feeling of over 45 million people by just grouping them into. In Kenya, we might have one or two failed politicians, but as a country, we are good. As a country, we are pushing forward. As a country, we are a role model. We are a gateway to East Africa. There is a lot to celebrate about Kenya. So we cannot discuss about that comment. That comment, I think it went flat. So I think Bwana Themba, I can see even Richie Makiandi is also here. Before maybe we allow Richie Makiandi to say something, I would say a majority of the people here, they have presented. Maybe for gender sensitivity, I can bring back Selina to give her one or two comments. Then we can bring Bob. Then after bringing Bob, Jose, let's not ask questions now. Please, questions can go some other point. Let's also hear other people. Let's bring Serena on board. Bob, you can come after Serena. Then Richie can make his presentation, and then Themba, you can take the floor and move on. I think that is in order, and the system can go on.
Selina.
Okay, asante Themba, you are welcome. Najua tumemiss, umetufurahisha hiyo kusmile unatufanya tuendelee kusikia Mtembei TV site. Otherwise, what do we say? Mambo ya leo Themba, every day we graduate. Politics ya Kenya, kila siku tukiamuka sisi wenye tuko huko, kwa sababu Kenya watakuwa wameendelea. Can you imagine for the whole of this week, how wonderful it is kuona baba in mkutano ingine, Kalonzo, NGILU, and then we see mother in another mkutano. Na Patu Themba, tulikuwa tumesema kuna siku tutaona mahelikopta sikipitana. Like coast kutakuwa na mkutano, western iko na mkutano, northeastern iko na, like wow. So yes, nimekuta mkisema hii mambo hatutaki kurudia. You cannot even compare our country na Uganda, failed state. Mtu amekaa for 36 years. It cannot even let the people, yani imekuwa ni familia, But for us Kenya, tunastahili kuambia Mungu asante. Na I want to thank Kenyans again kwa sababu hii mambo ya corruption tusipopika kelele Themba, if we cannot shout about it, itatumaliza and it will be a time we cannot talk. So ni mzuri tuongee na serikali. Mtu yeyote anataka kuunda serikali and he cannot tell us atafanya nini kumaliza corruption Kenya, because we have money. Our country is a rich country. lakini shida 2 billion kuipiwa every day. Kuipiwa aje? Unaweka all the chairmans, unaweka all the parastatal chiefs, hawa ndio wana collect money, kama vile tulipoteza pesa kwa Kenya Power. Mumeipatilisha machina. Samani tulijua ikiwa Kenya Power and it was very strong. Mumeikawanya kawanya. Penat, najua kila mtu alikuwa nyumbani anakumbuka ile maposti tulikuwa tunawekewa stima. Can you imagine vile watu wametengeneza pesa hapo? But hatutaki kulia. We want to say this is 2022. Tutatengeneza nchi yetu aje with a new government coming in. Ukiwa UDA, ukiwa Azimio, ukiwa wherever you are, tunataka kutumia sasa. Farasi ni moja. Martha Karua amekuja amewaambia tuko na farasi moja. Saa hii hakuna vile utashika farasi aruti chini. Unajua farasi kama imekimbia penalty. Hata wewe no temba. Usiposhikilia farasi utaanguka na yeye ataendelea kukimbia. So for us tushike farasi kabisa, kwa sababu imeenda mwendo speed sana. Ukicheza farasi itakuangusha, lakini farasi hawezi simama atia kungoje. Inaendelea kukimbia bila hata mwenyewe huko kukua juu. So 2 months imepaki, tumekuwa tukiongea, tumepishana. Hata watu ya UDA mumejaribu kama Duke na marafiki zake, they have tried. Lakini hata siku moja, unajua sisi Azimio kitu ninapendea watu ya Azimio, we agree mahali iko makosa, hatujui kutetea, we say it, na our people wanasikia. Martha Karua ametuambia achasema msikosoe serikali, hata president. Kosoa president na heshima. Si ati uende umutusi. Kosoa serikali kama kwa sababu alisema msipotuambia makosa yenye imefanyika kwa nchi tutachuaje. I like the way she say, mkinikosoa mchana nikirudi kwa kitanda nikilala nitawasa niseme ni nini tumefanya kwa serikali imekuwa shida mpaka watu wamefanya ABCD. That is what we would like to have. Na hata hii serikali ya Jubilee kama wangekuwa wanakaa namna hiyo hawangekuwa na mambo mingi. But well, deputy headmaster na principal ya shule ndio unaona watoto wanachoma mashule. Kwa sababu nini? Hawana hiyo heshima. Chain of command is very important. Nchi yetu kama Kenya, ati ndio unaona hii vijana temba samani, na tumerudia hapa tukisema watu wale wamekomaa kama Pop Papa, naona Osese yeah, like Rechi yeah, Njeru nafikiria nata naona, anyway sitaki kusema sana. Ulikuwa ukipata mtu hata today, I don't think baba, ukipata mtu mkubwa kushinda wewe, hata ukiwa umeketi utakataa kumsimamia, na wewe ni msee. Lakini mtu mwingine msee akikuja kuliko wewe hata unasikia aibu, ama utamsalamia na wewe ni baba na wewe ni kukaa, lakini utampatia huyo msee mwingine heshima. Ati hata unaweza salamia mtu na mkono miwili, na wewe ni baba na wewe ni babu. Can you imagine these kids? Anakushikia kiuno kuambia habari, we mama songa, ama we msee toka. That is how wamepotea. Lakini sisi wale tulilelewa samani, tuko na heshima yetu. Na mimi nashukuru baba, wale watu watakuja kuunda serikali ni watu wamekomaa, reformist, na tutachukua vijana, kwa sababu pia kuna vijana discipline. Hatuwezi sema vijana yote ni washu wasio mnasemanga. Hata nilikuwa nauliza my grandkids, namwambia hii Mtembei TV kila siku nasikianga wanaongea vitu vingine, simuniambie wasinichekee. Kamwambia simuniambie hiyo maneno wanasema wash was ni nini, lakini walinichekea. Kaambia sasa sisi hatukujua hiyo. Hata ukiniambia mtoto yako amefanya wash kumbe ni uchanja, lakini pia still hiyo si mzuri. So we have good young boys, young girls, wale wanaweza chunga nchi yao. Na ndio unaona kuna kijana moja alikuja, nilifurahia sana. Ule alisema alikuwa campaign manager kwa lori, lakini ameamua kushuka chini. Na akasema in 7 days temba ama 1 week recruit 2,000 people. Can you imagine those 2,000 people? Watu 2,000 kurecruit watu 2,000 kwa sababu watakuwa 4,000 in 10 days. Hiyo watu walianza 2,000 wamerecruit watu ngapi? Nilifurahia vile alisema. Ni vile sikupata nafasi kuongea, akiongea ningemwambia heko na waendelee, kwa sababu ni vijana. Anasema hataki kuongea na wababa, hataki kuongea na wamama, anataka kuongea na vijana wale wame lose hope. Wakipata 500 ama amepatiwa pesa, hawezi kumbuka maisha yake, hawezi kumbuka anastahili kuoa. Inji si yetu, si tulimaliza mambo yetu. Hata baba ni vile tu anataka kusaidia nchi. Martha Karua, watu wamekomaa, we have children, we have grandkids, lakini tunataka tuwache nchi yetu ikisimama. So watu kama kina Duke wenye batu maisha ni yao. Can you imagine, you put yourself, you say, kitambo mtoto yako afike 20 years, how will this country be kama tunawacha watu corrupt? Si watausa mpaka wause nyinyi. We are not crying for it. Mashamba siliuswa, siliisha. Mulisoma, muko na madigrii, muko na BAT, iwasaidi. Can you imagine? Mtu kama Mama Selina hapa, ninafanya kazi na mtu kama Temba na amesoma, ako na madigrii, but we do the same job. Tunasema hapa ni pesa tumekuja kutafuta, si kartasi. Huwezi kuniambia uko na BAT na uko US. We do the same job. Na sasa degree yangu ni ile experience niko naye Mungu alinipatia, na ile nilifanya siasa kidogo nikajua. Wewe umetoka shule green, those papers cannot assist you. Hapa Amerika, na mimi nafikiri nataka serikali ya baba na mama, wewe umemaliza form 4. Hapa wewe ni daktari. At your birthday, after 2 years, unarudia, unaenda course. And that is how it is. Utalose certificate, you lose that in America. Utalose hiyo, unakuja kutuambia we ni PhD. Ile ulienda siku ile Temba, unakumbuka hata kama Sakaja angekuwa wanafanya hiyo every 2 years, wangekuwa nayo. Unaona mtu hapa amesoma, lakini mnaingia wote shule. Na mnasoma kwa sababu your birthday is when you are, kama wewe ni nurse, kama wewe ni nini, kama wewe ni nini. Lakini hiyo ndio itasaidia nchi yetu. Hatutaki watu wanatuambia tulisoma, tulipata degree, labda ulikuwa unafanyiwa na Temba ukapita. We want this like ya America. Kama wewe ni mwalimu, every 2 years refresher course ya kuendelea, every 2 years unaendelea, 6 months unaendelea, unafanya kazi. So hivyo ndio tunataka Kenya ifike, ili masomo yetu ikuwe ya maana. Nyinyi watu wenye mko US, you know that, mwenye mko sijui Britain, but I want to talk about US. Munaona watu wanasoma, hakuna nyuma ya masomo, na hakuna mtu anakuambia nilienda shule sijui certificate yangu ya this year 2022 2024 watu wanaenda the same courses. Hili wakati unautumia watu, your mind is fresh. Na hii watu ya kuipa ma certificate wangekuwa wamepatikana. Hiyo ndio vitu tungetaka serikali ya Azimio ifanye. Walimu yote wale wamesoma, tunataka warudi kwa madarasa. 2 weeks, 3 months, wacha watu wafanye, ndio tuone, tushike hii watu. Unakuta hakuna kitu wamefanya. Sitaki kupoteza nafasi, nataka tu, najua tulikuwa tumeongea. Otherwise Kirinyaka, for the first time, Kirinyaka, Embu, we want to thank them. Mkutano, sasa hiyo ni mkutano ya deputy president incoming. Na wamama wa Kenya, thank you so much. Wamechukua hiyo msiko ni yao. You know, wamama wanafurahi. Nataka kushukuru watoto ya shule niliona. Mpaka mama ilikuwa ngumu kwa yeye kwenda kuingia ndege atoke. Those are the women, girls. Unafikiria hiyo watoto ya shule wanaambiana nini? Nataka kusoma nikuwe kama Martha Karua. One day, I will be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. One day, I will be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Hiyo ndio encouragement watu unaona wanapata. Njeru unajua hiyo shule leo Martha Karua alikuwa anajua ni Kirinyaga. But if you see that school, girls walifurahi sana. Wamama waliimba, wababa thank you so much. Mumeshikilia sisi kama kina mama. So hiyo mkutano ikaendelea. Nataka kwenda mkutano ya KITUI. NGILU ame step down. Yes, serikali ya baba lazima ikuwe na watu huko juu. Tunapenda counties. But NGILU lazima akuwe national office. To me, nani atapatia Martha Karua advice? She cannot be only there. We need women in that top offices. Tunataka watu wenye wanakaa chini. So NGILU amefanya mzuri, lakini nataka kuchallenge. Wale watu wanakataa wanasema tuko UDA, sijui tuko wapi. Can you imagine? Leo Wakamba wako na viti ngapi Temba? NGILU wako na kiti. Kifuta Kibwana atakuwa na kiti. Chief Minister ako na kiti. Viti 3 Ukambani wamenegotiate. Hii watu yako ya Sosa na ukali moja ile alinunuliwa. Isipokuwa ni Obaranya na CS. Nani mwingine? Those are the people. Today tungesema ati Mudavadi angekuwa na Kalonzo kupimana huko. Can you imagine watu walikimbia nyumba yao? How could you? Unakuwa na unatengeneza, walitengeneza baba alafu unakimbia the last minute. Who is a loser? Unatengeneza nyumba, tuliambiwa ukiwa na nyumba ya kioo usicheke kwa sababu ule mtu ya nyasi hana ajali, atapiga hiyo yako ya kioo inaanguka. Can you imagine Mudavadi? Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula wakakuwa wakapikwa tear gas, wakachekewa, wakaketi kwa barabara. Sasa baba anaenda kuunda serikali. Sijui Waluya sijui kama baba Atuoli atawasamea, lakini wasikuje mbele, wakae hapo kusikia hiyo baridi. Kwa sababu imagine, you cannot, unajua mtu umeolewa na umekuwa na bibi na watoto umezaa na bwana yako. Alafu the last minute bwana yako umempata na makosa siku moja. Unaangusha nyumba unaenda. Ati kwa sababu bwana yako alikuwa na date na msichana ingine siku moja. Kwani wewe umesahau hiyo miaka 10 umekuwa na bwana yako? Ukamsalia. Unalia, unapangusa macho, unasema wacha nifumilie kwa sababu ya watoto. Mudavadi, Wetangula, mnaambiwa leteni 70, mtatoa wapi? Can you imagine? Watu wanaenda wakiangusha serikali tu mkiona. Lakini tulipika kelele Kalonzo amekuja, lakini pia tumeona ngawa anapenda Wiper si mbaya, lakini ametupatia watu na baba amepokea na si tumepokea. Ningefikiria Temba nyinyi mkuwe na section ya Waluya. Unajua tulipatia Wakikuyu nafasi yao ya Friday na wamefanya mpaka mtoto amesaliwa Central. Wewe na Penat mko na makosa. Mungetengeneza siku kuchapa hii watu, labda wangekuwa wamerudi. Yes. Mrembe wangekuwa wamerudi. Nimesahau baba Asimio. Kwa nini uliwacha? Wewe ungechukua Thursday. Nyoroshe hii watu walinunuliwa mpaka labda wangekuwa wamerudi. It is too late for them. The Kalenjins. Tuko na Gideon. Watu wamerudi. So tutakuwa kwa serikali ya baba. We cannot stay out. Wakalenjin wako ndani, na ndiye sababu uliona vile walifanya Eldoret. Nani anataka kukaa nje? Tumeambiwa kuna pesa inakuja, factories inatengenezwa, tuko na mafactory Eldoret imelala. So wacha hiyo iwe ni funzo, lakini nataka kuambia watu ya Western wapige kura 100% kwa baba ili achukue watoto wengi. Ukambani ametushinda, tumechapa Kalonzo na kumbe walikuwa najua. Na nikasikia wanasema after 2 weeks hiyo mwingine kijana anarudi. Haya, ona wa baba ya Central. Njeru, baba wasima matachiri wanapigana barabara. Kutusiana. Ati wanang'ang'ania nini? Si hata kiti ya Kiambu, si hata hiyo gavana. Ni nini walikuwa nang'ang'ania? Wewe una nyumba ya wenyewe. Unaenda pigania bibi ya mtu. Bibi ni ya wenyewe. Nyinyi ni day scholar. Baba akirudi anachukua bibi yake, mnafanya nini? Kabando alikaa nje 5 years. Leo ako wapi? Amerudi. Na ameingia the right side. Sasa huyu Kaboko na hiyo mahelikopta yote na hiyo malori yote ya siasa anaenda kushout kufuata UDA. Na mlituambia mko na chama yenu Central. Asante sana Our Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kutafutia nyumba ya watoto ya Central, watoto ya Mumbi, kuwapatia Jubilee wachifiche naye. Otherwise mungekuwa na nyumba alafu mwenyewe anatoa mapati, watoto yenu wananyoshea na nyinyi hamuna nyumba. So at least Jubilee, Njeru, ambia watu yenu waseeke nyumba yao, otherwise watakuja pomoa mapati na anaenda nayo anasema basi mtafanya nini? Inasemekana kwa kikwetu Kikalenjin, hii meno yangu hii hakuna, siwezi chekea na meno ya temba. Nitacheka na hii yangu moja hakuna, but ni yangu. Nyinyi Central ruka na kusema na kuimba hiyo chama kabisa, tutakunja tuweke kartasi vizuri, tuende bedroom huko Rift Valley kama tumeanguka, nyinyi mnanyeshewa. I'm telling you this. Hakuna mtu anaenda kucheza, kila mtu wako na nyumba yake. Baba amesema wawili tu ndio wako Azimio, mama na baba Azimio. Hii nyumba ingine Penat, Temba iko na wapipi na watoto ya kila poma. Mimi sitaki kuchukua nafasi kubwa, asante. Wacha nisikize, na unajua mimi niko katikati ya wababa na vijana na ni wale watu wameshikilia. Otherwise hii siku imepaki, tusikawanyane. Na wale watu wamekuwa na sisi for the last 6 months. Tafadhali. Race, kwetu wanasema Wakalenjin saa ile wanakimbia, unaonanga vile wanaenda race, wanachomana. Sasa tulikuwa tunachomana hapa. Saa hii inafika ile inasemekana Temba, mkuu yako ikusaidie. Wanakimbia tu, wanamwambia nani anachukua, anasema yenda. Ikifika kengele hivi, wanaangalia nyuma, wanasema wewe mkuu yako sasa ikusaidie, kwa sababu ni ya mwisho, last lap. Tukimbia, hakuna kusema umetoka Kenya. Nani ni mentali tunashikania. Sasa tumeenda hiyo. Tulikuwa kila siku tunaulizana, chukua leo, we tangulia, mimi ninakufuata. Tukimbishe hii wa Ethiopia. Sasa leo tumefika mwisho. Hii 2 months, wacha mkuu yetu isaidie. Wacha tuokoe nchi yetu. Asanteni sana. I know I may be talking nonsense, lakini tunajaribu kidogo. Asanteni.
Hapana Selina, uko sawa. Umeongea vitu mingi sana mzuri hapo. Najua kuna wengine labda hawapendi. Na kuna comment, kuna nini hapo, you can link join the conversation through the link tumetuma. Now, if you want to give your comments, go to Facebook, Mutembei TV. Then you can comment through Facebook. The link is there. You can comment from there. YouTube, you join, you have to be a member to comment. So if you're not a member, hautaweza comment. So join and be a member, become a member. Mutembei TV sasa imepanda bei sasa. Sasa kama wewe si member, and when you become a member, something happens, your comment inakuja na badge. So if you are seeing some of the people are commenting from YouTube, their comments are coming with a badge depending with what level of membership you are. So if you want to comment, join, become a member of Mutembei TV. Hii inamaanisha sasa tunachuja watu sasa, unaona imeingia mahali sasa tunataka kuchuja watu. We are not just taking people who are just coming in kusumbua. So unakuja una comment kama we ni member. There needs to be some commitment to the Mutembei TV. Inaitwa progress, which is good. So kwa wale najua kama leo kuna watu wale ambao walikuwa wameshinda wamecomment, leo hawako kwa sababu wameshindwa kujoin as members, but I know you are watching because we have over 307 people watching us right now. Now if you want to comment without being a member, then join through YouTube, but that one is limited. In the next 26 minutes you'll be thrown out, but we'll still be here. I mean, go through Facebook. So asante sana Mama Selina, umesema vitu vingi sana vizuri ambavyo mimi nimevipenda na watu wengi hapa najua wengine hawavipendi. Saizi tuko katika crunch time. We are in the 11th hour. Na anasemanga in the 11th hour story mingi sasa tunajaribu kufocus vile umesema sasa ni kufocus. You're in the last lap. The last lap hakuna story sijui nakuja. You have to be focused, and we are focused on an Azimio win. Of course, the channel is not for Azimio. We still encourage those who are coming wakuje, criticize, toa maoni, but ujue ukikuja saizi ni crunch time, it's the 11th hour. Ile mishale itakugonga ni kali sana. Yes, kuzeuze before nipatie Bob aongee.
Well, I appreciate and welcome the points that Mama Selena has raised. Actually, it's like we are building, and the more by day, the energy is just like it is increasing. As you have indicated or pointed out, you see when you have people joining on, at least personally, I think it is a very, very good sign. And in that line, today I'm happy. Remember, it's like you have done well regarding the NGILU MALOMBE move. When yesterday I proposed here that the fight in Kisii is unnecessary. You people, I think yourself and Alex and the other gentleman was who? You are not agreeing with me. You are saying a robber. You are saying that is democracy and it should be increased. But you can see that it is taking Azimio. It might slow down the fire. You see now what NGILU has done has really increased, has really helped a lot in putting the fire up and up. And you can see what has happened in Embu. I hope the same would continue in the so-called swing areas where we have more than 3 or 4 Azimio candidates. I think we should borrow from what has happened there. I consider what NGILU did a very, very good sacrifice. Thank you.
Very true, Kuzeuze, and I agree with you. I mean, right now we are at that time, and I'm sure, like you said, that concern is shared by many of us. We would wish to see, similar calculations in places where it's generally an Azimio zone. When you have an Azimio zone, you see those kinds of people coming in and agreeing. I mean, it's a good thing. And if it happens like it did in KITUI, and maybe any other place. The only thing that we don't want to see is probably a fallout. But you see, this one, even when it happened, the person who was stepping down was comfortable with it, where as opposed to other places where probably you might find them being, like if they're not comfortable, it might cause you to start managing other things which you don't want to manage right now. Right now, you are focused on winning. And if you're focused on winning, the more you have those people willingly stepping down and willingly giving in to the other people, I think it will help our cause move as opposed to the other. But I agree with you. Yes, it's a concern. We all do have that concern. And we all wish that we wouldn't have to have these breathing, friendly fires, which are very nasty. You see them, the way they play out, it sometimes leaves you wondering what's gonna happen. But I must appreciate and applaud if we can see that happening. There are counties like Siaya. We can see Orengo and Gumbo and others not having it so vicious. If there's one that is very, very vicious also in Homa Bay. Kidero, yes, he's independent, but he's supporting Baba,
And Kajiado.
Yeah, and Kajiado also, we have the two, Olelenku and the other guy, Jubilee and ODM. So we wish the other guy is saying that he has to go to the end. He's popular. Olelenku says he's popular, so we are trying to see how it is going to be balanced. Other counties like in KIAMBU, we only have Jubilee. We have a Jubilee candidate for Azimio. When we go to Kirinyaga, there's Anak Kenya. I think Anak Kenya, and of course we don't have Jubilee in Kirinyaga, so you have Anak Kenya.
What? Oh yeah, we don't have Jubilee, but we have UDA.
Yeah, so there's an independent. Yes. The independent person, the lady Ngirishi, is saying that she's supporting anybody who will be chosen as a president. That's her position. But you can see the way she's talking, she's really against UDA. But she's also trying to see if she can, she can benefit from those who are, leaning towards the deputy president. I don't know about Muranga. Muranga, Nyeri, I know we have someone. We have Jubilee. Nyeri, we have Jubilee, which is also giving. What have I done? Okay, thank you. I added that guy, and then something happened. So I know in Nyeri we do have the engineer. Is as the governor, and of course they're giving the UDA guys a run for their money. There's Meru. I know we're having Mbas. In Embu, I don't know if you have a strong candidate in Embu. Tharaka-Nithi, I don't know if you have a strong candidate in Tharaka-Nithi. So there's Embu and Tharaka-Nithi. I don't know if we have strong candidates there, but the others, I think, with the fighting.
The wave, Temba. Sorry, I don't want. I'm sorry to interfere.
No, go ahead.
For now, it is not a strong candidate. When the wave comes, vile sasa mambo imepatlika, ule mtu wako na bahati ni mwenye alikuwa amesimama aita na Jubilee o aita na ile chama ilikuwa ina associate na Azimio, because when the change comes, watu wataangalia, they will go, watapigia kwa sababu sasa kila mtu anakimbia. That's why we are saying it is the last minute. Watu wengi tunaweza pata watu si wale tulitarajia, kwa sababu kuna mtu leo nasikia alikuwa KIAMBU na amesimama na ODM. Njoroge or something China ilitachwa. Can you imagine that person can be a MCA and he's not a Luo, lakini alichakua hiyo chama juu hakukuwa na anything else. So wacha tuseme hivi, wale watu tutapatiwa na Azimio, ingawa Martha Karua was saying yes, tuchakue kwa hiyo nyumba ya Azimio kwa sababu wengi wamesimama, at least hatutakosa, na mahali hatutakuwa naye itapiti, badala ya kupeana ipotee, tunachakua mwenye amekuja na tutakuwa macho, kwa sababu sasa Kenya ni lazima wakuwe macho. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. Najua nilikukata, but sorry.
Okay, thank you, Selina, for that. Before I bring Jiru for 1 minute and then Bob, I think we need to start here. We are going to start a journey towards identifying Azimio candidates in the 47 counties, and we'll start with the governor. We go to women rep, then we go to senator, and then we look at the the constituencies. We name all the candidates for Azimio, especially the ones we know are Azimio. Then we start drumming up support for them. We have we can start that we can start that on Friday, so that we start now talking our people. We'll start with county 001, that is Mombasa. So in Mombasa, we'll bring the list of all our candidates, so that we start now telling our people that when you get out, go to the ballot box. These are the people that you'll be looking at, so that it's clear now to everyone and all the people who will be going out there. Yes, Njiru, before I bring Bob.
Oh, I was saying that in those counties you mentioned, like Embu, Tharaka Nithi, and Meru, we have strong Azimio candidates. Like what is happening in Embu, where I have good information, and Kirinyaga, we do not want to go with one candidate, because we already know that if we go with one candidate, he might be choked by the UDA. So we are going with many candidates. We don't have sibling rivalry. We want all the people to battle it out, and we know how it will play out. Otherwise, where Azimio is very strong, we are going to agree. But in places like Embu, where we have a lot of danger, we are good the way we are. We want many candidates to be in the playground. You know it. I don't need to explain. But remember, you are bright, you know. Unajua vile nasema.
Thank you. Someone says that Muranga, we have Jamle Kamau of Jubilee. Thank you for that. In Kirinyaga, we have Charles Kibiru on running in NAC, Kenya. Thank you for that. And someone is saying at the Azimio Wave, you have been talking about Azimio Wave. Don't worry, you can't feel the wave, my friend. Don't worry. Like they say, when was it during Pentecost? When the Holy Spirit came, there are some people who wondered, why are the disciples speaking in tongues? So don't worry, it will miss you.
Deba, huyu jamaa na habari na venye wave ni kubwa. The wave is already there. We are not waiting for the wave. The wave is there.
Njiru mwambie kuna vitu mbili. Kuna Holy Spirit alipokuja, kuna wale walianza kushangaa, kwani hawa disciples wamelewa. Alafu Biblia pia inasema watu wawili watakuwa wamelala kitanda moja, mwingine atabebwa, mwingine atabaki. So don't worry. This has been
Temba, wakati Holy Spirit ilianza na Pentecostal. Sasa IC walikuwa naimba pole pole, watu wakakosa kuingia kanisa, wengine wanaanguka. Mapasta wanasema hii watu wamewekwa nini? Catholic wakaresist kidogo. Wapi ikaingia huko ikapomoa. So Azimio haitawacha, inapomoa kupomoa. Thank you for that information. Watu waangalie hiyo.
So don't worry Geoffrey Ruto. Usijali, ngoja tu hapo vitakuja. Ngoja, wewe ngoja.
August 9 ndiye ataiona. Saa hii
yaani anaona vile Kabogo wamepelekana mbio na nani na huyo wa Matangi na Matangi. Hakuna wewe. Bob, karibu.
Bob, Temba, siku ile kwa bahati mbaya, siku ile Jaramogi alikufa. Kuna mzee alikuwa Central, you know, it was a shock. Alikufa kwa sababu hata watu wakauliza na huyo Mkikuyu alikuwa anapendea nini Jaramogi. So let me tell you, August 9 watu wengi watakuwa hospitali, wengine wanaumwa na matumbo, wengine itakuwa tabu, itakuwa tabu.
Na ndio tumewaambia wakate miti. Miti ni ya kuzuilia, ni ya wevu. So Bwana Ruto uendelee kukata miti
Bob karibu. Njiru umesema mambo ya kata miti. Unajua hata Ruto ameanza kutumia hiyo. Alienda Western the other day, and then when he was speaking, when he was mocking akina Mudavadi, he told them that watu walikuja kwangu wakaniambia 95%. Nikawaambia wasilete 95, walete 70%, kwa sababu akileta 95 ule mzee wa kitendawili atajinyonga. So they are trying to use that for their own, but it is not adding up, you know. Karibu Bob.
Asante sana. Nataka kushukuru Mama Selina. Mama Selina she's a very, how do you call it? Those wise people, those wise old people. Akona a way of delivering her message, and her message is always delivered. Sijui ameingia hii ligi ya mzee Raila. Her messages always come very strongly, but unless you understand her, and I'm sure that is why she said that there are some people who might not understand her, but we understand you, Mama Selina. And nashukuru sana manake a day like today, I really appreciate that it is the day that I've seen the highest number of panelists in terms of women, and I was very happy about that. Nimeona kina mama sasa wanatoka nje, sijui ni mama Karua anafanya ama ni nini, lakini iko pepo, iko wave ambayo huyo bwana Ruto hapo nje, Geoffrey Ruto hataki kusikia. And tomorrow on the 16th, we are marking 1 month of Martha Karua's influence in the presidency of this Kenya. You can see this 1 month how much she has made the UDA brigade go almost mad the whole month. Wamezunguka sijui ni nini, kuna kitu inawapeleka hii mwezi moja. Kama huyu mama angekuwa amekuja 2 months ago, ingekuwa namna gani? Lakini ni vizuri, we have saved the best for last, because they are yet to see what she can do. If the rallies that she had in Mount Kenya yesterday are anything to go by. Yes. Now, I had presented, though I'd want to mention a few things. It is not easy to be Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila Odinga, because at the moment, any politician or any formation are, they're imagining their problems have been brought by these two people. You can see what the lady from Keroche is now saying. She's already now trying to blame Uhuru for her tribulations. And this is a lady, yes, we agree that she is bringing in jobs, and it's not wise for those jobs to be lost. But there is also one thing we must also look at. Everybody is supposed to pay taxes, and she's riding on the fact that she's providing employment to reap big at the expense of Kenyans. I don't know whether some people look at it that way, because everybody is saying that KRA is doing a wrong thing and they're closing up Keroche, but I don't see it that way. Because if you look at this lady imports her raw materials from Denmark. So in essence, the people who are benefiting are herself and family, or the company itself, and even the employees. The employees are complaining and suppliers are complaining of non-payment, which means in essence she's bringing the country down and not promoting it as such, and attributing
Amelipa
Kenyatta
30,
to that.
amenunua kiti ya senator na 30 million. Amenunua hiyo kiti na 30 million. That is why she's now panicking and complaining.
Yes. Now, another one is Sakaja. Sakaja is also trying to bring in Uhuru Kenyatta into his problems. Uhuru Kenyatta never stopped him from going to class. And they should not be looking for scapegoats. Because kila mtu ako na shida zake, na yeye shida yake ni alikataa kwenda darasani na akaenda kucheza muziki. Na hapo ndio mambo yake iliharibikia. Ukiangalia hapa the UDA brigade, they are also attributing their problems to Raila Odinga. They are claiming that every day, day in, day out, they claim that the handshake is the cause of the problems of this country. And more so the DP. The DP is obsessed with this handshake. I don't know what this handshake denied him. There must have been something so big that he has created, perpetually he has become a whiner. He's so bitter about this handshake. And if we could reverse time, I think he would heal much better. But he's not healing. I've never seen, even a jilted lover does not take too long. He's so bitter. There must have been something that this handshake did to him. And for me, I will summarize it as a corruption. It stopped him from probably looting. That's why he's extremely bitter. Lastly, I have noticed a trend on the KK campaigns or the UDA campaigns, and there is something that strikes me about Gachagua. Gachagua, I have not lost sight of him, though he has not given us something new, but he attempted to do something new in KIAMBU. He has this obsession about the police. Is he looking at the tenders or what are you? Because he has so much obsession with the police. And I think for me, this shows that there is a lot of corruption that he intends to initiate immediately they get power, if at all, God forbid, though it can't happen. So I'll leave it at that as I wait for, where did you take Makiadi Banathemba?
Makiadi dropped out. I don't know what happened. Now, I think most of you have already submitted, I think. So the first time, as I noticed, let's have those who haven't even submitted at all to at least submit, and then we can now have the open session. Yes.
Just 15 seconds. The reason why huyu jamaa anaongea story ya mapolisi ni sababu anataka kuwatumia kuangamiza Wakenya. Ukiangalia ile mambo alifanya ile wakati wa 1992 ile alikuwa anaifanya na mapolisi. So it is just a coined language to tell them that I will be back na nawahitaji kuangamiza Wakenya. In quote. That's a coined language to
say that again. You can say that again, Mr. Njiru.
And then again, we need to appreciate, Gachagua was a DO, and DOs were ruthless in their days. And just so that I can also do a little bragging here, and msije mkasema sikusoma. At the University of Nairobi, I did political science, and I was taught by one Professor Nyinguru. If you are at the University of Nairobi and you did political science and you never came across Professor Nyinguru, then you never studied at the University of Nairobi. One of the things we ask you is, who taught you at the University of Nairobi? Now, Nyinguru, if you look at his background, he was a DC. Now, Nyinguru was ruthless with the students, and he would operate like a real DC. He would come and personally confirm that you have actually paid to be in class, and you're in the list. You would tick the register. While at the university, most lecturers would not care. They'll just come, they teach, they go. For him, you would come, and before he starts teaching, he would go through the attendance sheet to make sure that Everybody who is in his class has paid. That is not his work, but he's doing it. Now the real DC, you know, that sense of, you know, and then I remember there was a time.
Administrator.
Yeah, that administrative sense, you know. And I remember there was a time he refused to teach because a student came late. He refused to teach. He said, I'm not going to teach if you come late to my class. And the student insisted on getting into class. He refused to teach. He walked out and left. So there's a sense in which I think being a DU and DC, especially during boys' time, gave them a sense of some power that was out of this world, you know. And that is the perception that Gachagua has. He had this kind of power that he thinks even right now he can still order, you know, order the policemen. And that's why he said, I'm coming from the uniformed, I'm a yes sir person. So he expects yes sir. And that is part of what is causing the problems in the UDA, because he expects, and you remember there was someone who actually lectured them when they went to, I think, Naivasha, and said that Gachagua should stay away from the campaign in this side. And you know, one other thing that he said when he was chosen as a DP, he said, I was chosen because I'm going to talk in Kikuyu vernacular radio stations to go and tell people how can going to speak in vernacular radio station become a qualification for you to be a deputy president. And you know, you wake up and confidently say that. You see, the embarrassment is causing. And today he said, if a policeman finds you drunk, he should, you know, he said we should. He said they should be like the U.S. When you are drunk, the policeman picks you and takes you home. They never do that here. Don't do that here.
Pea Gachagua mic. Themba, pea Gachagua mic ili tupate material ya
Yeah,
kuongea hapa
I mean,
Deira.
the most interesting.
Lakini Temba, wakati ya Moi, watu walikuwa wanakuja kusoma ile kitabu imeandikwa kutoka Nyayo House. Ya pili, kwani huko Western madio wako kuja kuchukua makuku kwa village ndio watengeneze development fund. Ile walikuwa nakuja wanafungua kuku, kama ni kuku, kama ni ng'ombe. Sasa hiyo ni kasi ya Gachagua ya kuchukua kwa nguvu, kwa sababu lazima mlikuwa mnatoa pesa. So there is no other way Gachagua atasoma kitabu kando. Anafikiria ile nguvu moja aliwapatia, he can continue with it, kwa sababu hii mtu ni mzee sasa. Kama ni kijana kidogo unaweza badilika, lakini sasa mnatuambia miti mrefu imekomaa mwezi kata kukunja. Sasa utakunjaje Gachagua na amezoea kusimama?
Yeah, that is Gachagua for you, and I think you're right, Njiru. When he speaks, and I think even Papa Bob, Gashagua's presence in Central, even today, if you guys notice, he tried telling people to be quiet. People refused. They don't respect him. People in Central don't respect him at all. Even when he took the microphone to say that now these people have made a lot of noise, can you try keeping quiet? Nobody was keeping quiet. Then he said that if you respect the deputy president, Ruto now be quiet. People were not quiet. It was chaotic. So I think even Geoffrey, instead of making noise here saying there's no way, you should be going to try and sort out your mess.
Tell him Takalenjini say Ruto alikuwa naongoza siku ile alichukua Gachagua, hata hao wamekubali, serikali imeenda. Everybody is saying Ruto ameenda nyumbani kwa sababu ya running mate yake. So they have already surrendered. They know they are not going anywhere. Lakini pia wanaonea Gachagua, wakukuwa wanaenda mahali. Lakini unaona sasa wamepata, labda Ruto alijua acha aweke huyu ndiye akianguka watu wa mlaumu. Because everybody is saying
Ruto told him this way. This is what Ruto told Gachagua. Alimwambia, okay, listen. Nimeambia kina Mudavadi waende walete 70% kutoka Western. Mudavadi na Wetangula najua hawataweza hiyo 70%. So ile kitu tunafanya, mimi nitaenda kutafuta wabunge wa UDA kutoka Western, hizo side zingine na Rift Valley. Wewe nataka kupatia kazi, make sure in Central Kenya tumepata wabunge wengi wa UDA. And that was because he was told, you don't just come like that. You have to come and bring something on the table. And we need to agree. There's no Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwisha. It is UDA. Kenya Kwisha iliisha wakati walipo sign hiyo kitu. Wewe umesikia wapi, anaitwa nani? Umesikia wapi Mutua akisema hata chap? Yeye alienda peke yake, watu wake wanapigia Raila kura. Wamekuwa whitewashed in Ukambani, hata chap cannot hata kuvaa uniform yake yenyewe ya chap ameshindwa kuvaa uniform ya chap.
Themba Kenya Kwanza iliisha siku ya maombi, ile siku ya pasta yule mama yule, hiyo ni ile siku KKA iliisha. Hiyo lazima ile siku ya maombi, ile Roho Mtakatifu, ile siku ile.
Haya, Adams, karibu.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I believe all of you are having an evening. Somebody, Yufin is asking when you graduated from the UN. Maybe she was your classmate.
I do not want to run for governor, so sitaki maneno kudiscuss.
She's doubting your certificate, your credentials.
I don't want to be a governor, and so
anataka utoe picha ya graduation, utoe picha ya graduation.
Nivae nini the gown, eh? Now the thing ambao naulizwa in the University of Nairobi, kuna professors walikufunza, Karuti Kanyinga, those are political science, Adam Zolo, there are people that ukiwataja wanajua kwamba wewe, si tulienda tu kwa salimia, na Nyinguro kama alikufunza, Professor Nyinguro kama alikufunza na ukapita, then you are good.
You can't just come here at your Dilisoma UN. You don't know anybody, surely.
And no professor knows you. Hey.
Anyway, thank you. Let me run very fast. First of all, I tried joining, but I was a little bit busy. My friend, is he gone? Where is he? Oh, Duke just left. I just wanted to ask him some few questions, but Duke,
unajua overpower. Tunasema UDA Kenya Kwisha imekwisha, sasa ni UDA ameona sasa hapa pakaliki, wacha atoke. This place will be so hot for watu wa UDA.
Yeah, I was just wondering why when it felt so much grieved when a degree or qualification of Sakaja is cancelled, or is declared null and void. Then it feels the country is now like a banana republic. Maybe you don't understand the meaning of banana republic, but otherwise so many things are being cancelled. Even very important tenders, very, very lucrative tenders can be cancelled. A marriage or even a wedding can be cancelled at the last minute. Even this election of 9th August can be cancelled. It doesn't mean that when the country cancels an election, then there is a failed state. A failed state in the context of political science is not defined like that. That is just his thinking. Anyhow, you're back. Mr. Duke, hi. I was just saying that cancelling of academic papers does not necessarily mean that a country has failed. Actually, that one means that the country is working. That is a working nation, meaning we have organs that can actually identify and analyze and know the mistake was done. The fact that it was they accredited it, or rather accepted it for the first time, and later on they declared it null and void by so cancelling it, means these people are really scrutinizing that thing, meaning they are working on the job. They are not sleeping. So when you do even you, on a personal ground, you can do a mistake. But then later on, you realize. So having done a mistake, we cannot go there and judge you by the mistakes that you did, but we judge you with your content, what you stand for right now. And before you came in, I also said that even marriage, you can, I don't know whether you're married or single, you can even plan your wedding and to be held in June, end of June, and then you cancel it. When you cancel your wedding or you push it forward, does not mean that you're not a husband material. No, you are still a husband material. Even elections, the elections that we have in 9th of August can be pushed to December. It doesn't mean that our country has failed. So there are some nitty-gritties that can lead to certain things to be done a certain way. Otherwise, Kenya in the country of Africa, I don't know how many countries we are, 50 something. Kenya is one country which is very far away from being a banana republic. Now that we have to get into economics, context part of it. I don't want to go there. So otherwise, thank you. Now, let me go back, come back very fast. Senator Sakaja case. Sakaja, I'm saying, like I said, isn't Senator Sakaja, Wavinya Ndeti, Mike Sonko, they will not be on the ballot. It's done. Those three people will not appear in the ballot, on the ballot rather. It is no, they just cry, and Sakaja is even made it worse. You guys have spoken about it so much. It's trying to, Sakaja is behaving like a pig, a pig in the mud. He wants to drag everybody now into the mud. He's trying to mudslide the president with the mud that he has. He's trying to grab President Uhuru's coat, which is not really gonna happen, because and the man has also, Uhuru Kenyatta has responded to him so loudly, and the response is silence. He's just quiet. That's a big response. So he's a frustrated man. But I'm very sure IBC, they are not going to declare him, because if they make a mistake of clearing Sakaja, then they have to clear Wavinya Ndeti, then they have to clear Sonko, they will have to clear so many other frauds. So the best thing to do, which I think they're already doing, actually they're already done, is to bar Sakaja. Some people are saying online today that, what is the nomination? This guy of vying for Nairobi Azimio candidate, what is his name? Igade. So some people are saying that the god of Igade is a such a marvelous god, very wonderful, because this guy is moving from this position to this position to everything is trying his hand, it's just successful. Everything is successful. So people are saying that they really want to associate with the god of Igade. Because the main stumbling block for him was Sakaja. Now the stumbling block is just all of a sudden overnight, just gone. This guy is just straight to success. So people really want to associate with the god of Igade. I don't know about that. I'm done with that. KIAMBU. Whatever happened in KIAMBU between Kabogo and Wamatangi, all of them are big wins. But it is just called political battle royale. It is just a battle of wits. It is just those people are fighting for supremacy. It's a battle of supremacy. So who is who? Kabogo used to be very powerful. Something happened down the road. His power went down. Wamatangi looks like he really knows the inroads of KIAMBU very well, because I don't even know how Wamatangi won the nomination. But Ruto being who he is, Ruto will always place the people he wants to work with. So Wamatangi is one of them. And if you remember very well, Ruto is only supporting UDA candidates. Anything other than that, he really don't give you so much attention. But I also foresee something happening in KIAMBU. KIAMBU in Mount Kenya is one of the counties that is having the most political bigwigs, especially at the gubernatorial seat. Maybe, I'm just saying maybe, one of them may decamp or just either decamp to our side or just decamp from that KK alliance and stand on its own and just go alone rather than going into campaigns together. Because if you could read the body language of their deputy president nominee, he was supporting Wamatangi in that whole fracas. He was pro-UDA. So I think something will happen there and people will be surprised. And Governor Nyoro is another one. So I think it is a battle royale. NGILU, Mr. Nathan Thuzi, I know. Governor NGILU stepping down, according to me, I feel like it looks like a negotiated diplomacy. I think this thing did not just happen like that. This is a sitting governor. And is seeking the second mandate. The chances or the likelihood of her clinching the position is very high. And NGILU is not a non-starter. NGILU is a household name, you know. So NGILU just stepping down all of a sudden, to me looks like something was negotiated. I don't know whether it was negotiated with Kalonzo, but I know definitely she's going to be in the cabinet. But for somebody to leave governorship and going for cabinet, while the governorship she was going to control the resources, and she has been there, she knows what it is, and she has really done his bit, even though Nathan will tell me that he had some hiccups, like some certain things were not done. That's normal. A lot of these governors did that, but I know NGILU had her laws, but there's some few things that she did, which are a plus. But so for her to just wake up today in a rally and then they announce that she has relinquished her position, she's not running anymore, sounds like something was negotiated. It is a negotiated diplomacy. Something was negotiated for something to achieve something. That is what I think about the NGILU story. It's tricky. It sounds tricky. Otherwise, Lower Eastern and parts of Mount Kenya today and yesterday, we've bugged big. You know, it is. I mean, the ground has been re-energized, and we can see it. And politics is about perception. It doesn't have to be votes, but that perception that, hey, you know what, Martha Karua has brought new energy, the perception that thing has come with. Lower Eastern is good. Let me stop there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adams. Naona umewasha Eugene Otieno kwa comment. Sasa Eugene Otieno anafikiria sasa anataka nilete degree yangu niweke hapa. Mimi nikifika kwa ABC mtaniuliza hiyo maneno. Duke umekuwa mentioned na Adams, so sijui kama uko na response.
Actually, it's not that I'm not supporting Sakaja at all, because I'm the kind of person who does not trust Ugandan universities at all. So I don't think when we have a lot of university in Kenya and you are a servant in Kenya, why should you travel outside to study? What I was saying is it's that the institution should actually, it's true, there is some mistakes can be made. But the question, what was the mistake? If you read that statement from the commission, they should tell us, for instance, they have found that Sakaja did not attend that university, or that the university is not approved or recognized in Kenya. So something concrete of that. So when they just give a statement which are not factual, or you cannot get information. For instance, they just say that without much evidence or information. So that was my response. That's what I was trying to put across.
Yeah, but hold on. Okay. You are right. Hold on 1 second. You are right, Mr. Duke. You know, the problem is the Sakaja dug his own grave. Some two major interviews, one of them being at Jeff Koinange, another one was another radio station. He himself, he said that he has never traveled out of the country to study. He's local made. He's a local man. Then all of a sudden, questions came, and then he went to Uganda. So when the university approved this case for the first time, I think a lot of questions were raised and a lot of evidence were brought, including video clips and all these things coming up. So maybe that is why, maybe, I'm not part of it, maybe that one made them have a second thought and scrutinize more. Otherwise, I think the case is ongoing, they're still scrutinizing. It is not done deal. It looks like done, but it is being scrutinized.
And I don't know why Duke is saying that is asking that it's not factual. It's all that these institutions legally, an institution can withdraw a document it has given you. That's a legal in the event that it comes across information that is new. It's just like you can, like Adams was saying, you can get married, then it is realized that actually you are married. People have been buried and their burial sites have been, zimefukuliwa. They have been brought back because there's something that needed to be sorted. So nothing in law makes it bad for someone to decide that because of the new evidence, we have this thing to talk about. Now, I want you to notice something. I noticed, Duke, you haven't followed that story nicely. Now, the letters that were written, Sakaja wants to vie. He has to present papers to the IEBC. On the 6th, Sakaja writes a letter to commission to request for his whatever credentials to be approved. On the 6th, CUE writes to the university in Uganda. On the 6th, the same day, the Commission for University Uganda writes to team, and team writes back the same day, and the same day the letter comes back on 6th. How much speed can you get in acquisition of a document? These are two state organization different. That is Uganda, this is Kenya. How much speed can you have a document approved by 4 organizations? There's CUE, there's the 3 organizations, the CUE, Kenya, there's the Uganda Commission for Higher Education, then there's team. All those people were waiting for Sakaja to request a document to release on the same day. Even you'll be wondering what is going on now. Number 2, those letters are signed. The ones that are signed on 6th are signed by the CEO. The letter that is coming revoking the approval is signed by the chairman. Not that. So before you even start talking, there's something that is going on that probably you and I are not privy to. Who is this that made sure that on that day, the documents were released on the same day? And those organizations were waiting for him to get those approvals. That is one. Sakaja is not in a graduation list. Sakaja cannot prove anywhere that he attended any class. Sakaja was not in any document of the university. So the commission, the request was, can he bring confirmations? Can he bring fees that he paid? Can he bring, even the letter coming in and revocation, the letter is just like an added thing that is coming in later. It is not the main thing. So even if the letter has been revoked or not, he still has to prove that actually
the transcripts are not there.
He has to prove that he was, whether with or without the letter from CUE. he has to prove that actually he attended those classes, which it's the case that is going on right now. So, and if you come across new evidence, the law allows you to revoke. I mean, things have been revoked the world over. I mean, the law will, you cannot have a law that you cannot amend. That one is not, laws are made for man, not the other way. So a law should be able to serve you. So you're saying that now if you do this, you are a bad, I mean, why should you do that? No. It is, you should be able to undo a wrong. Yeah, because man, error. And the law provides for that. That's why even in our constitution, there's an amendment clause. Yes, Kuze, and then Duke before I bring Julia.
You see, Duke, maybe if you are following exactly this story as it unfolded, you will find that Sakaja knew he needed the degree certificate. The first time he appeared before IEBC, he didn't have any. Why is this degree an afterthought? You see all this suspicion that goes around this thing. And you know what? According to the so-called Ugandan learning, it is not 2 years ago, it is more than 4 years ago. If more than 4 years ago, Sakaja knew that he had that degree certificate, he knew that he didn't complete his learning at Nairobi University. He knew that he had no degree certificate. And in any case, he was aware of fellow candidates across the country who are having challenges with the degrees certificates. Why on earth did he appear before the IEBC if he had a degree certificate in Uganda? Do you see the contradictions? He has very many questions around the way he has handled himself. But in any case, me, I'm wondering how determined he is to go forward with this case. It's just adding more salt to injury, more embarrassment after embarrassment, especially against the same people around him. Now even dragging the president's name into all this, as if the president stopped him to go to complete his learning in Nairobi University. How? Well, well. Some of us had a very high respect for Sakaja, and most of us really feel let down so seriously.
I think
he owes us a lot, some kind of even apology of sorts.
I think Kuze, as you're saying, Sakaja should have learned from Sonko. You know, Sonko thought that he was the president's friend. Especially, you remember when he went to intervene when there was some, demolitions that were happening in Embakasi. He went and he was able to call the president from his phone, and the demolition stopped. So he thought that now I know the president so well, so I can misbehave. And then the president, there was a time when Badi came to NMS with NMS. The president told Sonko, "You work with General Bandu. This is a soldier. He's not a politician. You guys need to work together to make Nairobi great." Sonko didn't hear, and so he thought that he's gonna use, his tactics to survive. He never did. So when once Sakaja now, because he's been cornered, because whatever it is that he didn't finish the university, and his friends know that. All his friends know that. People around him know that. So you can't imagine that the state wouldn't know that you actually don't have the degree. The state knows that because the state has intelligence. They know that you never finish. So most of the stuff that you have gained across the time was because of your political closeness. You are close to the power. So when now you know so well, and I think that's why I see in hindsight, he was a little not keen, because he should have gone back and said, okay, fine, how do I make my ways right? He had all the time to go to school. He had all the time to acquire the degree. I mean, as many as he wanted, 5 years in the Senate, instead of going drinking and, just singing. And, he should have known that I will need I have ambitions to rise in my politics. So let me clean up. What does it require to get into the next position? So when you don't do that, and then right now you are still struggling and you want to bring in the name of God. You start saying Mungu anatuona, wanatupiga. I mean, don't bring God for things you can do. You know, even Jesus, when he met this guy at the well, the guy could not whatever, he asked him, what do you want me to do for you? The guy had to speak. There are things that you do for yourself. Even Zacchaeus said to come down from the tree. Jesus did not pull him from the tree. There are things you can do for yourself. You don't have to keep on saying that, oh, unajua wamenipangia. You don't go to school, then you start saying, unajua wamenipangia. Nani amekupangia? Let's not bring God to the name of God, even sometimes to things that we could do for ourselves. Amekupatia macho, amekupatia akili, amekupatia position, amekupatia watu around you. Already Sakaja had everything. There are people who are crying to get school fees. He had all that. He didn't go to school. So he stays in a very big home. He can pay school fees for his kids. He gets analipwa pesa na ya serikali, anapewa pesa ya Senate, he gets allowances, he can pay for himself. He even paid for someone nili kuoa. I mean, if you can pay for someone pesa ya harusi, surely taking yourself to school, uende umalize. Sasa unakuja kutulilia hapa tio Mungu, sijui iliende ikawa. I mean, let's be serious, Kenya. It's
Sahi
time
baba
for
amesema ni free. Pemba. Sahi baba amesema university ni free. Let him take advantage.
And asome badala kushinda sasa anaenda kotini. Why are you going to, even those people, surely some of us, even those people wanamtetea, I think some of those MPs wanaenda kumtetea huko kwa nini, they should even be voted out kabisa, kwa sababu hao ndio wana abet a society that is not honest, that has integrity issues. All those people standing with him, Murkomen ambaye anaenda huko na post wanaenda kusimama na yeye, they should be voted out, because you cannot stand someone who has integrity issues. What do you tell your son? How do we even bring up our children ambao tunataka kuongea nao, tunawaambia umuhimu wa kwenda shule? If you have ambition to get a position that requires your academic, whatever papers, go to school. If you don't have ambition to get into a position that requires your academic papers, by all means, usiende shule.
Temba, do you remember the case of Governor Mombasa, Joho? Joho said very well. At some point, he almost found himself in the same situation. He said, I failed in Form 4. I got a D. He owned up, but then he climbed it step by step until he got to Kampala International University. In Uganda, same Uganda, he did all he could do. He was going to school, though, bit by bit, maybe part-time, I don't know how I was doing it. But at the end of the day, he presented the papers. There was uproar, but they were approved. Sakaja cannot do that. Sakaja did his overnight. That's the problem. And like Uze also said, a lot of people, young people, that age group, feel so much disappointed. There's a clique of people who are really looking for up to Sakaja. He was making sense to a lot of people, but it's a letdown. He has let down so many people, and he's still clinging on it. You need to apologize, actually.
That person needs a beating. He needs to be put somewhere and a chapel viboko. I wish that was possible, so that he's told, my friend, this is not a court battle. This is a simple thing. Go back to school, have your papers right, then come back. I mean, it happens. People fail. People come up, own up, say that, okay, fine, I didn't have the degree. And we don't have to encourage a society where people use money to get the documentations. It is just the fact that his name and the money. We don't need to have such a society. He should get back, and in my view, if I was to be asked, Sakaja should just own up, say that, okay, I didn't have the papers. I don't have the papers. We don't have to drag the whole county to that, because this thing, even if by chance he get there, he won't even stay in power, because people will still follow that through. We want him in school. He should go back to the University of Nairobi, start from where he stopped, continue, get his degree. 2027, he can come back, and in fact, he might even win with a bigger margin. There is always what we call respect in someone who
Or maybe Themba, maybe he can do what we call faculty transfer. Maybe a science was a bit, hard for him. He can change and do something else. He can do faculty transfer.
And he can be a good lesson to his children. In fact, I'm sure he wants his children to finish school, because what will he tell his children a few years? I see him with these young boys. When they refuse to go to school, they'll tell him, even you never went to school, you didn't finish, and you went and bought, and you have money. So we can always decide, because you have money, we'll go to court and we'll defend, we'll pay some people and get our documentation. I mean, that's a bad precedence to set from someone like Sakaja. Allow me to bring Julia. Julia has been waiting here. Let her speak, and then maybe we can have the open session. Julia, karibu.
Asante Themba, hi Bob Papa, hi Kuseo, hi Nathan, Selena. Hi Selena, long time no see. Hi Adams, hi Duke. Duke, I love your resilience. I think you have a strong, really strong personality. Please keep it up, because with all this opposition, talking Adams, November, with Nakina Selena. But the only thing, Duke, I don't understand why you are still in KKA, because I think I've been hoping one of these fine days you'll make a declaration that you no longer support Ruto now at wote, utaanza kutetea Azimio. You're in the wrong place. You're doing the right thing in the wrong place, Duke. Karibu na kuomba uvuke sakafu. Maybe that's what I should begin in when I see you here. Now, about Sakaja, this debate has gone too long. Really, then I'm even confused with Sakaja. I don't know when he was born and when he entered school. I'm not able to add the map. It's like he entered school before he was born, or something happened. I mean, strange things happen in Sakaja's life. I think he should enter in the Guinness Book of Records for having gone to school maybe when he was 2 years or something. I mean, there's a lot of confusion. I think whatever happens to somebody should add up. And you don't have to think about the school you went to. You do not have to think about when you graduated. Those are things that come. But when you're not saying things that are not true, you keep changing goalposts. That's what happened with Sakaja. So, Mr. Duke, I try and understand where Sakaja is coming from. I didn't know about Joho. I knew about Joho Adams and about his D thing. But now I appreciate that when you have said that he accepted that I scored a D and I went back to school. I mean, but we also need to see how he breached it, because you cannot do university education with a D unless you do some bridging. So that
he went step by step. Actually, he went for certificate, then he went for diploma, higher dip. He went step by step. He proved it. They all saw it there.
Yeah, he didn't go direct.
He didn't go direct. He didn't go direct.
The case also went up to the appellate court, so there was nothing.
And the court and everything, all the evidence of how he climbed was presented before the court, and he was cleared.
Yes, Kenya has got to understand that, because I said yesterday this one is opening a can of worms. I don't know, this shortcut thing that has been there for the last 20 years got to die. I informed you yesterday that there are teachers who did not score C+, P1 teachers, who went and paid for parallel degrees, and then TSC disqualified those degrees and said they cannot even upgrade them because you cannot go to the university with a D and study a degree. And TSC was asking them, when did you do a diploma? Did you do any bridging courses? That's what TSC was asking them. So there are things that Kenyans have to understand and accept, and we stop this shortcut thing. Kama unataka kusoma, nenda ukasome. Though I keep saying you don't have to have a degree to succeed. Not everybody has to have a degree. You don't have to be a governor. So Sakaja should know he doesn't have to be a governor. So I hope that is sinking into his mind. Now, I saw something today. That is, I saw something, okay, NGILU steps down. I saw that coming. Now, KKA fighting them, but did you see, anybody see that? It was so vulgar. I mean, Kabogo, kweli Kabogo these are the things I've been saying.
Julia, now that you are here, you can translate for Uze because Uze doesn't understand Kikuyu.
I can't even translate. It is so vulgar. It's like
Julia, remember Nani, Bernard had played it for us here, but we couldn't follow because of the language barrier, the way Temba is saying.
it was so vulgar. It's like, shut up, who are you? All those cuss words. And he's having a mic and he's saying, Kafogo is saying those vulgar words in public. I was so embarrassed, but I was not surprised because Mr. Duke, please make sure you are looking at me. This is a characteristic of KKA politicians. I keep saying here, use of curse words. I think they are illiterates, kind of. Kabogo Arisoma, which college, which university did he go? Because I think we need to.
Punjab.
I don't think he graduated.
They were with Waititu.
Yes, those are the characters that are not educated. You cannot take your mic and speak such vulgar words to your opponent.
Julia,
and poor Matangi.
Julia.
Yes.
Julia.
Yes.
Do you remember the words that he used in 2017 that brought him down?
Yes, about the women.
And the supporters.
Oh God.
He told them to line up kama matiti ya umbwa, wapewe pesa.
That man is so vulgar. And the Kiambu people, seriously, Kiambu people, come when we are Kiambu, if you vote such kind of people, something, because also Kuria comes from Kiambu. Something is very wrong with Kiambu. We need, after the election, Baba needs to do something about Kiambu people. Something, sijui tuwaite tuwapeleke shule wote, ama I don't know what we're gonna do. You cannot vote for such a person hata kama kwa Azimio. Somebody anafungua mdomo, anaongea matope hivyo. And Pua wa Matangi was so helpless. I think he wanted to cry. I saw him standing, in his car, trying to say something. Because Wamatangi by character is not that kind of a character. Clearly, Wamatangi is in the wrong group. He needs to come back to Azimio. I think Baba will accept him with open hands. He shouldn't be there. I mean, you people, if someone shouts at you and calls you such names, what will you do? Me, I'll walk away. I'm not bragging, Mr. Themba. Me, all my life, I have preached to myself that I cannot involve myself in uncouth and uncultured exchanges for whatever reason, even with my co-wife, if I ever get a co-wife. Of course, I'm not planning to have a co-wife. Everybody should know that. I hope Bob Papa has heard that. But I will never, ever exchange, have such an exchange, even with a co-wife. It is so ashaming, it's so embarrassing.
You are the best candidate for Bob Papa because he knows that you'll never have an exchange. So that's a qualification.
I will never, ever have an exchange. I will just put that zip, ni zip my mouth. Unaona Kafuga na behave. You see, have you seen drunk women in the night, how the names they call each other? Have you ever seen two drunk women fight, two drunk prostitutes fighting over a man? That is how Kabogo was behaving. It's a shame for the KKA camp. I think it's such a shame. I'm telling you, it's such a shame. And I was so sad for Matangi. I was very sad, Mr. Themba. Deep in my heart, I thought it's like my brother being assaulted psychologically. But then I asked myself, what is he doing there? But I was so happy, Mr. Duke, for Azimio, because now people can see the difference between Mbivu and Mbichi. Who have heads, who are civilized, who are uncouth, who are warmongers, who can open their mouths, and that fight is really good. And I think our candidate in Kiambu is going to get it. Now, adding to that, I want to talk about our candidacy in the rest of the country. I saw something connecting that with what I saw with Mother Karua in Kirinyaga today. Then my Mother Karua, did you watch that too? She spoke in mother tongue, and she said this. We have candidates for NEC Kenya. We have one for Jubilee. But she said one other thing. Hata kama wewe hutaki, you know, she was saying, even if you're not on Ruto's side and you're not telling us whom you are supporting, we have nothing to do with you. You know whom she was telling that? I guess all of you know whom she was directing that to. Because there's one strong candidate in Kirinyaga County who is not willing to come out and say that
Grisi.
I'm supporting who. Yes, she said that. And when she said that, I began thinking that Grishi may not get it. May not get a seat. Because she said, now, she was telling them, at hii maneno ya ukiongea maneno ya baba, at you'll be shouting, let them shout, they'll stop. How many times have they shouted at me? She was saying, she was very bold. What is this thing that you not talk about baba because people, let them shout, they'll shout and stop. She said, go out and talk about baba na useme wewe uko pande ya Azimio na unatetea baba. She told them to do that. She asked them to do that. She was very bold. And then she said, now we have several candidates for Azimio. We are not going to discuss about you in your absence. We are going to have a round table and agree who is to represent us. We are not going to allow us to lose to you, dear. She said that. So what I'm liking is mother is giving direction in Mount Kenya region. And this is a thing I ask Alex, why there's no direction in Kisii? You see what happened in Kambani today? It was Baba's intervention, right? That NGILU had to step down, had to leave it for that other guy. Mother is giving direction in Mount Kenya region, and I think she's going to do it in all those counties. She's going to make sure that Azimio only has one candidate. Why these stories? Alex should come back here and tell me why we have to spend the whole of Mutembei time discussing Kisii, that people cannot agree, because I don't know they're in what party. I don't know, they are going to be annoyed or they are going to be mad with Azimio and they are going to walk away and they are not going to support Baba because they are mad. They are so annoyed. I don't want to hear that. I'm telling you, because when I watched how mother was doing it, I was so impressed. I know Kibiru. Kibiru, I know him. He's a very powerful guy. He has, there's a time he was chairman, board of management in a senior school I was teaching. And then I don't know, the other guy should find out. But mother said they are going to have a roundtable sitting and decide who is going to represent Azimio. So mother came out very clearly, and then she said, I called this small meeting because I want you to go door to door and talk about Baba. Msiogope. She gave them an assignment. So mother is providing leadership for Mount Kenya region. Now, who will disagree with me when I say that now we have a queen pin, a queen pin. Queen pin in Mount Kenya region.
Slowly. Usiende haraka sana.
Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa, wacha wewe, wacha kuleta yako kusema. Anaitwa Queen Pin. Okay. Why I'm saying she's providing leadership. She's telling the Mount Kenya region, we are going this way. She's saying that. And they are paying attention, even the men. And then Jiro here is saying that the men were shaking their like kiuno. At the men walikuwa na shake then si kiuno. Then kwa kina Jiru baby ni kiuno. Lakini kwetu ni something else. So I thought the men were shaking something else because they were so excited with mother. So if you know, Kikuyu men are kind of something. Remember when I was in college, we used to like Luo men for one thing. But if you're a Luo, don't start boasting here and bragging. Because Luo men, they have a lot of respect for women. They have this, they know how to treat them. Lakini the only disadvantage, they love all women. You see, we Kikuyu women, we don't want a man who love every other woman. We want, kama ni mimi, but for respect na kupenda wanawake, they know. But our Kikuyu men, they are like, ukimwambia unipende na kwambia, nini ukosi mama nani? Uko na chakula? Kuna nyumba? Toto ameenda shule? Nini hauna unanisumbua hapa?
We may ask you to substantiate.
Yes, at my age, I can substantiate a lot to say, you don't want to hear it. Now, so what I'm trying to say, when you see Kikuyu men respecting a woman, that is a big thing. That is a big thing. And the way Njiru was expressing here, that until the men were dancing, she is providing direction to the mountain. And all these people, akina Kuria, sijui akina Mwangi Kionjuri, akina Kabogo, the earlier they accept it, the better. And they start asking, yes, ma'am, where are we going? Did you say we vote for Baba? Then we are coming. The earlier they do that, the better. Otherwise, they are wasting their time because they are going to really lose miserably. So I think that's what I wanted to discuss. Raila wins big. Norman Nyaga jumps in. That is the wind. It's a tsunami in Mount Kenya region. And I want to conclude by saying this, that you people, I want you to just listen to this, including Duke, that I'll not be surprised if Baba gets 50 plus in Mount Kenya region. And woe unto Ruto if Mount Kenya region flips to the side of Baba, because they will do it. Kumera. When Mount Kenya decides to vote, they wake each other up and they decide to talk. Tunaitananga na simu. Sijui nyinyi mnafanyanga nini? Mi wakati kuna siku nilichelewa, I was still working at 4. People picked a fight with me that at 4 p.m. I had not voted. I was everybody's enemy. And when I reached the polling station, everybody was waiting for me there. They had asked my daughter, who was working the polling station, to look for me. And my daughter was asking me that they are picking a fight with her. Ita mama yako. Ita mama yako. Kwa nini mama yako hajapiga kura mpaka saa hii? Because they checked the list. Huyu ni mama yako? Hajapiga. What is she doing? So when Mount Kenya decides to vote, they decide. So woe unto Ruto. Mimi sitasema mkate miti because I value the environment, but I think people who want to kill themselves after the day of the election should be arrested before that day, so that they don't kill themselves. That's on a light note. Asante Themba.
Okay, thank you. As we said yesterday, I mean, within the week we'll be doing at least up to 8 hours. So we want to start taking our closing remarks. Maybe Friday ndio tutapush kidogo, we allow more people, lakini Yofima anauliza leo niko Lone Ranger huku chini. Watu waliambiwa wakuwe member ndio wa comment. Watu wameshindwa kuwa members. Watu wameshindwa kujoin kuwa members. Makiadi alitoroka leo. What happened? Ama pia yeye connection yake ilikuwa na shida. And we have almost 303 people still watching. Mko watu leo wamekaa ngangari. That is good. Now we want to start taking our closing remarks, and kwa comment section leo najua hatuna watu wengi. I think this is good kwa sababu pia inazuia wale watu wanapenda kupost vitu ambazo si nzuri. Sasa Yufi Motieno, asante kwa kukuja leo kule comment section. Megi Odengo, asante. Geoffrey Ruto kwa Facebook. DJ Preacher, watu wa Facebook najua walitupwa nje kitambo. David Colombos, Moses Ogutu, na wengine wote ambao walikuwa kwa comment section, tunafurahi sana. For you to comment, you must be a member of you join to be membership. Membership kuna subscription fee ambayo lazima ulipe ndio unini comment hapo. So it's a good thing. Inakuja comment yako pia inakuja na badge, so you choose which badge ambayo itakuja kwako. So let's join and be members so that we can comment. From Facebook, Patricia Jeffrey must be watu wa Facebook bado wanaweza comment. But they are not seeing it. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I think the other one still runs. Ile ilikuwa lakini our own is up baadaye after the 8th hour. So we'll start taking our closing remarks, and kama kawaida we close by the rituals. So I'll start from Selichep. Give us at least 2 minutes closing remark. Adams, Bob, Papa, alafu Duke, then tumalize na Julia. Selichep alilala. Aya, Adams.
Wow. Okay. Excuse me. My closing remarks is just Very simple. Whatever happens, like Julia said, whatever happened in KIAMBU is a bit. It was dirty. It's not worth it, but it is. By the way, that's the character of Kabogo. Kabogo has been a dirty man. He just calms himself down at times, but when he decides to jump up, Kabogo is Kabogo. He's a dirty man. I just don't know what Moses Kuda is thinking, but I know they feel like disappointed. They're regretting having joined. I think these people are regretting having joined Ruto, but it is too late. They have nothing to do, so they have just to continue pushing on and on. Another thing is, I think we need to keep talking about the ills of the society, whatever is going on. Things are not right. And also, my prediction of yesterday I predicted that Sakaja will not be, I think we predicted with you, Temba, together, that Sakaja will not be allowed in the ballot. And then, boom, when it came in the morning, the certificate had been revoked. So I still stand with that because it is not yet really done, but I still stand with that it will just go that way. And also, lastly, the Mount Kenya vote bank, I think it may flip, but even if it doesn't flip, it will be close to, like, it can even be 52-48. And the other camp will say something. When it goes past 40%, they will come out and start saying that, oh, these people stole the vote, blah, 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 because they won't believe it. They won't believe it. But this thing is going. And I think this thing has created confusion in the KK camp so much. Otherwise, I believe all is well and it will be fine. I wish I was watching this show today in the evening around 4. I was watching, I didn't join, and I saw this lady down here, Yufin. She has a good smile for the night show. She should be joining. On a lighter note, thank you.
Adams, utafanya Yufin alale vizuri leo. Yufin, kuna smile yako imekuwa recognized na Adams hapa juu. Adams aliona wewe kwa show. Papa, hebu toa maoni yako dakika 2. At least Adams hajaongelelea Julia, so bado uko safe.
Hey, Adams naye anatuletea maneno kweli.
Adams ametupa unaona vile Julia alishasema hapa anapenda Luo men because there's a way they know how to the way to a lady's heart. Unaona Adams ametupa ndoano hapo chap tu akasema the smile was ukiambia tu, unaona amekufunza papa vile unafaa kuwa unaambia nani, unafaa kuwa hapo naambia so that you find your way.
Unajua Adam amefungua roho hadharani. Sasa tunaanza kumwangalia na darubini, kwa manake hatutaki haribu Yufen wetu who looks very innocent.
No, Adam, that's good. Fungua roho. Talk about it. Don't hide it.
Unajua hizi we have a history we have Adam's history of supporting Wajakoya the 5th, so I wouldn't want him anywhere near Yufen. Haya, kumalizia siku ya leo ni vizuri tuendelee we continue to insist that we should have a good and clean Kenya. Let Sakaja stay in his place, choose his lanes, his battles. We need a clean Kenya. I'm hoping today that we may also have to clean up the likes of Wavinya and Granton Samboja. We need something that is clean, a clean leadership environment. That is the only way we can set an example and to our younger generation. With regard with, I'll also mention something on the KIAMBU. KIAMBU, that was the height of bad manners, terrible manners. Grown men exchanging words that are not palatable to the public. That was it was quite low for them. They should style up. In as much as people might want to say that they know Kabogo, no, that is not an excuse. Leadership requires tolerance. That is, I don't know why they are not taking lessons from Martha. Martha is trying to enlighten the Mount Kenya politicians, but KIAMBU appears to be having some crude characters. They should style up. Julia, I don't want you to sympathize with one man called Wamatiangi. Wamatiangi is somebody who was had all the blessings of Uhuru Kenyatta, but he was a double agent all along. In fact, if there's, there are those people like Gachagua and Ichungwa. They have been complaining openly and castigating the president. But for Wamatiangi, I have no wacha atandikwe kiboko kabisa, hata kama ni hadharani, wajichanganye, bora sisi kama Azimio tupate that political mileage. Lastly, I want to urge all Kenyans, there is no time to waste. You can see from character, from their deeds, what the other side is offering in terms of gender, in terms of fighting corruption. They can finish, if they can finish a whole week without mentioning anything on how they are going to tackle corruption, then definitely you can see where they're heading to. And that's where they want to drag you. So their choices are majorly two, and they are very clear. It's day and night. Choose day. Thank you.
Danny Darius, mimi sijafukuza Makiadi. He was here. I don't know, maybe it is connectivity or something. Alikuwa hapa lakini akatoka. If you find yourself there making a comment, you are in one exclusive group of people. Exclusive members. So Mtembei imekuwa members only club. So wala nafanya comment hapo juu wewe umeingia kwa hiyo club, umequalify. So exercise your, there's a particular subscription you pay. You choose which one you want to pay per month, but you enjoy maximum comments. So hiyo inaonyesha kwamba umeingia kwa hiyo exclusive membership club. Thank you so much. Hatujafukuza Makiadi. I think maybe his connectivity was here, then he dropped off and he hasn't said anything. So
Demba hapa Kenya tunaweza hata kuna kitu inaitwa okoa, tunaweza muokolea kadata. Kwa hivyo atuambie kama kuna shida.
Makiadi yuko mahali ambapo data is not an issue. So maybe there's something that is happening with him.
Bob Papa, wewe utumii data? Si siku hizi Kenyans wako na wifi.
Mimi natumia data at the moment. Wifi yangu.
Why are you coming back here right now? Umeshindwa kucomment.
Unajua Yamba,
if you are not on the show hapa leo, hakuna kupiga, hakuna stories, hakuna ile kujificha kwa keyboard that unajificha hapa tunataka kunipiga.
Demba, unajua Demba, kuna kitu moja nilisahau kabla Alex aingie. Kuna kitu nilisahau kabla Alex aingie kuhusu Julia. Julia alituambia, anasema ati ya kwamba Kisii hakukuwa na leadership. Ile kitu nataka kumwelezea Julia ni kwamba baba alikuwa akae Kisii siku 3, lakini bwana Kalonzo akamchukua juu. In fact, Kalonzo took our time. We were supposed to be having baba until today. And Kalonzo is the one who took him to Kambani. I think he was desperate to present baba in Kambani. Lakini atarudi. atarudi for another
Okay,
2-3
no,
days.
Papa, we don't want to hear those squabbles. They are annoying. Hatutaki kuzisikia hapa. Mwende huko nyinyi na Alex na wakisi wenyu, mkae chini, mkubaliane who to vie. We don't want to hear. We only have one agenda, Baba, for presidents. And the other agenda is to have the majority of seats in parliament and the Senate. Hatutaki kusikia hiyo maneno ya ndani ya nyumba zenu.
I think they need another Nyachai. We need another Nyachai in PC. Since the demise of Nyachai, we've never needed another one. They need another one. Maybe Matiang'i will come.
Haya, wacha tuache Duke atoe maoni yake ya mwisho. Duke, tafadhali.
In reference to the case of Sakaja, all the issues we have in Kenya, from corruption to poverty to bad governance, is because institutions are not executing their mandate as required. Most of them are compromised. That's why I was strongly criticizing the Commission for University Education. For instance, some years back, it accredited some courses to specific universities. Engineering, actually, the government admits students to a recognized university in Kenya, and they pursued engineering for 5 years. And then the engineers board decides that they cannot register those graduates, you see? So we need the government institutions to be strict and to be harmonized or synchronized in a way. Actually, the commission should have like a digitized database where all individuals with which actually stores the academic qualifications like of all individuals, at least from the bachelor's and above. Then I think Sakaja may be right to some extent. Maybe he was not having time for his argument, and most institutions in Kenya do not offer full online courses. Maybe that's why he was not having time. And they went to Uganda to study an online management course. The problem we have is that the institutions which are mandated to investigate the cases or the allegations and give us facts are failing to do that. As per now, the courts have not concluded. So we don't even know whether, so it's the failure of an institution to clarify those facts and to be quick so that those issues are solved robustly in a clear way. And the reason why I am faulting the institutions is because, for instance, they revoked the recognition of that certificate, but we don't know the reason. We should have specific reasons. For instance, what the rectors from the university fake, is it Kenya which does not recognize that institution? So it's actually revoking, but we have, so it is right for institutions to revoke some certifications, but there should be, they should exhaust the burden of proof so that we are very clear on that. I also have a comment about Mount Kenya. Most of you are saying that the voters from Mount Kenya are not predictable, that they may decide and sway to Azimio camp, which is not true. For me, the Mount Kenya people actually are the most difficult individuals to serve or to change, to sway from one side to another. Because if you go through the history, they have been having a voting pattern, and prior to direction, you find that they have a stand and they stick to that stand. At no instant, they were supporting an individual, and during the voting day, they voted otherwise. So I disagree with the interpretations of most of you. So that's my closing remark.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your submissions. Acha nisikie Alex Media Group.
Themba, would you mind giving Duke one more minute to say something about the KISI leadership? you just posted.
Mambo ya Makisi tumewachana nao, waende wasort hizo vitu zao za kina Ongeri na nani. Sisi tunataka watupatie mtu mmoja, watu vile Wakamba wamesha sort story zao. Duke yuko Duke, unajua Kisii wako na anaitwa nani, sijui ni nani huyo wa UDA. Huyo ndio wako na mtu mmoja nafikiri. Sasa ye hawana shida. Azimio ndio we are I think Julia is suggesting that we are tired of hearing
Bob wasitulete hiyo maneno hapa.
Wasitulete hiyo story ya sijui we have decided, sijui mnapiga nani. We are at the 11th hour bana. Wacheni story mingi. Either you decide to rally around one person ama you shut up until after 9. Nisikia Alex atasema nini. Alex, give your closing remarks.
Duke, thank you very much. You know, Duke is my brother. Now, the good thing about siasa ya Kisii, hatuna ukabogo na Wamatangi, na inakaa Ujulia Yonangi hiyo inaonanga tu Ongeri na so kitu tutasema ni hii, maneno yetu tutayatatua, lakini njia tutayatatua itawashtua sana. Tulipiga kelele before, mukasema spendi Simbarati. We made a costly mistake. It's coming to haunt. And the fact, nitarudia maneno ambayo PK alirudia juzi. Mupende, musipende, tutachukua mlengo ambao tutaona itatusaidia for now. Kwa sababu at the 11th hour vile umesema, imefika wakati hata sisi tunaangalia mbele, hatuangalii nyuma. Na inaonekana Duke may have been right for a very long time. May have been right. Sasa Julia, tumesikia hiyo maneno vile mmetuambia twende kabisa, na tumekwenda. Asiyependana na wewe wachana na yeye. Sasa unajua 11th hour you don't force anything. No, I mean Kisii is very okay. I mean we have sorted our issues and looking forward. It was intense. It could have been more worse. But I think there was wisdom on Baba letting the temperature cool. It looks like after that rally, and more things could have happened. Ambazo, I think through the wisdom of Baba, aliona kuwa, you know, what he did in Mombasa, what he has done in KITUI will continue to happen. We will negotiate. Everything is fine, Julia. Baba knows how to negotiate. And I think eventually everything is okay. Don't worry, everything is intact. I think everybody is seeing the wisdom of listening and moving forward, because we have only one threat, and that man is William Samoei Ruto. But the way things are going on, I think everything is sorted. So, hiyo isikusumbue, Julia. You know very well, hata Mount Kenya wameamua kutatua yao, na unaona Kinjuri anaingia, unaona hata Kaboga ataingia. You know, they are just blowing things out of proportion. Waone njia wanatoka kule waingie huko. I think they were making it up so that they can find a way of getting out. So, and I like that way. So, but kitu ndasema, Duke, you keep on insisting. I think
mbona mnachuna mtoto bana?
No, mtoto ya anashangaa, you know, ya haelewi nini naendelea. Ya anashangaa, anachukua time yake. Ya anafikiria ninaongea na yeye. So, you know, the reason nimerudi,
Alex, mtoto is a member of Azimio. Ambia Demba hivyo.
Actually mtoto ni member wa Azimio, na hata anaitwa jina ya baba kama ujui, Jacob. Sasa Jacob
Jacobi is just asking what's going on. Mimi naongea maneno ya Azimio mbaya. Alikuwa ameshangaa. But Duke, unajua nimeshangaa sana. I don't know if you watched the reasons they gave, because you keep on insisting that there was no reason given about Sakaja. It was just a blank statement, and it seems that you are ignoring every development that went on before. I don't know what is the source of your news, because you've kept insisting tangu lingia hapa, we have not been given a reason. And I'm wondering, Duke, all this time, we've been following this thing. You are lying to your people that there was no reason given, and we don't know why it was revoked. I don't know, and we are letting you lose, Duke. What is the source of your news? Because I think I've watched every type of news about Sakaja for the last 9 days. You don't see any development? Because Nashanga, you seem to be telling us you don't know the reason for the revocation.
State it.
I think you have opined in this channel that you do a lot of research, you so on and so forth, and I think I'll be doing a disjustice not to help you do that research. Honestly, you have told us you have a lot of source of information, you do a lot of research. I mean, you've told us several times, Duke. Am I wrong, Adams? I mean, I want you to help me here.
Yeah, that's fact. That's fact. I approve that message.
Do we need to teach Duke how to get information?
You know, Alex, you have said you don't hata Duke amelewa amecheka kwa sababu umempata off guard. But you see, you can be a researcher, but you can also be a very biased researcher. You can research what actually you want to see, not
It's
what
called,
you don't want to see.
It's called selective research.
Yeah, very biased in your conclusion. So you avoid what you don't want to see, and you don't. You know, a good researcher allows the research to guide them. They don't guide the research. For example, if you come up with a hypothetical situation that Alex is wrong, you will avoid every information that suggests that Alex is right. You are just going to look for what will confirm your bias already, that Alex is wrong. So even when you come here, if you start saying that, you know, Alex is right, I researched, but according to me, I stuck with what was suggesting that Alex is wrong. So you are right. Duke is a good researcher. He has come here and said that I read a lot. I research a lot. And for some reason, he has not researched on what you're asking him right now.
You know, Duke, you are lying to your people that the sources. Just a minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah, take care of the baby. Duke, you have something to say?
You know, sometimes when you have, for example, issues which to do with courts or to do with mandated institutions, you can't come up with research. You have to wait for them to give a determination or a ruling. So I expect a mandated institution like the Commission for University of Education to give a statement which cannot make me ask questions. So that's why I have those questions. Then if Alex knows why they revoked it, he can just give me like 2 sentences or 2 reasons why.
Sakaja never went to school. Sakaja never went to school. Sakaja did not finish school. Sakaja himself can't verify where he went to school. You know that very well. from Nairobi University to Teams University to every saga that you have seen. I mean, if you cannot connect the dots to form the line, Duke, that is very difficult. If you are a graduate, you know very well that Sakaja is playing a game. And that political expediency should not be tolerated by a person of your caliber. Because, and we have said, when it comes to education, healthcare, and other things, why play politics? You have a galaxy of people who can vie that seat. So don't hold on to something you know very well you're not going to win about. There's nothing like witch hunt from the president. So I think you're trying to bring a narrative that doesn't hold any water, Mr. Duke. A person like you who boasts of your education rightly here and says you're an engineer, I don't even see why you should even lie to other people, because this is a simple issue. So, Duke, if all those doesn't make sense to you, then I think nothing else can make sense to you. We are not witch hunting Sakaja here, and everybody knows that. Sakaja on several media, from Jalango to Jasiski to everybody, said he's a graduate of actuarial science from Nairobi University. He has never said anything apart from that. He went further saying he has never gone out of the country. So, I mean, these are words from Sakaja himself. So I don't understand why, Duke, you cannot look at your man Sakaja and tell him he's as young as you. He has a bright future. He can absolve himself from incriminating himself. You know, the more he pushes this thing, the more I'm afraid of him. It's coming from a political angle, and now it's becoming a criminal issue. Nobody is putting words on Sakaja. Duke.
You know, the cases are not based on what Sakaja said. The case is about the document which is submitted from a university in Uganda, and we are trying to determine whether they are true or fake. And we are depending on the courts and the commission or the institutions. And the mandated institution gave a statement today which was not actually convincing to a large extent why that is fake. So that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Duke, I think now it's a question of law, and the law doesn't work like that. The law, when a case is before the law, the legality part of it, evidence is collected unilaterally. It cuts across, but according to you, you want this evidence to be in a certain way, to be done in a particular way. No, it doesn't work. Even Ocampo came to Kenya to collect information. It cuts across for you to come up with a clear determination of such kind of cases. So it has to be all over, everywhere. So that is why I said in my last submission, when I said that, yes, they agreed, they certified him, but later on they withdrew, meaning a new evidence cropped him and they verified it. And then they said, well, they found it to be null and void. So
yes, now that is true. I want that new evidence to be explained properly. That new evidence which led to revocation. That's what I'm after.
Duke, did you read that letter dated 14th properly? Did you? The letter is very clear, and the letter talks about. I don't know whether it's. I can be able to read properly, but the letter is very clear that. Now this one is a bit blurred, but anyway, the letter's contents speak for themselves, and it says clearly that it requires more investigation. Did you read that? Yes, and if you read that, then why don't you hold your horses and wait for the more investigation? Because the expunging of that letter by the High Court, it is only for 7 days. By the 22nd, we'll have buried Sakaja's story. Are we together now?
Even without that, Duke should not diverge us from a simple law. I live in a country whereby the law is to the letter. When you are stopped or you are under any police custody, the first thing they tell you, you have a right to remain silent. And anything you say or you have said will be used against you. So, Duke, don't come here that what Sakaja has said before should be absolved and it should be a history, and therefore it cannot incriminate him. And he said the papers he presented in 2017 are the same papers he's going to use right now. Now, there's a good fella who came here a few hours ago. It's Mike, who again gave us a different perspective. He said, the velocity of the correspondence between Teams University and IEBC were also suspecting. On the 6th of this month, within a span of 3 hours, they were able to correspond almost like and confirm everything in a span of 3 hours. I don't know, some of you are more educated. When even you are checking accreditation and everything, Julia, maybe you know better. Does it take 3 hours?
Do what? To verify the documents?
And everything. IBC has written, and before the letter gets there, Sakaja has already communicated, and within 3 hours, the correspondence between these, in terms of 3 hours, everything has been communicated.
No, it's not possible.
So, I mean, everything, and that's why IEBC is saying that there is every suspicion. And Duke is coming here to totally say that IEBC was blank and there is nothing they have said. We have not been given even a clue of why Sakaja has been stopped. I mean, that's a blatant lie that Duke should not get away with.
But you see, again, Alex, you see, we are jumping the gun. Has Sakaja been stopped?
Not yet.
His credentials have been revoked. That's all.
No, wait. Has he been stopped?
He has been paused. There's a break.
No, not yet. Not yet. The processes of IBC are yet to come to conclusion. So the process of IBC are they are now in the tribunal stage.
Yeah.
Okay. So Sakaja's case is at the tribunal. The tribunal is yet to give its verdict. Okay. Okay, fine, fair enough. Sakaja, the tribunal writes a letter. I mean, the CU writes a letter to the tribunal. Okay. This letter it is writing to the tribunal. It is just part of among many other things that the tribunal is going to use to arrive at a conclusion. Sakaja runs out of that and goes to court before a conclusion has been arrived at by the tribunal. Now listen, this is what happened when this Multua wanted to leave Azimio. They were told they should come back and exhaust the internal mechanisms. So it is only upon arrival at a conclusion by the tribunal that the person now can approach the court and say that due to this and this, I feel offended by this conclusion. So the court will be determining, because a tribunal is like, after that now is like a minor, you know, the first course before you go to court. Now Sakaja has gone to court preemptive of that. First, there's already a conclusion in the tribunal that he has been stopped, and the only thing that is going to make him not run is that letter is going to affect that part. Now, I am looking at whatever has been posted around as coming from a court ruling. I really suspect because I don't see the signature of even the judge who passed that thing. I don't see it anywhere.
No, remember, according to your explanation, it makes a lot of sense. This means that he has gone to court. So most likely the court may just refer him back to the tribunal. It's like a marriage case, it's like a divorce case before the court. The judge will always give you a leeway to go and try to sort it out of the court, like the family first.
Yeah,
When
you see, you're right. What is the judge responding to? Because there's nothing. Yeah, so there's not yet anything for the judge to respond to, because first of all, the tribunal has not arrived at a conclusion that now this is the position. Now, right now we don't know if Sakaja has been stopped or not.
And also Ntemba, you see, if you look at the comments of Wahome Thuku has just advised Murkomen that that court order only expunges that letter from the records of IEBC, but it does not stop the commission. It does not stop the commission. In fact, in his own words, Wahome Thuku, who is a lawyer, he said that is why I'm asking you to ask a real lawyers to interpret these things for you. He was addressing Murkomen. The High Court has not suspended the decision of the commission. So status quo is maintained. And what is status quo? His papers have been rejected. That is what status quo is all about.
No. Listen, even that one you are jumping the gun. The tribunal is yet to give us the decision.
Yeah,
we don't have a decision from the tribunal. Okay. So as at now, the status quo is that the papers are in question. They are part of what is being, petitioned. Yes. And so what has happened is the tribunal is still doing its work. Then upon conclusion of that is when now we can say, because there's no way the court can usurp the powers of IEBC. And the laws provide for IEBC to, after they have 10 days to finish that, and 10 days started on Sunday. So I think it's going to end sometime next week on Wednesday. So once they are done with that, now the person who feels aggrieved now approaches the court. That's the next step. So you don't go to the next step before you finalize this step. So I was looking on that thing they are calling the ruling from the court. I don't know which court they went to that gave them that long. The way that ruling has been even written, I don't know. I will wait to hear tomorrow, because I'm looking at it. It looks like something that someone alikarabati to mahali, because how could it be written in such a way? I looked at it. Have you looked at it, Bob Papa?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I looked at it and I was wondering what the judge could have been. It was very interesting, but I'm waiting to, how could you pronounce yourself to a matter that is yet to be even deliberated on? How do you know first place that letter was relied upon? Because the letter
what happens is that this ruling was given as per the prayers of the petitioner, and the prayers of the petitioner cited so many issues. That is why it is looking funny, because whenever a magistrate or a judge is giving a ruling, they give a ruling as per the prayers. And if you look at the prayers, one of them is that the certificate, the application be certified as urgent, which he granted, and many others. They are listed a list. These are some of the gimmicks that lawyers use to intimidate, sometimes to intimidate the judge.
But let me ask you, Bob Papa. Let me ask you, when was the case filed? When was the letter written?
No, the case was filed on 5th. Applicants before court dated 15th.
When was the letter written?
The letter from the CU.
Yes.
Or what? Which letter?
The letter
The CU letter?
revoking. Yes.
14th of June.
So a letter is written on 14th of June, and then it is taken to a court on 15th of June. It is certified as urgent, and the court gives those orders immediately.
Yes, on certificate of urgency, it depends on the availability of a judge. It can be done immediately. And you know what they did? One thing they did is that they applied for this ex parte. It was not inter parte. That's why I think they gave the 10-day or something. It was ex parte. This was judgment that was given ex parte.
Anyway, I found that interesting because, again, how do you know that the tribunal now, even when you read that letter, it says that this person's name should not be removed from the Gazette. And you see, that is part of what the tribunal is looking at. So is it therefore the court is interfering with the IBC operations in terms of moving with its activities?
You see, like I'm saying, the most important thing here is that it was given ex parte. Ex parte, you can get an order ex parte on anything, but the tables can turn immediately. There is an inter parte hearing, of which now there will be an inter parte hearing, because this was given on the relying on information from one side. Because there is that rule that it's called the right to a fair hearing. So that is why they were given these orders. It's not that there's in fact, for me it means nothing. It is something to buy time.
No, but the court can give, maybe if the procedures of solving a dispute are not constitutional, the court can stop that. Also, another key aspect you are reading out.
It must be the right to a fair hearing is for all parties. They cannot do it without hearing the other party.
But then my question goes back to a simple question. IBC has contracted CUE for verification purposes, isn't it? And if they have done their job and finished, what is the mandate of this institution? Didn't it do its work and finished? And IBC is just to receive information in regard to authenticity of the document.
What about the statement that they are going to do further investigation?
This is what happened. The CUE's letter is addressed to Sakaja. Okay.
Yes.
Now, CU letter is not addressing itself. I think it's either copied to IBC, but it is addressed to Sakaja. So Sakaja receives the letter, and he's preempting that might be used to deny him. So he goes to court. All right. So what personally I don't understand and I would want to understand is, how would you go seeking to stop the tribunal from doing its work while the decisions of the tribunal are the things you should be taking to court if you feel aggrieved? Secondly, there are other evidences that were required other than that letter. So it is not just the letter. The letter would be an added advantage to their arrival at a conclusion. But there were other aspects of that case. For example, he was supposed to prove, actually he had been told that, okay, tell us your story about going to school. Because you remember there was still a letter, there's already still a letter from CUE acknowledging that. So they want him to provide further proof that he went to school. So that is now where the problem, like, he's not able to prove that there are transcripts. He's not able to prove his name in the list of those who graduated. They tried to karabati some things there. He was found out. He's putting his name in a place where it is not there. So it is a little murky. So what I'm trying to, I'll want to understand and see how it pans out probably tomorrow or days to come, is how he was able to, like, did the ruling affect the processes at the tribunal, dispute tribunal?
So Duke is wrong, because the CUE chairman, Chacha Nyaigoti, statement is, the Commission for University Education has, however, received material information about the authenticity of the degree you presented from Team University that will require further investigation to ascertain the validity of the said degree. There lies the reason. So if Duke cannot read that and get the reasons of further investigation, then you are impossible.
No, I am saying they were to investigate first, and then they come up with specific evidence, then they revoke that. So we can say it's not yet revoked. What if they do further investigation and then they find the document is right?
You know, you are preempting what if. So the question is if. So we cannot deal with your ifs. The question is about the validity. And the English is very clear. We have received information about the authenticity. So they have received the information.
But they were to state which information is that. So when you say information, that is general and empty.
That they need, they have received, and that is those information guaranteed and warranted the revocation, and there was further investigation.
We want to get the information they received, and then maybe they investigate, and then when they come up with the findings, that's when they will make a decision whether to revoke it or not. So they cannot say they are doing further research or investigation and then they revoke it.
There is no research here. There is no research in the case, Duke. It's saying that they are ascertaining the validity of the said degree. There is no research here.
Investigation. Let me use investigation.
Thank you.
But also another key you are not addressing is that when you are talking about the IPC Dispute Resolution Committee, those who filed that case did not appear today, the three of them.
But Duke, Sakaja has gone to court before even the tribunal is done.
But the tribunal was to sit today, and those who filed those allegations did not appear. You see, it's like the case will be thrown out.
No, you're not right. You're not. That's not right, Duke. Only three aspects of the. There were 4 claims. The 3 are the ones that were thrown out because the people did not turn up. But the 4th one is the one that is critical, where he was supposed to prove that he actually went to school. That is the critical part. Yes, these people have given allegation that, oh, he never attended, that person probably has been paid or whatever has happened. But now the part that it's himself to prove that he went to school, now that is the critical part, you know? So sometimes there's the most critical part of a case. And I don't know why you're not understanding that simple thing. I mean, if we have a reason to question, we tell you, we revoke it. We don't give you and then we investigate. We revoke and then we investigate. If you qualify, we give it to you. If you don't, it's done. You know, when there's a reason to question, you're not given and then it is investigated when you have it. It is revoked and then we investigate, then we give you. Because in the event that something happens when you already have that document, and then we discover you've already transacted with the document, and yet we have discovered that you are not actually supposed to be having that document. So for abundance of caution, what they do, they take it away, investigate, then if they find that you're okay, then you have it, because you're not supposed to transact with that document at that point because there's suspicion. So that is what CUE is doing. It is revoking because of the suspicion, so that you don't transact with it. It's just like when there's a reason to doubt that your probably your passport is not real. We won't give you and tell you go as we investigate. No, it is revoked. Then now you're investigated. If you pass, you're given. So investigation, they shouldn't come and tell you, no, we are investigating this. Investigation, it's now their own way that they're going to find out. They don't have to come to the public and then tell you that this is what we found out. In any case, by the way, it is interesting that this is playing out in public. This is just supposed to be an internal matter between CEU and its clients, the students. It's not supposed to be us even asking, tell us if you went to this. No. CEU is supposed to have its, how many people go to CEU? There are so many students, so you don't have to know.
Actually,
but now
I think they have a right. The CUE has a right of they reserve that right.
I've just been reading. I've been reading this order of the court, and it's a very crazy thing because one of the prayers that was sought by Sakaja's lawyers is that the earlier letter written by the CUE, that it remains, his validity remains approved. And like I told you, ex parte orders, normally the court will grant you everything. So, and in conjunction with that, they applied for something called a mandamus.
Now let me ask you, is that court order signed?
No, where they got this, it is signed, it's signed. It has got a barcode. Nowadays the judiciary, is
wait, Papa. Do you see the judge that signed it?
Yeah, it is. His name is under the barcode. You can scan with that barcode and you'll get the original.
No, calm down. Can you see the judge that signed it?
It was signed by Honorable Justice Jairus Inca or somebody like that.
Jairus Inca.
Yeah, are you doubting?
I doubt that. I read that thing and I was like, this thing doesn't look like it. I mean, which judge will write all those things? How much time will that judge be having to address himself to those things? What's the name again?
Look it up. But what I know,
what's the name? Give me the name.
It is Honorable Justice Jairus. That is the first name. And the second name, I am not so sure, but it starts with an N. Is it Nyaga or
Jairus Nga? Let me see.
Have you gotten such a name?
Yes, it is there. But this guy is in Eldoret.
This they can file from any court where they can get speedy justice.
So long as it is in the Republic, no problem.
It
is in the Republic. I think all said and done, all this thing, Mr. Papa, you know what? It will go. This thing has questions. Whether the guy will be cleared or not cleared, the questions are already there. It's in the public glare. People will always doubt this guy. Whether he's cleared and run for governorship, we will still doubt him. Whether he's not cleared, people will still doubt him. If he comes back in 2020, let's say for instance, just in case he's blocked from running, 2027, I know you will come back. When he bounces back in 2027, the same questions will come back, not unless he went back to school and clear up. So it's been tainted. It's been tainted. Once tainted is tainted.
And more so, you know, when it reaches a stage where you have to prove your education in a court of law, that tells you there's something extremely wrong.
Anyway, I think let's wait and see. Maybe now that it's a matter before the court, let's wait and see. We will address ourselves to it after the tribunal has reached a conclusion, and maybe the courts have also given us some directions, because I'm having my questions about even that. Or I read it through and I was like, I mean, why would the judge say that the letter that, first of all, something I found interesting was, why would the judge say that do not strike this person's name from as it was gazetted? I mean, why would you want to? You are tying the hands of the IBC, and the IBC has the right to agree and to decide which candidates should be running, and the person also has his right. The person should approach the court once his name has been struck off the IBC Gazette notice. So if indeed, and why would Justice Nga say that this person should not be struck off? Yet I don't think IBC has gazetted any. Has it gazetted any members yet?
No, but you see, down there at that in that whatever it was, a ruling, he says, meanwhile, status quo ante be maintained. Status quo ante be maintained is very simple. It is the previously existing status of affairs. What are the previously existing state of affairs? It is what the situation at the IEBC, which means that they're still, that is my understanding, that his documents are still yet to be confirmed as genuine. That's what
and is yet to be gazetted, and there's no way he has been gazetted. So why would the judge address himself to a gazette notice that has not been issued yet? You see,
this is Kenya.
And you see, wait, if someone is as a case in the tribunal, the name will not be gazetted.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's why there's that problem. You know, you're given the certificates, and then the problems arising are sorted out, and then the names are gazetted.
Yeah,
so the names
fact,
there's actually a lady in Kericho, a lady in Kericho who has gone unopposed, but she's awaiting gazettement.
Yes.
So how could the court address itself to a gazette that has not yet happened?
And from my point of view, I think this thing will be thrown out because it is like it was preemptive. So the court might not.
Because I don't understand how a letter saying that this person should not be removed from the list, is it saying gazetted?
No. Not talking about gazetted. It doesn't talk about gazetted, absolutely. It just talks about the letter, not, I mean, the name, not, where does it say? They say the application certificate, agent. No, it doesn't talk about gazettement anywhere.
Number 2?
It basically addresses, number 2 is leave be granted by to the applicant to apply for an order of certiorari to remove into this honorable court and to quash the decision of the commission of the university made on the 14th of June 2022, revoking the recognition of the applicant's degree from Teams University, Kampala, Uganda.
From striking the applicants from the list of cleared gubernatorial candidates for the Nairobi county seat. Now,
yeah,
from striking his name, you see,
from the list.
Now his name is supposed to go through a process.
No, not only that. Not only that. Where has he gotten the list from?
Where did he get the list?
Yeah, so it is preemptive. He is speculating. He doesn't have the list.
He doesn't have the list. Alex,
Alex.
You know, the more I read this thing, honestly, and the more I get confused. But I think I want to deal with the simple issues that Sakaja told us before that he graduated from Nairobi University. He has never gone out of the country. And I will go back to all what he has told us before. And I'm not going to buy anything. I'm not even going to investigate anything about Team University, because I think these people want to use the law the way they have used before to confuse us and confuse everybody so that we can be coerced into their intimidation. I think we are allowing Sakaja and the groups, because they fear the incoming administration so bad, so that we can start debating non-issues. I think, and we have fallen prey of that.
Exactly.
We have fallen prey of that. I mean, this is not an issue we should be discussing, and they know it very well. And they have confused us with some of these. For example, the letter you're reading, I'm seeing a subsequent letter that is almost like that, but some of the things you're reading there, I can't see them here. I'm Googling, I'm finding so much information in the media, whatever, whether it's kangaroo media or mainstream, I don't know. So I think we have things out here we are reading, we can't even authenticate. And that is why CUE said the validity of it is subject to authentication. So, and I think that is the problem we are having. We don't have the truth. So yeah, we are dealing with speculation. So whatever they have, they haven't given us fully. Exactly. And that's why the investigation is going on.
Yeah, I mean, there's even you, Papa. When you read that letter, you wonder, how could a judge? First of all, what are you addressing? Everything is preemptive. You don't have the list. The IBC is yet to release the full list of the people that it has already, it hasn't gazetted any list, right?
It has not. It has not.
It hasn't gazetted any list. So
Papa, send me that one you are reading, because I don't have it.
Oh, the ruling. Are you talking about the ruling?
Yeah, I have a totally different ruling.
I'm sending it to you right away.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, some of them, and that's why I'm saying that this thing, they want to confuse us.
But one thing I can tell you, Themba and Alex, we have a judiciary, in as much as people sometimes people do complain about the judiciary, and I agree with them, because we have in this judiciary of ours, somebody can get orders without even you being served, and you will be hanged by the time. If you don't have a good lawyer, you can be hanged the next minute. So it is always good to be on alert when you're dealing with anybody you think who can go to court, because we see wonders. We see wonders in these courts.
Okay. Anyway,
I really regret that I didn't pursue the LLB.
But Papa Bob, you can still do it. You are still young. I mean, if you are not yet 80, you can still pursue it. There's a gentleman who did PhD at 72. What was that name? This guy, he died the other day. He was an MP before. He said he will not die without getting an PhD, and he got it. So you can actually now rebrand yourself and become a lawyer. Fanya law in about 3-4 years, because in 3-4 years, if you'll still be alive, you'll be 4 years older and without law degree. But now you can decide you'll die a lawyer.
No, what is remaining actually is going back to law school. It's not that I've done LLB, by the way.
Yeah, you can do,
Only that
you can do
I
what
lost interest.
Dunstan, what is his name? This group called
Omari.
Dunstan Omari.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dunstan Omari was an English teacher, and he decided, no, I don't want to hold a choka, and now he's
the one who is in the corridors of justice. You hear him everywhere. Now, gentlemen, I think we have to finish today. I don't know what happened. Makiadi disappeared. The normal panelists tumebaki tu na nyinyi hapa, wametutoroka, lakini ni sawa, hatujali, tutafunga tu vile huwa tunafunga kama kawaida. So Alex, give us stanza 1, Papa give us stanza 2, tukisonga.
Julia bado anasema I can still go back to school. Mimi nishachoka. Mimi wacha nifanye biashara bwana.
Hata hiyo biashara.
No, Julia yeye mwenyewe ndiye analeta watu shule hapa like crazy. Julia asikudanganya. Unaweza pata Julia ako na degree kama Wajakoya, ako na nyingi na hatujui. Haya, wacha tuimbe hiyo. Mungu, nguvu wetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki wenga nao mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Sasa umenipeleka mbio. Unajua mimi huwa nataka yangu naisoma nisikosee. I don't like cramming. Demba should continue.
Which one? Stanza 2?
Yes.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na ustawi. Shukrani.
Shukrani.
So that was stanza 3. Are you aware?
See,
that was stanza 3. It was not 2.
Okay, do stanza 2. Amkeni ndugu zetu.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Awesome. Sasa leo hatujasoma constitution, lakini tunasomanga Alex, tunasoma nini yetu, manifesto. So we are going to do the 3rd constitution. Tutasomewa kesho na Makiadi. I don't know what happened Makiadi. Tafadhali Makiadi, popote ulipo ujue watu wamekukosa hapa. Alex amekosa muziki. Papa Zimio amekosa muziki hapa, mpaka nani ametoroka. Julia ametoroka alipojua hakuna dedication atafanyiwa leo, lakini ni sawa tu. So agenda 4 ni azimio la ukulima. Tumeshaangalia azimio la ugatuzi, azimio la jitihada, azimio la kina mama. Sasa leo tunaangazia azimio la ukulima. This is what it says. The ultimate objective is to generate agricultural bounty to feed the people of Kenya. The Fukuza Njaa agenda, the Azimio commitment is to create an enabling environment for climate-smart agriculture, agro-processing, improved livestock farming, and growth of the blue economy. In undertaking this, the Azimio government will factor in climate change adaptation and mitigation to support and help realize high agricultural productivity across the nation. We will commercialize large-scale arable but idle government land into productive agricultural enterprise. That is Azimio la Ukulima. Blue economy, large-scale farming, agro-processing, and of course smart agriculture. So that means mambo ya wheelbarrow itaisha, takuwa tunaangalia mambo zingine. Kesho tunaangalia azimio la viwanda. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It has been nice having you here. Kwa wale ambao mnapenda comment leo, kuja utapata badge ukijoin kama member. Sasa ni membership club. Kwa wale ambao wanataka comment. Sasa watu kama Alex kunigonga huko bila kuwa members imekwisha kabisa. Sasa itakuwa ukitaka comment.
But how come there are people commenting on Facebook?
Yeah, you know the Facebook. If you go to the video, Elisha at the 8th time, so it is still there, but they are not watching what is going on right now, so they cannot
Okay.
see what we are doing right now. So but they can comment. All right.
Nai
So
Club, why didn't you? Eufen is saying, why didn't you give people notice?
I don't make decisions.
No, you. In fact, I am suspecting that you, Alex, and Bernard are in that sit on that table of decision making.
Mutembei inaitwa
You must have.
Mutembei kwa sababu mwenye TV anaitwa Mutembei. Sasa hii ni sole proprietorship.
Sawa, man. Nice, bwana. You guys, bwana, you have a good night.
Yeah, but we appreciate. I mean, it's good also. I think that whatever is happening, hiyo imezuia. Kulikuwa na watu wanakuja kuleta zile nini zinaitwa nini zile spamming thing pia, unajua hiyo spam pia, hiyo imesaidia. Sasa hakuna spammers watajipata hapa, hiyo at least pia inasaidia. Kuna watu walikuwa wanakuja kazi yao ni ku spam to group na so many things. So you see, for you to come even subscribe and join to be a member to spam, then at least hata pia umeamua. But anyway, thank you. See you tomorrow. God bless you. Kwaherini. Subscribe to Mutembei TV and also subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. See you tomorrow. God bless you.
Okay, thanks. Cheers. Kwaheri bwana Alex.
Okay, end show.